Chapter 367 Li Feihua Chapter 367 Li Feihua Ningqi did not go with the army because he was worried that the thousand-faced immortal would attack the capital, so he stayed here to guard. If the thousand-faced immortal dared to come, Dongfang Haojie could take her down. By then, the army of the Red Sun Empire would be nothing but a joke. "Young master, General Tong Guan wants to see you." De Guzi walked to the door of Ning Qi's private bathroom and whispered. Ning Qi put on his clothes and walked to the reception hall with the help of the four women. Tong Guan had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Ning Qi, he smiled awkwardly and wanted to say something, but stopped. "Uncle Tong, please speak your mind." Ning Qi smiled. "It's like this. I heard that you are the military governor of the army." Tong Guan rubbed his hands. "It's just a title." Ning Qi said, "Well, I, Tong Guan, may not dare to say that I'm very powerful, but I've been loyal to my duty for so many years. I've been a military warfare general for far too long. This time, I wanted to follow the army into battle, but who would have thought that my name would be rejected by the higher-ups? I wonder if you could speak up for me?" Tong Guan smiled awkwardly. "Uncle Tong, you want to fight the Red Sun Empire? Do you know that swords have no eyes on the battlefield? If something happens to you, what will Ing Kong and the others do?" Ning Qi frowned. "Nephew, I have thought it through. With my cultivation, if I can't shine on the battlefield, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Tong Guan said firmly, "Well, if that's the case, uncle, you should get ready. The Champion Marquis Mansion will also send troops, led by my old master. I will write you a letter, and you can take it to him." Ning Qi nodded and then ordered someone to bring a pen and paper to write a letter of recommendation for Tong Guan. Tong Guan was overjoyed. Then he took the letter to see Old Master Ning. After reading the letter, Old Master Ning arranged for Tong Guan to be by his side. Tong Guan was really flattered by such treatment. The army of the Red Sun Empire gradually stopped when it was 100 miles away from the capital of the Qin Tang Empire, because there was an army that was no weaker than them on the other side, looking at them coldly. Cherry Blossoms was right in front of the army, riding a grade 5 demon beast frost leopard. The Qin Tang Empire has reacted, but what's the use? The corners of Cherry Blossom's mouth curled into a sneer as she slowly raised her arm. In the next second, she roared, "Attack! Kill them all! Charge! Kill!" On the Qin Tang Empire's side, Qin Mo sneered as he looked at Cherry Blossoms and company. Although the distance prevented them from seeing each other's generals clearly, it did not prevent them from communicating with their eyes. "Listen to my orders," Qin Mo bellowed. Not far behind him, Qin Long's expression turned serious. He knew that it would be a fierce battle. "Kill!" As soon as Qin Mo's voice fell, the soldiers of the Qin Tang Empire had already rushed out like wolves and tigers. From a high vantage point, the two sides were like the waves of the sea, slowly surging forward. In the end, they intertwined with each other and collided into a monstrous wave. The army of the Red Sun Empire was endless, but it was the same for the Qin Tang Empire. From time to time, troops arrived to join the battlefield. If Ning Qi was present, he would realize that their battle style was extremely primitive. There was no strategy, and it was all about strength. General of Heavenly Strategies, Qin Mo. "Are you the general leading the Qin Tang army?" Cherry Blossoms appeared in front of Qin Mo and said coldly. Qin Mo sneered as he looked at Cherry Blossoms. However, he was secretly alarmed. "I never expected the Red Sun Empire to have such a young emperor." With this thought in mind, he said coldly, "That's right. I believe you are an expert that the Red Sun Empire has secretly nurtured. It looks like you have been planning for this day for a long time. In that case, let me see if you have the strength to lead the army." The strongest experts from both sides instantly clashed. From everyone's point of view, this battlefield was where the final outcome would be decided. In fact, the real battlefield was elsewhere, more than 1,000 kilometers away. Perfected Thousand-Faced was facing two grandmasters from afar. One of them was the 100-herb sex sect master, Baitsaozi. The other was the green mist sex sect master, Mu Xingqian. I never expected an expert like you to appear in a tiny country. Baitsaozi said lightly, You call yourself Perfected Thousand-Faced? It looks like this isn't your original appearance. You want to destroy the Qin Tang Empire, take over the territory, and establish a tripartite balance with our two sects? Mu Xingqian said with a faint smile. The corner of the thousand-faced spiritual master's mouth curled up slightly. Why not? If you two don't stop me today and let me take over the Qin Tang Empire, I promise that within 30 years, the tribute will not be stopped. Haha, what about 30 years later? Baitsaozi's lips curled up into a cold smile. If you're unwilling, we can only fight. Perfected Thousand-Faced said fearlessly. Baitsaozi and Mu Xingqian looked at each other and attacked Perfected Thousand-Faced at the same time. Blood ignition spell, shattering of mountains and rivers. A huge saber condensed in the air and slashed towards the two of them with an aura of annihilation. Baitsaozi and Mu Xingqian were shocked. They had used their strongest defensive moves, but they were still cut down by the saber. They were like birds with broken wings, falling heavily to the ground. In just one move, they were defeated by Perfected Thousand-Faced. Perfected Thousand-Faced moved slightly and disappeared from the air. When she reappeared, she was already in front of the two. She said faintly, I have another name. What? The two looked at Perfected Thousand-Faced in shock, while wondering what she was talking about. Li Feihua. Perfected Thousand-Faced said faintly, have you heard of him? What? The Dongxian ranking list of Yun's new expert, Li Feihua? Baitsaozi and Mu Xingqian's eyes were filled with deep shock. They did not expect that the Grandmaster, who secretly grew up in the Red Sun Empire, was actually a top figure in the Dongxian ranking list of Yuns. Now, do you still want to stop me? Li Feihua smiled faintly. Haha, Perfected Thousand-Faced must be joking. How can we be your match? We'll just stay out of this. Mu Xingqian smiled and stood up from the ground. He cupped his hands and turned to leave decisively. Realizing that Li Feihua had no intention of chasing after him, he was relieved. As for Baitsaozi, he rolled his eyes and smiled. If Perfected Thousand-Faced doesn't mind, I'd like to watch this battle. Why don't we travel together? Haha, let's go. Li Feihua nodded with a smile. Both of their reactions were within her expectations. Not long after, the two appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Seeing Sakura struggling to hold out against Qin Mo, the country's army seemed to have suffered heavy casualties. The ambush they had set up earlier had yet to appear. Chapter 368. You're not that experienced. When Li Feihua's palm struck, Qin Mo sensed it in his heart. At the critical moment of life and death, he took a step to the side. The palm wind brushed past his body, and he was seriously injured. The place where he was just standing had a large hole of 3 to 4 meters deep. There was also a wisp of green smoke rising, making one's hair stand on end. Father! When Qin Long saw this scene, anxiety flashed in his eyes. After killing the Red Sun Empire's expert in front of him, he rushed to Qin Mo's side. When he discovered that Qin Mo was still alive, he heaved a sigh of relief. Master! Cherry Blossoms bowed at Li Feihua. Master! Qin Mo coldly looked at Li Feihua. This person was likely the mysterious Do Zone class expert from the Red Sun Empire that his brother had mentioned. Then what about the person beside her? Isn't that Baitsaozi? Qin Mo's eyes were filled with shock. He looked at Baitsaozi and cried out involuntarily, Sect Leader Baitsaozi, are you here to help us? Baitsaozi looked at Qin Mo with a faint smile and did not reply. Qin Mo's heart gradually sank to the bottom. When the soldiers of the Red Sun Empire discovered Li Feihua's arrival, their morale soared by 30%. For a moment, The army of the Qin Tang Empire was in a state of complete defeat. Thousand-faced immortal, capture the ringleader first. Are you planning to kill all the soldiers of the Qin Tang Empire? At that time, all you'll get is a land of death. Seeing that Li Feihua seemed to have the intention to attack again, Bai Caozi calmly reminded him. He wasn't worried about the lives of those soldiers, but if too many people died, it would indirectly affect the profits of his 100-herb sect. Li Feihua smiled faintly as he stared into the distance. On the city walls, Qin Zheng was leading a group of ministers as they stood majestically. You're right. Li Feihua smiled and flew toward the top of the city wall. Your Majesty, is that the 1,000 Faces Taoist that the dragon-slaying Marquis mentioned? Li Shaojing had returned to Qin Zheng's side yesterday after cleaning up the remnants of the Red Sun in the 4 directions. At this moment, he was frowning vigilantly at Li Feihua's figure as he whispered to Qin Zheng. Huangfu Jingxiao and the others couldn't help but have some doubts in their hearts when they heard this. 1,000-faced spiritual master? Who was this? How come they had never heard of such an existence in the Red Sun Empire? The one beside her is Bai Caozi. The 100-herb sect has allied with the Red Sun Empire. No wonder. I didn't expect him to throw away so many cultivation resources that our Qin Tang Empire pays as tribute to the herb sect every year. How hateful! Bai Caozi is a dozong, but he is only 3 steps behind that figure. Could it be that this expert from the Red Sun Empire is also a dozong? Nangong Batian and the others were shocked. Huangfu Zhengxiao had already begun to calculate in his heart. His eyes swept over Qin Zheng from time to time, and at the same time he also looked at the path of retreat behind him. Chao Dinglong stood behind Qin Zheng, ready to fight at any time. You are Qin Zheng, right? Li Feihua and Bai Caozi stood together in the air over 100 feet above the wall. Li Feihua had chosen this seat very carefully. If it was too high, they wouldn't be able to see it clearly. If it was too low, it wouldn't be imposing enough. This kind of height of about 10 zhang was just right to give them an invisible pressure. This emperor is Qin Zheng. Could it be that you are Taoist 1,000-faced? Qin Zheng straightened his back and said with his hands behind his back. He didn't weaken his imposing manner just because Li Feihua was a dozong. At the same time, he smiled at Bai Caozi and said, Sect leader Bai Caozi, do you have any dissatisfaction with the Qin Tang Empire? No. Has the tribute in the past been less? No. Then why are you helping the tyrant? Qin Zheng looked at Bai Caozi coldly. Bai Caozi smiled faintly and said, It's just that I'm not as good as him. He didn't hide it. However, as soon as the sentence came out, the crowd understood it in 2 ways. Some people thought that Bai Caozi was saying that the Qin Tang Empire was not as good as the Red Sun Empire. Some people, such as Qin Zheng, Li Shaojing, Huangfu Zhengxiao, Chao Dinglong, and so on, understood that Bai Caozi was not a match for Taoist 1,000-faced. Thinking of this, Qin Zheng's expression became slightly better. At least Bai Caozi didn't betray the Qin Tang Empire from the beginning. Qin Zheng, cut the crap. Hand over the Qin Tang Empire, and I'll arrange for your retirement. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be a bloodbath in the capital today. Li Feihua said faintly. After a pause, she continued, Your army can't hold out much longer, right? She was right. After Qin Mo was injured by her, the army he led was completely suppressed by cherry blossoms. As they fought, they retreated. The number of people on both sides was about the same. Now, Qin Mo's side had new troops joining in from time to time, but their numbers were still much smaller than the Red Sun Empire's. Most of the corpses on the ground were Qin Tang corpses. Cherry blossoms found an opportunity and appeared in front of Qin Mo in a flash. Qin Long's eyes were filled with horror. He thought that his father wouldn't be able to escape today. Unexpectedly, a hand suddenly reached out and met Cherry Blossom's palm. Old Master Ning. Qin Long was pleasantly surprised. Old Master Ning smiled faintly and said, Leave with your father first. Experts from the champion marquis's residence surrounded him. Ning Hongdu was also among them. Even third Master Ning, who had gone to the Dragon Slayer Marquis's residence, was following behind old Master Ning. Tongguan, who had previously gotten Ning Qi to greet them, was beside third Master Ning. Old fool Dai. Cherry Blossoms snorted coldly and cast an escape technique, appearing directly above old Master Ning's head. Child, you are still lacking in experience. Old Master Ning laughed maniacally as he took out the Iron Dragon cannon. Boom! Cherry Blossom's figure was suddenly sent flying as she slammed heavily into a few Red Sun Empire soldiers. She was instantly severely injured. The Red Sun Empire's general is dead. Everyone follow me and charge. Old Master Ning's voice resounded throughout the battlefield through the agitation of his battle chi. Li Feihua noticed that the situation seemed to have changed. He frowned slightly and sneered. Your Qin Tang Empire still has a lot of talents. However, in the face of absolute strength, they don't have much effect on this battle. I'll go to kill all the masters in your army first. When I come back, I hope you can tell me your answer. With that said, she flew towards the battlefield. At that moment, a voice sounded. Perfected Thousand Faces, wait. Ning Qi had unknowingly appeared beside Qin Zheng. On his left, Dongfang Haojie stood expressionlessly. He only glanced indifferently at Bai Caozi and Li Feihua. Even the expression in his eyes did not change. It was as if he was looking at ordinary Do, Zhe, and Dosher. It's you. Li Feihua and Bai Caozi recognized Ning Qi at the same time. The former had seen Ning Qi when he joined forces with the Demon Dragon King to fight sacred concubine Cold Sky. He knew that the Demon Dragon King wanted to kill him 100 times. Chapter 369. The terrible Dongfang Haojie. Why are you in the Qin Tang Empire? Li Feihua frowned. She had always thought that Ning Qi was from the White Tiger Empire. Qin Zheng and the others were shocked. It turned out that Li Feihua and Ning Qi had known each other for a long time, especially Huangfu Zhengxiao. The shock in his heart was like a monstrous wave. Since when had the small fry in his eyes begun to communicate with a strong dozong? Thousand Faces spiritual master, I am from the Qin Tang Empire. Is it strange to be in the Qin Tang Empire? Ning Qi smiled. So you are the Dragon Slayer Marquis. Thousand Faces spiritual master had a clear understanding of Ning Qi's identity according to various clues. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of mockery. Do you want to ask the Saint Cold Sky to help you save the Qin Tang Empire? What happened between Li Feihua and this kid? Saint Cold Sky, the one from the White Tiger Empire? Bai Caozi frowned slightly. How could the kid he killed know the Saint Cold Sky of the White Tiger Empire? It was said that she was from the Fong family, one of the top 9 families. Of course not. Gentlemen, let me introduce my good friend to you, Ning Qi said with a smile. Then he pointed to Dongfang Haojie and said to Li Feihua and Bai Caozi, this is my friend from the 9 States Empire, Dongfang Haojie. I wonder if you have heard of him? This kid is from the 9 States Empire? Huangfu Zhengxiao's pupils suddenly shrank and his face showed a shocked expression. He had always thought that Dongfang Haojie was just Ning Qi's new bodyguard. He didn't expect that his origin was so bizarre and terrifying. How could a person from the 9 States Empire come to the Qin Tang Empire? Not only him, but all the officials in Huangfu Zhengxiao's faction, such as Nangong Batian, all showed a look of shock and panic. Ning Qi's means made them feel more and more uncomfortable. It was it's like we are ants and he can kill us at will. Yes, that's the feeling. Many people's hearts were in turmoil. Dongfang Haojie, surnamed Dongfang, is he from the Dongfang family, one of the top 9 families? Bai Caozi said, I have nothing to do with the Dongfang family. Please don't compare me with such a disgusting family. Dongfang Haojie sneered. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. This aura was not targeted at anyone, but everyone, including Ning Qi, who was standing next to him, could feel how terrifying this aura was. He was like an enraged beast hiding in the dark night, ready to strike at any moment, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. The Dongfang family has become a disgusting existence in his mouth. The shock on by Caozi's face deepened. A bad premonition arose in Li Feihua's heart. She looked at Dongfang Haojie, and suddenly it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck her heart. With a bang, she instantly remembered who Dongfang Haojie was. Dong Xian ranking list of young. Ranked 705th, Dongfang Haojie. Because he was from the Dongfang family, Li Feihua had even studied Dongfang Haojie's background. A third-rank embroidered eunuch in the imperial palace of the 9 regions empire. This identity alone was enough to crush her, Li Feihua. What kind of existence was the imperial palace of the 9 states empire? Any one of them could destroy hundreds of sects like the 100 Grass sect and the Green Mist sect in minutes with a single order, let alone her Red Sun empire. Dongfang Haojie was one of the most favored eunuchs. At such a young age, not only did he have a profound cultivation base, but he was also a third-rank embroidered eunuch. It could be said that he was in existence with great power. How did he appear in the Qin Tang Empire? How did he know Ning Qi? Li Feihua's pale face was filled with deep doubt. Qin Zheng noticed that Li Feihua, who had been maintaining a calm posture, showed this kind of shock that only ordinary people would have. He was very surprised. Why did she become like this when she heard the name Dongfang Haojie? Could it be that Ning Qi's friend has an extraordinary background? A trace of doubt arose in Qin Zheng's heart, but he was relieved at the same time. At least this time, the Red Sun Empire's plan was wrong. You know me. Dongfang Haojie looked at Li Feihua and said lightly, "Are you really Dongfang Haojie?" Li Feihua still had a trace of hope in her heart. Maybe he had the same name? When she found a trace of impatience in Dongfang Haojie's eyes, she immediately became vigilant. Sure enough, Dongfang Haojie did not answer her question, but directly attacked. Top grade Earth, rank Demon, suppressing fist. Top grade Earth, rank Mountain, flipping palm. Top grade Earth, rank Wind, chasing, sword art. Dongfang Haojie's left fist was surrounded by raging fighting qi, while his right palm was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. 2 extreme martial skills were displayed by the same person. The fist and the palm were aimed at Li Feihua, and the sword that he pulled out easily landed on by Caozi's body. Just one move. The 2 were defeated in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. This scene shocked everyone on top of the wall. This is too strong. How is this possible? Those are 2 grandmasters. This friend of the Dragon Slayer Marquis looks so young, but he is so powerful. Terrifying, terrifying. Chao Dinglong's old face revealed a trace of fear. Even a fearless old ruffian like him was like this. How could the others be any better? Many people directly pulled away from Huangfu Jingxiao, because they knew that the hatred between the Huangfu family and Ning Qi was lingering. If it was before, they were willing to stand on Huangfu Jingxiao's side because Ning Qi's qualifications were too trashy. Even if he had some cultivation and alchemy skills, it was not enough to fight against Huangfu Jingxiao. But now it seemed that Ning Qi had long surpassed Huangfu Jingxiao, not in cultivation but in vision. Look at what kind of friends he had. Thousand Faces, spiritual master, Li Feihua knew him. The saint concubine that Li Feihua just mentioned was probably not a small character. Even more exaggerated was Dongfang Haojie, who followed him for a period of time like a bodyguard. He turned out to be a guy even more abnormal than Li Feihua. Compared to Ning Qi, the world they lived in was simply 2 completely different worlds. No, I have to go back and tell you, I'm not to target this kid anymore. He really has the ability to exterminate a family. If he is angered, the consequences will be unimaginable, Nangong Batian thought in fear. In a short period of time, Bai Caozi was killed by 2 people in succession. Whether it was his body or his spirit, he had suffered great damage. At the same time, he was extremely afraid. Chapter 370. I Dongfang Haojia. Dongfang Haojia stood in the void, staring at the 2 with a sneer. The 2 fellows who had been so arrogant before were now beaten to the ground. Even when facing Qin Zheng and the others, they had to raise their heads to look at them. Li Feihua remained silent. Suddenly she opened her mouth and said, "Today I have eyes but failed to see. If I have disturbed you in any way, please forgive me. I will withdraw my troops now." The people on the wall were overjoyed when they heard Li Feihua admit defeat. They didn't expect that the crisis would be solved so easily. Dongfang Haojia looked at Ning Qi with a hint in his eyes. This scene happened to be witnessed by everyone. Horror, panic, shock, all kinds of emotions arose in everyone's heart. A strong man like Dongfang Haojia was asking Ning Qi with his eyes. Ning Qi nodded to Dongfang Haojia and flew to his side. Then he looked at Li Feihua and said with a faint smile, "Your Red Sun Empire didn't even send a letter of challenge and directly sent troops here. It's obvious that you want to exterminate my Qin Tang Empire. So, you want to solve this problem by withdrawing your troops. That's too childish. Your Majesty, Marquis Dragon Slayer, seems to have overstepped his authority." Even though a trace of fear and terror towards Ning Qi that he was unwilling to admit arose in his heart, Huangfu Zhengxiao still found an opportunity to speak in a low voice before Qin Zheng. Indeed, since the other side admitted defeat and wanted to withdraw, Qin Zheng should be the one to discuss the compensation with them. It was not Ning Qi's turn to negotiate. Ning Qi was concerned about the spiritual divine stone mine in the Short Tiger Mountain. Although he knew that he had overstepped his authority, he pretended that he didn't know. Anyway, Qin Zheng wouldn't fall out with him because of this. "What do you want?" Li Feihua looked at Ning Qi and frowned. If it weren't for Dongfang Haojia, Ning Qi wouldn't be qualified to look down on her. "It's simple. From now on, there is no Red Sun Empire. You will be called Red Sun City," Ning Qi said with a smile. Even Qin Zheng was a bit surprised to hear this, but what followed was delight and joy. Yes, he was going to take advantage of this opportunity to crush the Red Sun Empire to the point where they would never be able to rise again. Then depriving it of its identity as an empire and turning it into a city would be the best ending. Impossible. Li Feihua subconsciously refused. Ning Qi had to smile at Dongfang Haojia and said, "Brother Dongfang, I have to trouble you to keep an eye on these 2 people. I will kill all the millions of troops of the Red Sun Empire this time, and then send all the local residents of the Red Sun Empire to the Tianfeng Forest. Then I will move some people in the remote areas of the Qin Tang Empire to the Red Sun Empire. Although it is a little troublesome, it is still a good solution. This guy is really ruthless." Bai Caozi was secretly shocked. Thinking of how he had blacklisted Ning Qi before, he felt relieved. Fortunately, he had only blacklisted Ning Qi and hadn't created too much enmity. "No, wait," Li Feihua said with a pale face. Ning Qi stopped and looked at Li Feihua coldly. "What, have you thought it through?" "I promise you." These words seemed to have used up all the strength in Li Feihua's body. From an ordinary doja, she discovered the usefulness of the dragon stone to become a dozong. Her ambition also gradually grew from being the #1 expert of the Red Sun Empire to turning the Red Sun Empire into an existence as powerful as the 100 Herb Sect and the Green Mist Sect. So after so many years of planning, she thought that her dream could be realized today. But all this was shattered by Dongfang Haojia. Dongfang Haojia would not appear in the Qin Tang Empire for no reason. So everything was because of Ning Qi. In her eyes, he was just a small king of fighters. Good. Qin Zheng's face showed a look of ecstasy. This time it was really a surprise. Li Shaojing was stunned. He didn't expect that this incident would end in this way. Thinking of his previous sarcasm to Ning Qi, he felt a little scared. Huangfu Zhengxiao and the others were shocked. Some were happy and some were worried. If the Red Sun Empire really became a subordinate city of the Qin Tang Empire, then who would take the position of the city lord? Needless to say, everyone's eyes were focused on Ning Qi. Haha, in that case, you can order them to stop. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Li Feihua nodded, flew over the battlefield, and shouted in a low voice, "All the soldiers of the Red Sun Empire, stop!" Immortal Thousand Faces, Master. Cherry Blossom's face showed a look of shock, letting a Qin Tang soldier nearby slash her body. She was seriously injured and was dodging old Master Ning's attack. At this moment, she could not help but stop. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, under Li Feihua's order, all stopped. What happened? The Qin Tang soldiers were also stunned. Ning Qi took action. Old Master Ning's old face showed a bright smile. This time he took the champion Marquis's mansion to battle, and he had already been informed by Ning Qi in advance. As long as they put on a show, the war would not last long. As expected, this time the Red Sun Empire was defeated. From now on, there will be no Red Sun Empire. The Red Sun Empire will become a city of the Qin Tang Empire, Red Sun City. Li Feihua said faintly. Her voice, surging with battle qi, spread to every corner of the battlefield. Those soldiers of the Red Sun Empire who heard this all threw down the weapons in their hands and looked at Li Feihua in horror. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How did they lose? Wasn't the immortal Thousand Faces an expert at the Grandmaster level? When the Qin Tang army heard this, everyone looked ecstatic. Their cheers were like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the battlefield. Is it done? Li Feihua looked indifferently at Ning Qi, who flew to her side with Dongfang Haojie. Yes, I'll have to trouble the immortal Thousand Faces to preside over the handover. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ning Yan led Huangfu Tao, Kong Tianqi, and hundreds of children of the capital's first-rate and second-rate nobles to the cloudy mist valley. He said that the Red Sun Empire's grain transportation route is here. It should be right. Ning Yan thought to himself. Thinking of that mysterious man, Ning Yan had a trace of doubt in his heart. He did not understand why the mysterious man would find Nan Gongyu, say that he wanted to take him as a disciple, and even give him the demon transformation elixir. But from a few words, Ning Yan found that the mysterious man seemed to hate Ning Qi to the bone. That was enough. Ning Yan did not need to know who the mysterious man was. As long as the mysterious man had the same goal as him, Ning Yan was not afraid of anything. Ning Yan, is it really here? Why is there no movement? Kong Tianqi said in a low voice. All of them were scattered around the cloudy mist valley. If a convoy came, it would be difficult for them to react in time. After all, the top of the mountain was full of boulders. Chapter 371. Blinded Ning Yan, don't worry. Let's wait a little longer. Ning Yan said calmly. Huangfu Tao would have lost his temper if Ning Yan had treated him this way. But now he was afraid that Ning Yan was more powerful than him, so he had to endure it. Why are all the Nings like this? Ning Qi has become so powerful, and Ning Yan's cultivation has been destroyed, but he can still make a comeback. Is it because of feng shui? Huangfu Tao thought to himself. This time, almost everyone brought one or two experts from their families with them. For example, Huangfu Tao brought Huangfu Fei. As the chief steward of the Shinwu public house, Huangfu Fei didn't want to come, but he changed his mind when he learned that Ning Qi had become the military governor of this war. No matter what, he couldn't let Ning Qi take all the military merits. Chief Steward Ning, who was standing next to Ning Yan, had the same thought as Huangfu Fei. His interests were completely tied to Ning Yan, Ning Hongtian and Nangongyuer. If Ning Yan didn't make a name for himself, he would live in Ning Chi's shadow for the rest of his life. After waiting for half a day, finally there was a movement. A group of carriages with provisions gradually entered the cloudy mist valley. Move, Ning Yan sneered. Countless boulders rolled down from the valley. Enemy attack. Seeing this, the soldiers of the Red Sun Empire roared in fear. After a fierce battle, Ning Yan and the others killed all the soldiers, while the Qin and Tang Empire only suffered dozens of casualties. These provisions are enough for at least 200,000 soldiers. Huang Fu-Tao looked at the hundreds of carriages with joy. Don't worry, there's more. The corners of Ning Yan's mouth rose slightly. 3 days later, all the provisions in the cloudy mist valley were burned in a big fire. Ning Yan and the others returned to the capital city with satisfaction. No one could match the military merits this time. As they got closer to the capital, everyone's face revealed a hint of doubt. The gate in front of the capital city was wide open. The capital city has been conquered? Someone said in horror. No. Kong Tianchi frowned. Look. He pointed at the top of the city wall and saw that the soldiers guarding the city were still wearing the military uniforms of the Qin Tang Empire. If the Red Sun Empire conquered the city, it would never be like this. There were also people going in and out of the city gate. Some of them were Do, Zhe, Doshi, and some were ordinary citizens. It was as if there had never been a war. What the hell is going on? A hint of surprise flashed across Ning Yan's eyes. At this moment, a Doshi rode past them. This Doshi suddenly looked at Huang Fu-Tao and the others in surprise and asked, "Why are all of you here?" This Doshi was also a noble in the capital. However, he did not receive an invitation from Ning Yan this time. "Chen Wei, where is the Red Sun Empire's army?" Huang Fu-Tao asked in a deep voice. Chen Wei laughed. "Don't you know? The Red Sun Empire has been defeated." "What? How is this possible? What happened while we were away?" Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Chen Wei chuckled and said, "Speaking of which, this is all thanks to the Dragon Slayer Marquis. Oh no, he should be the city lord of Red Sun City now." What the hell is going on? Huang Fu-Fei's eyes were filled with shock. The Red Sun Empire had been defeated, just like that? How many days had it been? And Ning Chi had become the city lord? Red Sun City? Why had he never heard of this city? The city lord of Red Sun City? Ning Yan's expression changed. He grabbed Chen Wei from his horse and barked in a deep voice. "What happened? Tell me clearly. Who are you?" Chen Wei was startled and looked at Ning Yan with fear. Because of the demonic transformation elixir, Ning Yan's appearance had changed so much that Chen Wei could not recognize him. "Chen Wei, speak," Huang Fu-Tao said in a deep voice. "It's like this." Chen Wei glanced at Ning Yan with fear and said in a low voice, "A Zong fighter appeared in the Red Sun Empire, and our Qin Tang Empire almost fell. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Slayer Marquis invited an even more powerful Zong fighter and defeated the Zong fighter of the Red Sun Empire. Then, the Red Sun Empire announced that it was disbanded and became a subordinate city of the Qin Tang Empire. Just yesterday, the Dragon Slayer Marquis accepted the appointment and went to the Red Sun Empire. Oh no, to the Red Sun City. Everyone felt like they were listening to a fantasy story, and they were stunned for a long time. Damn it. Ning Yan's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. How did he invite a Zong fighter? Damn it. Damn it. Not only had Ning Chi disrupted his plans, but he had also become the city lord of the Red Sun City. How was he going to take revenge on Ning Chi in the future? "Ning Yan, I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first." Huang Fu-Tao cupped his fists at Ning Yan with a cold expression and left. Kong Tianchi did the same. All the descendants of the nobles had ugly expressions, and they ignored Ning Yan. They had made a wasted trip this time. "Young master, this is strange. Why don't we go back and ask the old master?" Chief Steward Ning's expression was also a bit ugly. Seeing Ning Yen standing there with a gloomy face and not saying anything, he suggested in a low voice, "Let's go." Ning Yen nodded. Back to a few days ago, Ning Qi, Dongfang Haojie, Li Feihua, and Bai Caozi all went to the imperial court of the Qin Tang Empire. After a discussion, Qin Zheng rewarded Ning Qi as the city lord of Red Sun City. This made Dongfang Haojie look at Ning Qi in a new light. He didn't expect that there would be an emperor in such a small place who could see things so clearly. Even though Dongfang Haojie knew that he didn't have the ability to control Red Sun City, he wasn't greedy and directly gave it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi turned from the Dragon Slayer Marquis to the city lord of Red Sun City. This city wasn't just an ordinary big one. Li Feihua was also conferred a title by Qin Zheng and became Ning Qi's guard. Originally, she wanted to leave. Since the Red Sun Empire was gone, there was no reason for her to become anyone's subordinate. However, when she found Dongfang Haojie's aura locked onto her, Li Feihua had to endure the humiliation and agree. She also made a heart oath that she would assist Ning Qi for 30 years. After 30 years, she would be free. This was already a very good result. A mere 30 years would pass in the blink of an eye for a dozong. Therefore, Li Feihua didn't hesitate and became Ning Qi's left and right protectors, just like Dongfang Haojie. After that, Ning Qi took Tong Guan's family, the branch families of the Champion Marquis Mansion, and all the Dragon Slayer Marquis subordinates to the capital of the Red Sun Empire. On the official road, not far from the capital of the Red Sun Empire. We're almost there. Feihua, I heard that the Red Sun Empire has an emperor. Will he resist before his death? Chapter 372. Chapter 372. Appointment Flying Flower? Li Feihua frowned slightly, clearly annoyed by Ning Qi calling her that. But after glancing at Dongfang Haojie, she did not flare up and said softly, "The emperor of the Red Sun Empire died in my hands long ago. I'm actually the true emperor of the Red Sun Empire for the past decade." "I see. That saves me a lot of effort." Not long after, the group entered the capital. In the capital, Qin Zheng's shadow guard leader, Li Shaojing, had led the shadow guards to sweep the capital. As Li Feihua had sent cherry blossoms with Li Shaojing, the sweep went smoothly. Other than a few stubborn fellows, almost everyone had accepted the fact that the Red Sun Empire had lost. So when Ning Qi entered the capital, the local families warmly welcomed him. The smiles on their faces did not seem fake, especially when they saw Daoist thousand faces. Ning Qi could not help but sigh. The people of the Red Sun Empire were indeed the strongest. They had no integrity at all. Dragon Slayer Marquis, the palace has been cleaned. Oh, it's the city lord's residence now. You can move in any time. Li Shaojing came in front of Ning Qi respectfully and whispered, "Okay, I got it." Ning Qi nodded. Little you, and Zhuoling, who were in his arms, looked around curiously. As the buildings of the Red Sun Empire were somewhat different from those of the Qin Tang Empire, the two of them looked with great interest and discussed their views in whispers. Zhang and Zhao, whose eyes flickered with excitement. They did not expect Master Ning to grow so much in just a year or two. This was something they could never have imagined. Red Sun City, although it was called a city, but it was actually a country. With Ning Qi's current status, he was not restrained by Qin Zheng at all. This way, Ning Qi was essentially no different from the emperor of a country. You too. What kind of official positions do you think will be given this time? Tong Guan's family was in the carriage, but he could not hold back his excitement. So he followed behind Ning Qi with Zhang and Zhao Hu. Brother Tong, you followed Patriarch Ning to battle this time and made a great contribution. I believe there will be a satisfactory position for you, Zhang said with a smile. He was only a few years younger than Tong Guan, so they were of the same generation. He. Tong Guan laughed foolishly, thinking that his choice this time was incomparably wise. When they arrived at the palace, Li Shaojing had already taken care of all the servants. Ning Qi ordered Zhao Er to make arrangements for their accommodation. Zhao Er was overjoyed and said, "Yes, young master, no, governor, I will definitely arrange everything for you." "Ha ha ha! To think that I, old second Zhao, would have such a day!" From an ordinary servant, he became the butler of the Marquis Manor, and now he was the city manager of Red Sun City. In the past 2 years, he had been promoted like a rocket. He was very satisfied with his current life. In his eyes, this was a position that ordinary people could never hope to reach in their entire lives. The disciples of the champion Marquis's residence looked at Zhao Er with envy. At the same time, they looked at Ning Qi with anticipation. "You guys work with Zhao Er to prop this place up first?" Ning Qi said, "Yes." They immediately followed Zhao Er to renovate the city, Lord's Mansion. First, they had to choose qualified maids to be responsible for daily hygiene. As for personal maids, the young master already had Xan Che and the other 3 beauties, so there was no need for them to worry about them. Then, Ning Qi looked at Tongguan. He was looking at Ning Qi expectantly. "Uncle Tong, you will be in charge of the army here." Ning Qi said with a smile, "What?" Tongguan turned pale with fright. Ning Qi didn't say which part of the army he would be in charge of. Could it be, "Yes, you will be in charge of all the troops. But this is Red Sun City, so you can't be too arrogant. Just call me General of the Red Sun," Ning Qi said with a smile. Tongguan knelt on one knee in ecstasy. Behind him, the first madam and the second madam were also ecstatic. Tong Yinkong and Tong Yingwei were even more shocked. They had never thought that their father would be in charge of 1,000,000 troops in his lifetime. In the Qin Tang Empire, he was even more powerful than the general of heavenly strategies. Tong Tian's mouth was slightly open. He still couldn't believe Ning Qi's order. As for Tong Di, the most expressionless guy in the Tong family, he was also staring at Ning Qi in a daze. His thought was simple. Did Ning Qi fancy Tong Yinkong and Tong Yingwei at the same time? Otherwise, why would he think so highly of the Tong family? The position of general was not given to Ning San, Zhonglong, or Zhao Hu, but to his father? Li Shaojing looked at Tongguan enviously and sighed inwardly. Those guys in the capital of the Qin Tang Empire had been studying for decades, but they couldn't beat a single choice. Zhonglong and Zhao Hu's expressions changed slightly. They were also envious of Tongguan. However, they knew that Ning Qi would never mistreat them, so they waited quietly. "Zhonglong, Zhao Hu," Ning Qi said. "Yes, sir," the 2 of them said in unison. "I have another very important task for you. We'll discuss it later," Ning Qi said. "Yes." Sure enough, the 2 of them smiled. "Third Master Ning." Ning Qi looked at Ning San. Ning San waved his hand with a smile. "There's no need for me. I'm just a wild crane. I'll just stay here and watch the house for you." "In that case, let's follow Third Master Ning." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Li Feihua and Cherry Blossom behind her watched coldly as Ning Qi gave orders one after another. It didn't take long for all the important positions in Red Sun City to be taken over. Like this, after a few more months, Red Sun City would fall into Ning Qi's hands. Fortunately, he shouldn't have discovered that place. Even if he did, he wouldn't pay much attention to it. When I reach the Dozun level, I'll take back the Red Sun Empire. Li Feihua thought to herself that with the Dragon Stone, 30 years should be enough for her to advance to the Dozun level. Unexpectedly, Ning Qi's last order shocked her to the core. Ning Qi looked at Li Feihua and said with a smile, "Feihua, the Dragon Stone mine on the Dwarf Tiger Mountain now belongs to me. If you have dragon stones, hand them over as soon as possible. As for the mine, I'll personally send someone to mine it." "What?" Li Feihua looked at Ning Qi in shock and cried out involuntarily, "The dragon stone is only useful to the dragon race. Why do you want it?" "Then why do you want it?" Ning Qi smiled. "Don't tell me you." Li Feihua was shocked. Did Ning Qi also know the magical effects of the Dragonstone? Yes. Otherwise, how could the Qin Tang Empire nurture a young Peak Do Wang? His physique must be suitable for the Dragonstone. Dragonstone? Dongfang Haojie revealed a puzzled expression. It's an essential spiritual material for the body sculpting pill. Ning Qi said with a smile. Chapter 373. Goal, the minor Li Feihua, looked at Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally took out the remaining 2 Dragonstones from his universe ring and handed them to Ning Qi. Just these 2. Ning Qi realized that the low-grade spirit godstone that Li Feihua took out happened to be the kind that could be sold for 10,000 dragon-slain coins each. However, there were only 2 of them, which made him very surprised and a little incredulous. Suspiciously glancing at Li Feihua, Ning Qi glanced at Dongfang Haojie. Dongfang Haojie nodded and directly took Li Feihua's interspatial ring. He glanced at it with his mind, then returned the ring to Li Feihua and shook his head at Ning Qi. There are no more dragon stones inside. While speaking, there was a trace of doubt in Dongfang Haojie's eyes. As a third-rank embroidered eunuch in the imperial palace of the 9 Regions Empire, what kind of treasure had he not seen? However, he had never heard of such a thing as a dragon stone. Moreover, he could not feel any fighting aura from the 2 stones in Ning Qi's hands. They were just like 2 ordinary stones. All right. Ning Qi nodded and said to Li Feihua with a smile, "Don't worry, you've performed well. As an alchemist, I naturally won't lack the elixirs you need for cultivation." Hearing this, Li Feihua's expression became a little better. However, the dragon stone did not only improve her cultivation, but also changed her aptitude from the root. This was something that no pill could compare to. Dwarf Tiger Mountain. As cherry blossoms had deliberately left the area unaffected by the Red Sun Empire's defeat, there were still miners mining inferior-grade spirit divine stones under the supervision of a few Do Huangs and more than 10 Do Wangs. When Ning Qi, Dongfang Haojie, Li Feihua, Cherry Blossoms, as well as Zhang Long and Zhao Hu arrived, the 3 Do Huangs who were arguing over the chess records jumped in fright. They nearly took action, but were stopped by Cherry Blossoms. Lord Thousand-Faced, Lord Cherry Blossom. The 3 Do Huangs and the group of Do Wangs hurriedly bowed. At the same time, they curiously swept a glance at Ning Qi and the others. You don't need to guard this place anymore. Evacuate everyone, but leave the miners behind. Ning Qi said lightly, "Who are you?" One of the Do Huang frowned. The rest of the people also felt that Ning Qi was very arrogant. What right did he have to ignore it? Cherry Blossoms waved her hand. "This is Red Sun City's city lord Ning Qi. All of you will be under his command in the future." Red Sun City? What the hell? A hint of doubt appeared on their faces. Only when Cherry Blossoms gave a simple explanation of the matter did she reveal a horrified look. She stood rooted to the spot in a daze. Our Red Sun Empire has lost. Now it's a subordinate city of the Qin Tang Empire? Qin Tang will be the city lord. Hey, did you hear what the city lord said? Blocking the way, Zhao Hu bellowed. Only then did they react, and they stood aside with ashen faces. The miners also stopped what they were doing and looked over at Ning Qi because of this change. Ning Qi walked over with a smile. He took a look at the basket and found that there were quite a lot of low-grade, spiritual godstones inside. Unfortunately, they were too small. Even if they were put together, they might not reach the standard of 10,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Feihua, how many of these dragon stones can you mine in a month? Ning Qi took out an inferior-grade spiritual godstone and asked Li Feihua. 3 or 4 at most, none at least. In a year, there are at least 10 to 20. Li Feihua said lightly. This speed won't do. Ning Qi frowned and thought for a moment. His eyes suddenly lit up. He said to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, arrange for these miners to go to other mines. seal the mountain, and forbid others from approaching. Yes, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu nodded. Then the miners were laid off like the Do Huang and Do Wang. After they left, Ning Qi entered the karst cave with a smile. Dongfang Haojie could not help but ask, Ning Qi, why is this dragon stone called Dragonstone? What does it have to do with the dragon race? I heard that this stone can enhance the physique of the dragon race. Ning Qi glanced at Li Feihua and explained to Dongfang Haojie. This was what Li Feihua's subordinates had told him. Ning Qi only knew that this inferior grade spiritual godstone could be exchanged for dragon slayer coins. He did not know anything else. If there are enough dragon stones, a rank 7 dragon will have a chance to advance to rank 8. Li Feihua said lightly. Dongfang Haojie's eyes flashed with surprise. There was a difference between the dragon clan and the human clan. Most of the dragon clan had already determined how high their achievements were from birth. The offspring of 2 rank 7 dragons would naturally have the strength of a rank 7 dragon when they reached adulthood. If it wanted to advance to rank 8, the chances would be hundreds of times harder than a human Do Zong to Do Zun. This was also a weakness of the dragon race. Otherwise, with the long lifespan and abnormal physique of the dragon race, wouldn't the dragon continent be filled with rank 10 giant dragons after a few thousand years? That was why Dongfang Haojie was so surprised when he heard that the dragon stone could change the physique of the dragon race. How many dragon stones are needed to completely change the physique of a dragon? Dongfang Haojie said solemnly. Around 1,000. Li Feihua said coldly. Dongfang Haojie nodded. He had to report this information to his superiors when he returned to the palace. At this moment, Ning Qi had already released Xiao Jin. He said softly, smell it. Yes, that's it. Smell it a few more times. If you dig up a stone like this for me, I'll find as many spirit-nurturing pills and dragon feces as you want. At most, I'll spend money to buy rank 8 dragon feces for you to eat. I won't look down on your abnormal actions in the future. How about it? Xiao Jin's big round eyes looked at Ning Qi as if he was judging whether Ning Qi was speaking the truth. After a while, he nodded with satisfaction. He sniffed the dragon stone with his nose and ran into the depths of the mine. Ning Qi wasn't too worried about him. Xiao Jin was getting closer to adulthood. An ordinary Do Wang was no match for him. Even if the mine collapsed, he could dig a tunnel by himself. After all, he was a man who played with dragon feces. Using dragon seeking mice to dig? Li Feihua frowned slightly. He then looked at Ing Hua beside him and saw a trace of shock and regret in her eyes. Why didn't they think of using the characteristics of demonic beasts to mine the Dragonstone mine? If they had used this method earlier, the Dragonstone mine would have been completely mined. In the end, Ning Qi wouldn't have benefited. Li Feihua's strength would also have increased. It was very likely that the Red Sun Empire wouldn't have been defeated. Chapter 374. A man of means, yes, the dragon-seeking rat is indeed good at mining. Dongfang Haojie nodded and whispered to Ning Qi, with this dragonstone, what other materials are we missing? We're still lacking a few rank 7 dragons. The stronger the better. For example, the demonic dragon king that Brother Dongfang met last time. If we can capture him alive, I think one would be enough. Ning Qi said, the demon dragon king. The demon dragon king's disappearance was also related to him? Li Feihua almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. Don't tell me you're using me to eradicate the enemy? Dongfang Haojie said lightly. I'm going to use the dragon race anyway. Isn't it better to use the dragon race that I hate? When I refine pills, my spirit will also be more abundant. Ning Qi admitted it frankly. Dongfang Haojie rolled his eyes at him. It was obvious that it would take a while for him to obtain the body-sculpting pill. Although he was impatient, he was helpless. G. About 2 hours later, Goldie ran out of the mine with a low-grade spiritual god stone in its mouth. It was about the same size as the one Li Feihua had handed over. Hey, good job. Ning Qi stretched out his hand to receive the spirit god stones and casually stuffed 2 yellow-level top-grade spirit-raising pills into Xiao Jin's hands. Xiao Jin hurriedly swallowed the pills and turned around to continue working. At this rate, the skyline bright moon, Saber won't be far from me. Ning Qi sold all the spiritual godstones he had to the system in exchange for more than 40,000 Dragon Slayer coins. He now had close to 90,000 Dragon Slayer coins and was about to break through the 100,000 mark. As for the Heaven Tier lower grade martial technique, World's Edge Bright Moon Saber, it only required 160,000 dragon slaying coins. Fei Hua, Cherry Blossoms, there's no need for the 2 of you to stay here with me. Brother Dongfang is enough. Ning Qi glanced at the pained expression on Li Feihua's face and said in an understanding manner, Yes, Li Feihua did not wish to see this scene either. With a cold expression, she left the karst cave with Cherry Blossoms. After returning to the capital, the 2 women walked the streets in a daze. Seeing the Qin Tang Empire's shadow guards enter the various large trading companies from time to clear their assets, Cherry Blossoms whispered, Master, are we really going to rely on others? What do you have in mind? Li Feihua said indifferently, Why don't we ask the Black Water Dragon clan for help? Cherry Blossoms suggested, Hee, do you know who that Dongfang Haojie is? Even the clan leader of the Blackwater Dragon clan has to show some respect to a 3rd-rank embroidered eunuch in the imperial palace of the 9-state empire. Why would the Blackwater Dragon clan help us? Li Feihua sneered. But Blackwater Dragon has taken so many of our women, Cherry Blossoms muttered indignantly. Those women have also been rescued by Ning Qi. I heard that arrangements have been made for them to go home. Li Feihua said indifferently. In the end, the matter was already a foregone conclusion. 1 day passed. In addition to the inferior grade spiritual godstone that Xiao Jin had dug out at the beginning, Xiao Jin had only dug out some crushed stones and nothing else. From this, it could be seen that the reserves of spirit godstones in the short Tiger Mountain should be very small. However, Ning Qi was already very satisfied with earning more than 10,000 dragon slaying coins a day. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Qi's current dragon slaying coins had already reached 235,000. Xiao Jin had not dug out any spiritual godstones in the short Tiger Mountain for several days. Ning Qi ordered Zhanglong and Zhao Hu to bring a group of people to blow up the entire short Tiger Mountain. In the end, they did not find any spiritual godstones at all. From the looks of it, the spiritual godstones had probably been dug out by Xiao Jin. The former imperial palace was now the city lord's residence. In the main hall, Ning Qi sat in the middle of the main seat. To outsiders, he seemed to be deep in thought, but in fact his consciousness had already entered the Dragon Slaying Mall. Dragon Slaying Mall. Heaven Class Martial Technique Option. Saber Technique. Horizon Moon Saber. Price, 160,000 dragon slaying coins. Buy. The Dragon Slaying Mall immediately deducted Ning Qi's 160,000 dragon slaying coins, leaving him with only 75,000 dragon slaying coins. A set of incantations were injected into Ning Qi's memory. In just 10 minutes, Ning Qi had mastered the saber technique, Horizon Moon Saber. It was as though he had learned it since he was young. In his martial technique attribute pane, there was an additional option for Horizon Moon Saber. It was currently at the 1st level, and its proficiency was at 0. Brother Dongfang. Ning Qi opened his eyes. Dongfang Haojie appeared in front of Ning Qi in an instant. What's the matter? Come, spar with me. Ning Qi smiled. Spar? Dongfang Haojie's lips curled into a mocking smile. He looked Ning Qi up and down and said, Are you sure? Even though Ning Qi's aptitude was extraordinary, and he could fight above his level and enter the Dongxian Dragon leaderboard, compared to him, the difference was like heaven and earth. Of course I'm sure. Ning Chi smiled. The news spread throughout the city, Lord's residence, in an instant. Everyone curiously rushed to the special arena in the city, Lord's residence. City Lord and Dongfang Haojie, who do you think will win? Of course, it's Dongfang Haojie. Even the Thousand Faces spiritual master is afraid of him. That's what I think too. The one who spoke was a disciple from the branch of the champion Marquis's residence. Over the past month, old Master Ning had sent hundreds of people over, finally filling up some of the empty seats in the city, Lord's residence. This was something that Ning Chi had requested from Third Master Ning and Old Master Ning. The Dragon Slayer Marquis's residence had very few people, so they could only manage some of the key seats. The empty seats were naturally filled up by the disciples of the champion Marquis's residence. The group of children sent by Old Master Ning specially selected the branch families that had no connection with Ning Hongtian. Some of them didn't even live in the capital, but had lived in other small cities for several generations. They were also sent by Old Master Ning. When they learned that they were going to work for Ning Chi, they were naturally very happy. They didn't hesitate to move their whole families. After all, this was a rare opportunity for a family to rise. Everyone in the Qin Tang Empire knew that the bastard son of the champion Marquis's residence, the current Dragon Slayer Marquis, had become the city lord of Red Sun City. And Red Sun City was the entire Red Sun Empire. It was no different from the emperor of a country. Master, what's so interesting about such a match? Cherry Blossoms followed behind the Thousand Faces spiritual master and arrived at the arena. When Zhang Long and Zhao, who saw the Thousand Faces spiritual master, they bowed respectfully. Although the Thousand Faces spiritual master was the defeated party and had become Ning Chi's subordinate, her one-star Do zone cultivation was real and not faked. Other than Dongfang Haojie, everyone was very respectful to her. The Thousand Faces spiritual master said indifferently, "Don't you want to know more about why you were defeated by him?" A look of embarrassment flashed in Cherry Blossom's eyes. She knew that the Thousand Faces spiritual master was referring to her defeat to Ning Chi. She could not understand it either. Her cultivation was that of a 3-star Do Huang, and she was stronger than an ordinary 3-star Do Huang. How could she lose to a peak Do Huang? The city lord and Dongfang Haojie are going up. Someone said excitedly. Chapter 375. This saber was called Sky Moon Saber. Li Shaojing stood beside Third Master Ning, looking at Ning Chi and Dongfang Haojie expectantly. Sitting near Third Master Ning were Lady Zhua, Little Yu, Zuoling, Xian Che, Deguzi, and the others. These were the old members of the dragon-slaying Marquis Mansion. Being able to sit with them was enough to prove his identity. Why would young master compete with Dongfang Haojie? If he loses, wouldn't his prestige be ruined in front of so many people? Xian Lian and Xian Yi frowned and whispered. Xian Che heard them and smiled. Young master's prestige is in his bones. It won't fall so easily. Don't you have confidence in him? Of course not, Xian Lian and Xian Yi said in unison. Then let's watch the competition quietly. Xian Che smiled. In the arena, Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Chi and smiled. What do you want to compete with? In terms of cultivation, I can suppress you with a single palm. Ning Chi smiled. Let's try our saber skills. All right. I will suppress my cultivation to the peak of King Do to compete with you. Dongfang Haojie nodded with a smile. Ning Chi then waved his hand. Zhao, who ran up and gave each of them a saber. The saber was a very ordinary saber, not even a low yellow level weapon. It was a common saber in the army. They want to compete with saber skills. No wonder. I was thinking that City Lord is not Dongfang Haojie's match in terms of cultivation. Third Master Ning, is City Lord Ning's saber skill very strong? Li Shaojing asked curiously. Third Master Ning smiled faintly and said, "Leader Li, you'll know soon enough." In fact, he had some doubts in his heart. Although Ning Qi's saber skill was very overbearing, it wasn't very strong. Could it be that Ning Qi had learned a very strong saber skill recently? "You make the first move." Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Qi and smiled. "Then I won't be polite." Ning Qi smiled and slashed at Dongfang Haojie. This slash looked as if it was light as a feather, as if it did not use any do qi. But after the slash, everyone suddenly felt their hearts shrink. It was as if an invisible pressure had appeared on their bodies. Someone raised his head and revealed a look of horror. Moon? Where did the moon come from? Why can't I see it?" Someone was puzzled. However, there were a small number of people who seemed to see the full moon hanging high above their heads after that slash. That terrifying pressure came from the full moon. Dongfang Haojie's complexion changed slightly as he quickly raised his blade to block. Clang! The saber in his hand shattered into powder, and his whole body flew backward. He somersaulted dozens of times in the air before he stopped and landed lightly on the ground. He looked at Ning Qi in shock. "What kind of saber technique is that?" Dongfang Haojie said in shock. Although his cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the Dowang class, his foundation was still that of a one-star dozong. Yet he was actually sent flying by this attack of Ning Qi's. Even if he was not injured, this blade attack of Ning Qi's was still extremely amazing. This saber is called Horizon Bright Moon Saber. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The crowd burst into an uproar. Dongfang Haojie lost. What a terrifying saber technique, as expected of the city lord. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others revealed an ecstatic expression as they looked at Ning Qi excitedly. At this moment, the side branch disciples of the Champion Marquis's residence viewed Ning Qi as their idol. A one-star dozong had lost to Ning Qi in terms of saber technique. This was enough to prove Ning Qi's strength. "No wonder you lost to him." Astonishment flashed in the eyes of the thousand-faced spiritual master. He then said in a calm tone. When Cherry Blossom heard this, she wanted to say that Ning Qi had not used this kind of saber technique. However, after some thought, she decided not to say it, lest she embarrassed herself even more. "Horizon Bright Moon Saber," Dongfang Haojie muttered to himself. He then nodded at Ning Qi and said, "Your strength is enough to be ranked on the dragon ranking. I believe that it will not take long for your name to appear on the dragon ranking. If you can break through to the dozong level in the future, it is not impossible for you to enter the man ranking. In a remote place like the Qin Tang Empire, it is likely that there will not be anyone like you in thousands of years." Dongfang Haojie's evaluation of Ning Qi was very high, so high that everyone felt that it was only natural. Indeed, the Qin Tang Empire had been passed down for so many years, but the strongest person was only comparable to the seventh princess, Qin Yao. In the end, they all stopped at the Do Huang level. There were pitifully few Do Huangs who could enter the 9 life and death stages, much less Dozong. And with the talent that Ning Qi had displayed, it did not seem to be a problem for him to reach the Dozong level, especially Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and Xian Che. They were very confident in Ning Qi. "Brother Dongfang, you flatter me," Ning Qi smiled in satisfaction. The power of the Horizon Bright Moon Saber was indeed many times stronger than the 5 tigers breaking the gate saber. If he held the Dragon Slayer saber, Ning Qi was confident that his overall combat strength would be 3 times stronger than before. Celestial Phoenix Sect. After Qin Yao and Ling Yan returned to the sect, they were summoned by an elder. This elder's name was Luo Wanhao. He was one of the 9 great elders of the Celestial Phoenix Sect. He was the last ranked 9th elder, a 1-star dozong. "Qin Yao, have you decided on your wedding date with Heishui Aolong?" Luo Wanhao asked with a smile. Qin Yao's expression changed slightly. She glanced at Ling Yan. Ling Yan lowered her head and looked at her toes. "Luo Wanhao, seemed to sense that something was wrong. He hurriedly asked, "Why? Did something happen?" "It's like this. Elder Luo, I no longer have any relationship with Heishui Aolong. I will not marry him." Qin Yao softly replied. "How can that be?" Luo Wanhao's face revealed a trace of anger when he heard this. The Black Water Dragon tribe rarely intermarry with humans. There have only been 1 or 2 examples in thousands of years. How can you just give up on such a rare opportunity? Do you know how much help it will be to the Celestial Phoenix sect if you marry Heishui Aolong? Sect leader is currently at the bottleneck of a 3-star Dozun. If you can go to the Black Water Dragon tribe and study the Black Water Dragon picture, you will have a higher chance of breaking through to a 4-star Dozun. At that time, the strength of our sect will multiply. Luo Wanhao paused for a moment before continuing. You should also be aware of the huge gap between a 3-star and a 4-star Dozun, right? The White Tiger Empire's White Tiger Saint Emperor is currently a 4-star Dozun. Otherwise, our Celestial Phoenix sect would not be frequently suppressed by the White Tiger Empire in terms of training resources. But Qin Yao's expression was ugly as she shook her head. I will still not marry Heishui Aolong. Moreover, the 2 of us have fallen out. What fall out? What exactly happened? Luo Wanhao was furious. The aura of a Dozong erupted from his body and swept over the 2 of them. Ling Yan hurriedly said, Elder Luo, please calm your anger. She immediately explained the cause and effect of the matter as she spoke. What's wrong with a man having 3 or 4 wives? What is Heishui Aolong's status, and what is your status? You have actually given up such a great opportunity because of such a matter. How hateful. Chapter 376. Ningqi, get your ass out here. Qin Yao was speechless. She could only lower her head in silence. Luo Wanhao was still angry after scolding Ningqi. He wore a stern expression when he thought about how Ningqi caused Qin Yao and Heishui Aolong to fall out. Ling Xiao and Ling Mu came back a while ago and said that the Qin Tang Empire has a dragon slayer marquis. Is it him? Luo Wanhao said coldly, It's him. Before Qin Yao could reply, Ling Yan answered first. Humph. I'll personally go to the Black Water Dragon clan and talk to Heishui Aolong about this. If he's willing to forgive you, then your marriage is still valid. If he doesn't, then the 2 of you don't have to participate in the competition to be promoted to a core disciple. Wait for the next one. Luo Wanhao said coldly. Then he stood up and left. What? How can Elder Luo do that? Qin Yao's expression turned ugly. Ling Yan was angry that she was implicated for no reason. She said to Qin Yao, Speaking of which, it's all because of the Dragon Slayer Marquis of your Qin Tang Empire. Without him, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Senior sister, if it wasn't for him, wouldn't I be married to Heishui Aolong and never know his true colors? Qin Yao looked at Ling Yan. She was surprised that Ling Yan would say something like that. Ling Yan knew that Qin Yao's words weren't without reason, but her heart was filled with anger. No matter what, that kid Ningqi should be punished. Elder Luo Wanhao should be looking for him now. Qin Yao said calmly, Why don't we follow him? I want to see how Ningqi begs for mercy from Elder Luo Wanhao. Ling Yan said. Qin Yao did not want to go, but she remembered that her father valued Ningqi. If she had a conflict with Luo Wanhao because of Ningqi, it would implicate the Qin Tang Empire. She nodded and said, All right, let's go. The Qin Tang Empire. Luo Wanhao grabbed a random guy on the street and yelled, Where's Ningqi? The guy wanted to curse, but he suddenly sensed Luo Wanhao's terrifying aura and quickly said, Red Sun City. Red Sun City? Red Sun Empire. Luo Wanhao sneered. The people of Qin and Tang were so stupid that they couldn't even tell the difference between a country and a city. Without waiting for the man's explanation, he flew away again toward the capital of the Red Sun Empire. Not long after, Qin Yao and Ling Yan also arrived in the capital. They immediately entered the palace. When Qin Yao saw Qin Zheng, she realized that her father seemed a few years younger. "Father, you've broken through?" Qin Yao said happily. Qin Zheng nodded his head. During this period of time, when he thought about how he had groomed Ning Qi, an existence at the level of a heaven's chosen, he felt especially motivated to cultivate. He, who had been stuck at a 6-star Do Huang for many years, had finally broken through to a 7-star Do Huang during these few days. This was a qualitative change. 3 stars was a bottleneck. Once he reached 7 stars, Qin Zheng was confident that he could become a 9-star Do Huang within 10 years. This way, he might be able to attack the Do Zong class. Qin Yao said happily, "Congratulations, Father Emperor." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Ling Yan cupped his fists and said with a smile, all right, no need to be so polite. Little 7, Miss Ling, didn't you just return to the Immortal Phoenix sect? Why are you out here again?" Qin Zheng asked. "It's like this," Qin Yao explained what had happened. Of course, she hid the matter between her and He Shui Aolong. She only said that a Do Zong had come to cause trouble for Ning Qi. A smile flashed across Qin Zheng's eyes when he heard this. Now that Ning Qi had 2 Do Zongs protecting him, the Do Zong from the Immortal Phoenix sect had probably made a mistake. However, with Ling Yan around, he didn't want to say it out loud. He only said, "The dragon-slaying Marquis is currently in the Red Sun Empire. That Elder Luo from your Immortal Phoenix sect should have gone there already. In that case, Father Emperor will be leaving first." Without waiting for Qin Zheng to say anything, Qin Yao and Ling Yan left the palace and flew in the direction of Red Sun City. Did I just say Red Sun Empire? A bitter smile appeared on Qin Zheng's face. Look at my memory. I keep forgetting to correct myself. Red Sun City. The main city was once the capital of the Red Sun Empire. Now it was called the main city to distinguish it from other places. Luo Wanhao randomly asked someone where Ning Qi was. Without waiting for the other person to say anything, he appeared in the sky above the main city and roared. His voice was amplified by Do Qi and spread to every corner of the main city. "Ning Qi, get out of here! Ning Qi, get out of here! Ning Qi, get out of here!" The echoes of this roar reverberated in everyone's ears. Who is so bold to cause trouble for the city lord? Everyone walked to the main street and looked up. They saw Luo Wanhao standing in the sky, looking down at them with eyes that seemed to look down on the common people. Is this guy also a Do Zong? Maybe. The city lord has quite a lot of enemies, but it seems that he doesn't know about Dongfang Hao Jie's existence. There were many legends about Dongfang Hao Jie, the real mastermind behind the destruction of the Red Sun Empire. He was even more famous than Ning Qi. How dare you! Tong Guan rode a demonic beast with a group of experts from the military hall and rushed over. The demonic beast he was riding on was a rank 5 medium-level demonic beast, the Forbidden Water Rhinoceros. Its entire body was wrapped in a leather armor that was as hard as steel. There was a large horn on its forehead that was as sharp as a top Xian level Do weapon. This large horn also had another use, and that was to control water attribute Do Qi. It could condense water vapor to attack people. An ordinary 5 or 6-star Do Wang was no match for it. Tong Guan was only a 2-star Do Shi who had recently broken through. Ning Qi had asked him to manage the army of the Red Sun City, so he had specially asked 3rd Master Ning to pick a demonic beast for Tong Guan to use. Nominally, if Tong Guan resigned, he would have to return this demonic beast. However, Tong Guan was still ecstatic at that time. He had become someone that even a Do Wang was afraid of. This gave him some confidence when managing the army. Behind Tong Guan were the experts from the military office. They were all 1-star to 3-star Do Huangs. When they discovered Luo Wanhao, surprise flashed across their eyes. Soon after, a trace of joy that was difficult to detect flashed across their eyes. This was because they had discovered that Luo Wanhao was a dozong, although they didn't know Luo Wanhao's background. A dozong coming to cause trouble might give Red Sun City a chance to turn things around. They couldn't forget to restore their country. If it wasn't for the thousand-faced spiritual master, they would have left long ago. Not long after, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Third Master Ning, Cherry Blossom, and the other experts from the main city had rushed over. Only Ning Qi, Dongfang Haojie, and Li Feihua were missing. Chapter 377. Who are you? Third Master Ning said coldly. Third Master Ning said coldly. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu stood beside him and looked at Luo Wanhao with cold eyes. He would not be able to leave peacefully after insulting Ning Qi like this. All the people that Ning Qi brought with him looked at Luo Wanhao with unfriendly gazes. However, Ing Hua and the other experts of the Red Sun Empire did not show it on their faces, but they were gloating in their hearts. I am the 9th elder of the Celestial Phoenix sect. You have no right to talk to me. Where is Ning Qi? Get him out here. Luo Wanhao roared. F*CK, you 9th elder. Is Grandmaster Ning someone you can insult? Is there black smoke coming out of your ancestors' graves? Or is there a funeral at home? Why are you here like a mad dog? Can't you speak properly? Zhao Hu pointed at Luo Wanhao and scolded. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They looked at Zhao Hu with adoration. They did not expect that a mere 8-star Doling would dare to point at the 9th elder of the Celestial Phoenix sect and scold him. It should be known that he was a dozong. You. Luo Wanhao's expression changed slightly as he looked at Zhao Hu in disbelief. An ant-like existence dared to use such vicious words to insult him? Since you are seeking death, don't blame me for being heartless. Luo Wanhao roared. His figure flashed, and he appeared before Zhao Hu. Then he ruthlessly slapped Zhao Hu from top to bottom. If this slap landed, Luo Wanhao would admit defeat if Zhao Hu was left with a single strand of hair. Luo Wanhao's eyes showed relief. This little ant that had insulted him was about to disappear from this world. The others saw this scene, but could not keep up. Even Third Master Ning, who was standing beside Zhao Hu, could not stop it in time. He could only watch as Zhao Hu was about to die in Luo Wanhao's hands. Elder Luo has made his move. Qi Niao and Ling Yan arrived just in time to witness this scene. But at this critical moment, 2 arms reached out from both sides and grabbed Luo Wanhao's left and right hands. Luo Wanhao's movements paused. Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua appeared on his left and right, smiling at him. Who are you? Luo Wanhao stared at the 2 of them, dumbfounded. Without needing to think too much, he already knew that the 2 of them were definitely dozongs. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to block his attack. Ning Qi walked to Zhao Hu's side, looked at Luo Wanhao and said with a faint smile, You Immortal Phoenix Sect's 9th elder? Why are you looking for me? Grandmaster Ning, City Lord. Everyone saluted Ning Qi in unison. You're Ning Qi. Luo Wanhao's eyes were filled with deep shock. Ning Qi's cultivation was the same as what Ling Mu and Ling Xiao had described. He was at the peak of the king of fighters. However, why were there 2 dozong class existences beside him? Qi Niao and Ling Yan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The development of the situation seemed to be somewhat unexpected. Elder Luo's attack was actually blocked by someone. Who were these 2 people? I'm the Ning Qi you mentioned. Why are you looking for me? Ning Qi smiled faintly. You, Luo Wanhao's words were stuck in his throat. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't tell me, I'll lock you up in prison. Ning Qi said coldly. It's a misunderstanding. Luo Wanhao finally opened his mouth. He glanced at Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua with deep doubt in his eyes. He knew all the dozongs in this area. However, these 2 fellows were the only ones he had never seen or heard of before. Who were they? Misunderstanding? You came here to insult me for no reason? Now you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? Ning Qi sneered. Grandmaster Ning, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. This kind of person should be crippled and thrown into prison. Zhao Hu looked at Luo Wanhao and sneered. How dare you? I'm the 9th elder of the Celestial Phoenix sect. Today's matter is a misunderstanding. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, I'll exterminate your 9 generations. Luo Wanhao was furious. Although he didn't dare to act rashly because of the existence of Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua, Zhao Hu was just an ant. How dare he humiliate him like this, crippling his cultivation? How fucking audacious! Brother Dongfang, Feihua, make him shut up, Ning Qi said faintly. Dongfang Haojie smiled and exerted force with his hand. Li Feihua's Do Qi also rushed out and rushed into Luo Wanhao's body. Luo Wanhao's pupils suddenly shrank. The next moment, he didn't even have time to react and was seriously injured by Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Luo Wanhao's mouth. His originally arrogant expression also withered. Elder Luo, Qi Niao and Ling Yan exclaimed. Ning Qi looked over and smiled. 7th Princess Miss Ling, you're here too? You came with him, right? Swish, swish, swish. Countless eyes instantly looked at the 2 girls. Among them were the eyes of Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua. Ling Yan's face revealed a trace of surprise, and she quickly said, No, we came later. Qi Niao shut her mouth and didn't speak. She wanted to see how Ning Qi would be taught a lesson by Luo Wanhao, but she didn't expect the result to be reversed. Instead, it was Luo Wanhao who was taken down. You? Luo Wanhao turned to look at the 2 girls, his eyes flashing with humiliation. It must be them. They know that Ning Qi has a Do zone by his side, but they purposely didn't tell me and let me embarrass myself here. Now, they even followed me here to see me embarrass myself. Damn it, when I return to the sect, I will definitely report this to the sect leader. Ning Qi smiled at the 2 girls and ignored them. Instead, he looked at Luo Wanhao. You came here aggressively and asked me to get out, but in the end, you said it was a misunderstanding. Today, without a reasonable explanation, let the people of your Celestial Phoenix sect come to redeem you. Don't think that you can humiliate me like this just because you have a Do zone by your side. The sect leader of my Celestial Phoenix sect is a 3-star Dozun. As long as he takes action, all of you will die without a burial place. Luo Wanhao roared angrily. Oh, does he dare? Li Feihua smiled faintly, pointed at Dongfang Haojie, and said to Luo Wanhao, He is called Dongfang Haojie. Have you heard of this name? Dongfang Haojie. Dongfang Haojie. Luo Wanhao's eyes suddenly revealed a horrified look. Could it be that Dongfang Haojie on the Dongxian ranking list of young masters? Everyone looked at him with half a smile. Luo Wanhao immediately understood. A trace of regret rose in his heart. Why would such an existence appear in such a remote and desolate place? He smiled awkwardly and said, Everyone, I have offended you. This is indeed a misunderstanding. Seeing that Luo Wanhao had admitted defeat, Ning Qi laughed coldly. In the future, if you have anything to say, just say it. Don't fly in the sky and shout, lest you embarrass the Celestial Phoenix sect. I understand. Chapter 378. Qi Niao's second heartbreak the crowd could not help but sigh when they saw Luo Wanhao lowering his head and admitting his mistake. In this world, only those with strength had the right to speak. Ning Qi had unknowingly reached a level where even Do zones would be afraid of him. Is there anything else? Ning Qi looked at Luo Wanhao. Luo Wanhao was startled and quickly said, Nothing, nothing. Then why aren't you leaving? The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled up. I'll take my leave now. Luo Wanhao nodded and glanced at Qi Niao and Ling Yan. He then turned around and left. His expression turned ashen after flying for a few dozen kilometers. I'll return the humiliation today 100-fold in the future. I must report this matter to the sect master. 2 Dozongs have appeared in the Qin Tang Empire. After Luo Wanhao left, Qin Yao and Ling Yan didn't look too good. Junior sister Qin, I'm afraid we won't be able to participate in the core disciple tournament this time. Ling Yan smiled bitterly. Elder Luo said those words out of anger. Maybe he'll be fine after he calms down. Qin Yao comforted. Ning Qi walked in front of the 2 girls and asked with a smile, "What brings you to my Red Sun City?" Red Sun City? Qin Yao and Ling Yan were confused. It seems that you still don't know. Ning Qi smiled. Know what? Qin Yao said with a frown. She couldn't help but glance at Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua. After seeing that Dongfang Haojie was looking at her, Qin Yao blushed and slightly lowered her head, avoiding Dongfang Haojie's gaze. Ning Qi briefly explained what had happened. When Qin Yao and Ling Yan learned that the Red Sun Empire had lost and Ning Qi had become the city lord of Red Sun City, the shock on their faces lingered for a long time. Since the 2 of you are here, why don't you go to the city lord's mansion? Ning Qi invited with a faint smile. Qin Yao wanted to reject, but she nodded in agreement after seeing Dongfang Haojie, Blackwater Dragon Clan, the Dragon Palace in the deep sea. When Heishui Proud Dragon found out that Heishui Yunshi had a 1-year agreement with Ning Qi, he started to train like crazy. He wanted to personally defeat Ning Qi 1 year later. Seeing this, Heishui Yunshi made a deal with the other Blackwater dragons and obtained a large amount of cultivation resources for Heishui Proud Dragon. With these resources, even if Heishui Proud Dragon couldn't reach the 7th stage within a year, he would be able to reach the peak of the 6th stage. At that time, he would be able to defeat Ning Qi and wouldn't need Heishui Yishi's help. In Heishui Ao Long's seclusion, he slowly opened his eyes after digesting the medicinal power of the pills. These pills aren't of much help to me anymore. If only I had some mystic class, low-grade spiritual raising pills. Thinking of this, he took out 3 stones from his pocket. This was the dragon stone that Li Feihua had traded with him. Blackwater Proud Dragon had tried one before and found that it was extremely helpful in increasing one's aptitude. If I take all 3, I should be able to break through my current bottleneck. Heishui Proud Dragon furrowed his brows, and a hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes. If he ate them bit by bit, he would be able to maximize their effects. If he ate them all at once, it would inevitably be a waste. However, he couldn't wait any longer. Ning Qi, just you wait. Heishui Proud Dragon sneered and swallowed the 3 dragon stones in one go. Not long after, he suddenly returned to his dragon form. His 20-meter-long body suddenly increased in size, and his tail grew a few meters longer. The dragon horns on his head also became darker and brighter. His body became slender and long. This was the effect of reaching the mid-grade 6th stage from the lower grade 6th stage. Feeling the explosive power in his body, Heishui Proud Dragon's lips curled into a faint smile. City, Lord's Mansion. While Qin Yao was chatting with Ning Qi, she would secretly glance at Dongfang Haojie from time to time. Dongfang Haojie was a eunuch, so he didn't know much about this. Li Feihua and Ning Qi, as well as the others, immediately discovered the secret. They all looked at Qin Yao with pitiful eyes. Young master, 3rd Master Ning wants to bring us out to hunt. Are you coming? Lil Yu pulled Zuoling, Er's hand and ran in as she shouted at Ning Qi. Ning Qi waved his hand and smiled. You guys go ahead. Remember to tell 3rd Master Ning to bring some people. Okay. Lil Yu glanced at Qin Yao, then sweetly greeted Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua before leaving with Zuoling. Qin Yao's gaze paused on the 2 girls, and a look of shock appeared in her eyes. Pique de dos, sure, these 2 fellows shouldn't be more than 10 years old, right? Their cultivations are already so strong. Are the people of the Dragon Slayer Marquis all abnormal? It should be known that her teacher said that her talent was already in the top 5 in the Celestial Phoenix sect. However, when she was 7, she was only a 1-star Dosher. She only broke through to the Do Ling level at the age of 10. Just now was slightly older, around 8 or 9 years old. Zhuoling, or was even younger, around 6 or 7 years old, but she was already a peak Dosher. Thinking of this, Qi Niao involuntarily glanced at Ning Qi and said with a smile, "Dragon Slayer Marquis, these 2 girls have good talent. Why don't they join my Celestial Phoenix sect?" "There's no need for that." Ning Qi waved his hand. Seeing this, Qi Niao didn't say anything more. She finally gathered her courage and asked Dongfang Haojie, "Young master, may I know which sect you come from?" After saying this, her face turned red, and even her neck turned red. Ling Yan was slightly startled. Then an ambiguous smile hung on her face. This girl has fallen in love with Dongfang Haojie? Ha ha ha! She used to like a lecherous dragon, and now she likes a eunuch. What kind of taste is this? Are her eyes blasted? Ning Qi couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Are you talking about me?" Dongfang Haojie frowned slightly and pointed at himself. The way he frowns, he looks so good. Qi Niao's heart seemed to be electrified. She said shyly yes. 9 Region Empire, Imperial Palace, 3rd rank embroidered eunuch. Dongfang Haojie said indifferently, 9 Region Empire. This is a good background. Imperial Palace? Could he be the crown prince? Thinking of this, Qi Niao's heart seemed to be beating fast. However, when she heard Dongfang Haojie's last sentence, Qi Niao was dumbfounded. Eunuch, what? You have an objection to my identity? Dongfang Haojie's face turned cold, and a terrifying aura instantly locked onto Qi Niao. No, young master, you misunderstood. I don't have any other meaning. Qi Niao shook her head bitterly. Only then did Dongfang Haojie withdraw his aura. Ling Yan sighed in her heart. It seemed that junior sister Qin's fate had yet to arrive. Chapter 379. 3 Beauty Pills. Qi Niao stood up and said, "I still have matters to attend to in the sect. Senior sister and I will take our leave first." Without waiting for Ling Yan's reply, he pulled her away. Ha ha ha, brother Dongfang. She was confessing to you just now. Did you think she was scolding you? After Qi Niao left, Ning Qi laughed and patted Dongfang Haojie's shoulder. Confess! Dongfang Haojie's expression became even uglier. Don't worry. Once the body sculpting pill comes out, if you like her, then go ahead. Ning Qi said confidently. After Dongfang Haojie heard about the body sculpting pill, his eyes slightly lit up. He didn't pay much attention to the latter half of Ning Qi's words. In the next few days, after Ning Qi confirmed that the dwarf Tiger Mountain had been completely mined, he sent little Yu, and Zhuoling, back to the Qin Tang Empire. Next, I'll have to get into the top 100 on the dragon rank, White Tiger Empire. Beijing, are you really the chief of the White Tiger Alchemy Lab? When Li Feihua saw Ning Qi bring her and Dongfang Haojie into the palace with ease, her eyes revealed a look of surprise. How could it be fake? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Li Feihua's expression changed slightly, and she felt a little more comfortable in her heart. At least the White Tiger Empire was a force that wasn't weaker than the Celestial Phoenix sect. Ning Qi's identity was almost comparable to the 9 great elders of the Celestial Phoenix sect. If that was the case, it wouldn't be too embarrassing for her to follow Ning Qi. The corner of Dongfang Haojie's mouth curled into a faint smile. He was even more confident in obtaining the body sculpting pill. White Tiger Alchemy Lab. The alchemists were like diligent bees, refining pills. Even if they saw Ning Qi, they would at most give him a look, not daring to stop what they were doing, lest they waste the spirit grass. Ning Qi brought the 2 of them to patrol the area. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, they headed straight for Saint Concubine, Cold Sky's residence. Ning Qi, Fang Qin, and Fang Shu, who were guarding the door, were surprised to see Ning Qi, after which their eyes landed on Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua. All of them were dozongs. The two of them could naturally sense that these two people were not ordinary. You two are, Fang Qin frowned. These two are my good friends. Is the holy concubine inside? She asked me to refine a pill, and I've done it. Ning Qi smiled. The sacred concubine is inside, Fang Shu said. At this time, Saint Concubine Cold Sky's cold voice came from inside. Let him in. As for the other two, wait at the door. Fang Qin and Fang Shu nodded and looked at Ning Qi, saying, You go in. As for your two friends, I'm sorry, but you can wait outside. Brother Dongfang, Flying Flower, wait for me here. Ning Qi laughed. Li Feihua didn't have any objections. In fact, she didn't really want to see the Saint Concubine. After all, she had once escaped death from her hands. It would be very awkward to see her again. As for Dongfang Haojie, because of Ning Qi, he endured it, nodded, and stood aside. After Ning Qi entered the main hall, his eyes stopped at the gauze curtain not far away. Sacred Concubine, the 3 mystic low-grade beauty-suppressing pills are done. Ning Qi smiled. Come here. Inside the tent, the Saint Concubine struggled for a moment, but in the end, she still looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi walked to the front of the veil and gently lifted it. The peerless face of the Saint Concubine instantly appeared in front of Ning Qi. Her face was like a peach blossom, and her eyes were as clear as a spring. Ning Qi knew that the pill was working again. The pills are here. Have a look, Saint Concubine. Ning Qi smiled and took out a porcelain bottle, handing it to the Saint Concubine. Saint Concubine Cold Sky took the bottle, opened it, and nodded. Then she threw the bottle to the side and stared at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled lightly and walked into the tent. But this time it was different from the past. Ning Qi looked down at the Saint Concubine, then slowly reached out and held the back of her head, a faint evil smile on his lips. The Saint Concubine was slightly startled, but she didn't resist. Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua waited for a day and a night. Outside, they stared at Fang Qin and Fang Shu. Who are you? Suddenly, Baihao came in with a group of subordinates. After seeing Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua, he was slightly surprised, then looked at Fang Qin and Fang Shu with questioning eyes. Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua glanced at Baihao indifferently and ignored him. They're good friends of Ning Qi, Fang Qin said. Ning Qi is inside. Baihao's face instantly turned ashen. I don't know what this guy is trying to do to my mother. No, I can't let him go on like this. Baihao was furious when he thought of how the quota of elixirs was getting lower and lower. Thinking of this, he said to Fang Shu and Fang Qin, I need to talk to my mother. Get out of the way. 13th Prince, you should wait for a while. Fang Qin said lightly. What, you want me to wait? Do I have to wait to see my mother? Baihao said angrily. The sacred concubine has ordered that only Ning Qi is allowed to enter, so before he comes out, no one else is allowed to enter. Fang Qin said. Damn it. Baihao stood to the side with an ashen face, his eyes constantly scanning Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua. Why is Ning Qi in there for so long? Finally, just as Dongfang Haojie was getting impatient, the door slowly opened and Ning Qi walked out. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ning Qi smiled awkwardly. At this time, he found a resentful gaze looking at him. Ning Qi looked in the direction of the gaze and saw Baihao. He smiled and said, 13th Prince is here too? Baihao snorted coldly at Ning Qi and walked into the hall. Fang Qin and Fang Shu didn't stop him this time. Ning Qi looked at his back and thought to himself, if he knew about my relationship with the Saint Concubine, I wonder if he'll die of anger on the spot. Thinking of this, Ning Chi smiled and said to Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua, "Let's go." After leaving the palace, Ning Chi came to the 9th princess's residence. "Your Highness, Master Ning is back." Deng San stood behind the 9th princess and said in a low voice, "He's back." The 9th princess's face flashed with surprise at first. Then a trace of anger rose in her. "This guy left without saying goodbye last time. I want to ask him if he still cares about me, the 9th princess." In the living room, before the unruly princess could question him, Ning Chi took out tens of thousands of Yellow Level spirit-raising pills. "What are these?" The unruly princess's face was filled with joy. She had a guess, but she still couldn't help but ask. Xiao Hui, who had been hanging on her, its eyes lit up. It first ran to Ning Chi's side to express its goodwill. Then it frantically grabbed those porcelain bottles. Chapter 380. Mountain Sea Area again. There are about 10,000 yellow top-grade spirit-enhancing pills. It should be enough for the princess's mansion, right? Ning Chi smiled. Dongfang Haojie's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. He was already a little surprised when Ning Chi took out 10,000 yellow top-grade spirit-enhancing pills in the Champion Marquis's mansion last time. How could he take out so many this time? But during this time he didn't see Ning Chi refine pills at all. Could it be that he had saved them before? This was the only explanation that made sense. Li Feihua was even more shocked than Dongfang Haojie. 10,000 yellow top-grade spirit-enhancing pills? How could he have so many spirit-enhancing pills? No wonder he can have so many demon pets. Ha ha ha, it's really spirit-enhancing pills. The unruly princess instantly forgot her original plan to reprimand Ning Chi. She happily stepped forward and opened a bottle to check. Deng San, who was standing at the side, had a look of shock in his eyes, followed by a look of ecstasy. Although during this period of time, because Ning Chi had been in charge of the White Tiger Elixir refining lab, the amount of elixirs in the princess's residence had increased by many times. However, when it was distributed to the subordinates, it was actually not much. Now that there were so many yellow-level, top-grade spirit cultivation pills, even the most ordinary servant would receive more elixirs this month than in the past few years. "Princess, are these pills enough?" Ning Chi asked again. Enough, it's enough." The unruly princess laughed. "That's good." Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Then, the unruly princess began to distribute the pills. After the servants of the princess's mansion heard the news, they were overjoyed, happier than the new year. After the unruly princess finished, she found that Ning Chi had left again without saying goodbye. "I'm so angry!" A roar came from the princess's mansion. At this time, Ning Chi, Dongfang Haojie, and Li Feihua had already set foot on the road to the Mountain Sea area. "Brother Dongfang, the Mountain Sea area used to be the lair of the demon Dragon King. There are many dragons there. The spiritual materials for the body sculpting pills will be obtained from them." Ning Chi smiled. Dongfang Haojie knew that Ning Chi was taking revenge on the demon Dragon King, but he didn't care too much. He only wanted the body sculpting pills. "This guy is so vengeful." Li Feihua sighed for the demon Dragon King. Mountain Sea region. Ning Chi felt incomparably emotional in his heart when he once again stepped into this place after over a year. The last time he left this place, he was only at the peak of the Douling class. Now, however, he was already at the peak of the Douang class. At that time, when Ning Chi saw the lower rank 6 hill dragons and the upper rank 5 poison swamp dragons, he had to act like a coward. But now he didn't need Dongfang Haojie's help. His strength was enough to kill them. Let's go to Grey Wolf Village first. Grey Wolf Village. After Ning Chi left, Fang Guhong became the village head. In just a few days, the villagers of Black Wind Village started to rebel secretly. Fang Guhong and the others almost knelt down. At the crucial moment, he took out the gray dragon cannon that Ning Chi had left behind and killed the Douling, who was leading the rebellion in Black Wind Village. From then on, The people of Black Wind Village learned their lesson and no longer dared to have any thoughts of rebellion. Other than the occasional demon beast attacks, life in Grey Wolf Village was rather peaceful. Village Chief. Greetings, Village Chief. Yes. Fong Guhong was walking on a small path in the village with his wife and child. When the villagers saw him, they would all respectfully salute him. This kind of life is many times better than a few years ago. Fong Guhong sighed. It's all thanks to Village Chief Ning. His wife smiled. Dad, when will Village Chief Ning come back? Fong Guhong's child raised his head and asked. He had grown up a lot. He knew that if not for Ning Chi, he would have become the Scarlet Flame, dragon's food. Therefore, he had always remembered Ning Chi. Dad doesn't know either. Maybe he'll come back to take a look when he remembers? Fong Guhong smiled and rubbed the child's head. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, A dragon is coming. Everyone looked up and saw a black dot on the horizon. It was rapidly approaching them, and the black dot was getting bigger and bigger. It's the poison swamp dragon. What is it doing here? Fong Guhong revealed a vigilant look. Village Chief. Not good. The poison swamp dragon is here. The chubby Wang Dafu and a group of people were rushing over here. They were the strongest force in Grey Wolf Village, and one of them was even a pique de dos sure. Got it. Fong Guhong said with a sullen face. All the villagers of Grey Wolf Village looked up at the sky. They were hoping that the poison swamp dragon would pass by this place. Unfortunately, things did not go as they wished. When the swamp poison dragon's huge body arrived above Grey Wolf Village, it stopped and stared at the villagers below with its sinister eyes. Roar! Where is your village, chief? Get out here. A thunderous voice came out of the poison swamp dragon's mouth. It circled in the air and landed heavily on the ground. Its huge body, which was over 100 feet long, directly destroyed 7 to 8 village houses. Some people could not come out in time and were directly trampled to death. Fong Guhong's face paled, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward and said, Sir, I am the village chief of this place. May I know what brings you here? The poison swamp dragon sneered and looked at Fong Guhong. You are the village chief of this place? Do you still remember the previous village chief? What's his background? It's talking about Village Chief Ning. Everyone looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Did the poison swamp dragon come for Ning Chi? He's no longer the village chief of Grey Wolf Village. We don't know where he went, and we don't know where he came from either. Fong Guhong said. The poison swamp dragon's sinister eyes glanced at Fong Guhong coldly. Suddenly it opened its mouth, and a terrifying suction force appeared. Fong Guhong's wife and child did not have time to react and were directly sucked into the poison swamp dragon's mouth. However, it did not swallow them for the time being. It only intertwined its dragon teeth and trapped the two of them like a prison. What are you doing? Fong Guhong's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Tell me everything you know, or I'll eat them up. The poison swamp dragon growled. Father, Guhong. The two of them were extremely terrified. They almost fainted from the stench of the poison swamp dragon's mouth. I really don't know Village Chief Ning's background, Fong Guhong said angrily. Damn thing. You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. I'll eat them right now. The swamp poisonous dragon let out a low roar and raised its head. It was about to swallow Fong Guhong's wife and child into its stomach when a figure suddenly appeared behind it at this critical moment. A palm struck the back of the swamp poisonous dragon's head. The swamp poisonous dragon's body was knocked forward and it almost fell to the ground. Fong Guhong's wife and child were directly spat out from its mouth. When Fong Guhong saw this, he leaped up and caught the two of them firmly. Who is it? Chapter 381. Swamp Poison Dragon, weren't you looking for me? Ning Qi smiled at the swamp poison dragon while Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua stood in the empty space nearby. It's you. The swamp poison dragon instantly recognized Ning Qi. Shock flashed across its eyes. This aura, a Pique Do Wang. It was shocked. The last time the swamp poison dragon saw Ning Qi was still a Pique de Dosher. Now, Ning Qi's cultivation had surpassed it. Village Chief. The villagers of Grey Wolf Village were ecstatic. Fang Guhang, Wang Defu, and the rest looked at each other and saw the joy on each other's faces. It's Village Chief Ning. He saved me and my mother again. Fang Guhang's child looked at Ning Qi excitedly, stars in his eyes. Yes, it's me. Ning Qi smiled. Swamp Poison Dragon, why are you looking for me? The Swamp Poison Dragon rolled its eyes and glanced at Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua. It was shocked to find that it could not see through their cultivation. I'm here to tell you that the tribute time is almost here. Don't forget, the Swamp Poison Dragon said indifferently. It flapped its wings and flew into the air to leave. Ning Qi flashed and appeared in front of it, blocking its path. What are you doing? A trace of fear flashed across the Swamp Poison Dragon's eyes, but it did not show on its face. You used their lives to threaten me. You didn't come looking for me just for this, right? Did the Demon Dragon King send you? Ning Qi smiled. So what if I did? The Swamp Poison Dragon growled. Haha, so he has returned to the Mountain Sea region. That's good. Bring me to him. Ning Qi smiled. He waved at Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua. Come, sit on me. Sit on me? The Swamp Poison Dragon was slightly startled. A trace of humiliation rose in its heart. The other party wanted to ride it to see the Demon Dragon King? This was intolerable. I am a dignified rank 5 dragon. How dare an ant-like human humiliate me like this? The poisonous swamp dragon roared in his heart. His eyes turned blood-red as he bit at Ning Qi. Village Chief, be careful. Fang Guhang and the others were shocked, and they hurriedly reminded Ning Qi. Village Chief? Interesting. The corners of Dongfang Haojie's mouth slightly rose. 18 dragons subduing palms. Ning Qi sent out a palm strike, heavily striking the swamp poison dragon's body. The swamp poison dragon let out a wretched cry as its skin split open. Over a dozen of its scales were gone, and it fell heavily to the ground. The extreme yang aura made Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua, who were not far away, raise their heads. Damn it! Fear appeared in the swamp poison dragon's eyes. The next moment, Ning Qi appeared beside it again. Another palm strike. One palm after another. The swamp poison dragon was like a toy in Ning Qi's hands, unable to resist at all. The villagers of Grey Wolf Village hurriedly scattered. Their gazes at Ning Qi were filled with shock and admiration. Village Chief, you're already this strong? Fang Guhang muttered to himself. This is too satisfying, too satisfying. Wang Dafu was ecstatic. Don't hit me! With a boom, the swamp poison dragon was sent flying dozens of feet away. It collapsed on the ground in a sorry state and begged Ning Qi for mercy. Your mouth is really F***king stinky. Ning Qi happened to be standing in front of the swamp poison dragon's head, and he was almost choked to death by the swamp poison dragon's breath. Don't kill me. I'll take you to see the Demon Dragon King. The swamp poison dragon said in fear. Dragon blood flowed from the wounds on its body, dripping onto the ground. The yellow ground was dyed purple-black. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wouldn't have wasted so much energy, right? Ning Qi said with a frown. It's my fault. The swamp poison dragon lowered its head in humiliation. Take us to see the Demon Dragon King. Ning Qi's figure flashed, and he jumped onto the swamp poison dragon's back. In the next moment, Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua also appeared beside Ning Qi at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The swamp poison dragon's heart was filled with anger, shock, and endless fear. "Village chief, you!" Seeing that Ning Chi was about to leave, Fong Guhong and the others hurriedly stepped forward. "I'll come back after I'm done with my business. I'll be leaving first." Ning Chi waved his hand at them and smiled. "Yes, village chief." Everyone shouted in unison. The swamp poison dragon endured the pain in its body, flapped its wings, and flew toward the dragon palace. As it flew, it roared in its heart, "I'll let you be happy for a while. When we reach the dragon palace, the demon dragon king will be able to suppress you with one move. At that time, the humiliation I suffered today will be returned to me 10,000 times over." Thinking of this, the corners of its mouth involuntarily curled up, and it flapped its wings even faster. Ning Chi could feel that its speed had increased by 20 to 30%. Mountain Sea region, Dragon Palace. Ever since the disappearance of the Snow Spirit, all the creatures in the Dragon Palace, whether they were dragons or humans who had submitted to the Demon Dragon King, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. There were already a few fellows who were smashed into meat paste by the Demon Dragon King because they were careless and spoke a little too loudly. Everyone knew that the Demon Dragon King was angry because of the disappearance of the Empress. Among these dragons, there was a giant dragon who was also extremely angry because of this matter. It searched everywhere for news of Snow Spirit, but it was to no avail. That was the Ashen Flame Dragon, Snow Spirit's secret admirer, Lord Ashen Flame. The Ashen Flame Dragon walked out of the Dragon Palace, and the half-dragons guarding the door bowed respectfully. At the same time, their eyes did not dare to move, afraid that the Ashen Flame Dragon would find an excuse to swallow them. "Ashen Flame, you're going out again." An incomparably large dragon flew over. It was a low-tier, 6th-tier dragon, the Hill Dragon, one of the 4 experts under the Demon Dragon King. "Yes." The Ashen Flame Dragon nodded. "You've already searched for so long, but there is no news of the Empress. Even if you go out again, it will be futile. Are you not going to give up?" The Hill Dragon said in a low voice, "No matter how long it takes, I must find the Empress. After all, she is the Demon Dragon King's favorite." The Ashen Flame Dragon added in its heart, "All right then." This time, the Demon Dragon King sent the poisoned swamp dragon to the Grey Wolf Village. It should be back soon. When it brings news of that fellow, you can follow this clue. The Hill Dragon said. Hearing this, Ning Chi's despicable face appeared in the Ashen Flame Dragon's mind. That's him, the one who abducted his beloved Empress. At this moment, the poisoned swamp dragon appeared in the sky. The Hill Dragon and Ashen Flame looked over. It's back. HM, there seems to be a human on its back. Did it directly capture that fellow? Chapter 382. Lord Greyflame. Lord Hill. The swamp poison dragon watched with tears in its eyes as they flew closer. It flapped its wings even faster. Not long after, the Grey Flame Dragon flew in front of the swamp poison dragon and looked at Ning Chi with a fiery gaze. Where did the Empress go? Where did you take the Empress? A hint of vigilance flashed across the Hill Dragon's eyes because it noticed the various wounds on the poisonous swamp dragon's body. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan would never allow humans to stand on their backs. This gave it a bad premonition. It glanced at Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua and was shocked to find that it could not see through their cultivation. However, the Grey Flame Dragon was in a state of ecstasy and did not notice this. Lord Greyflame, Lord Hill, save me. The swamp poison dragon roared and flipped over, shaking off Ning Chi and the others. It quickly hid behind the 2 dragons and glared at Ning Chi with venomous eyes. Damn you! I will return the humiliation you gave me 10,000 times over. Now that Lord Greyflame and Lord Hill are here, why are you still not surrendering? The swamp poison dragon roared angrily. Only then did the Grey Flame Dragon feel that something was amiss. Ning Chi stood in the void with a smile. He looked at Grey Flame and Lord Hill and smiled. Long time no see, you two. The Grey Flame dragon glanced at the swamp poison dragon and noticed the wounds on its body. He suddenly looked at Ning Chi. How dare you attack my dragon tribe? If you don't tell me where the Empress is, I will skin you alive. Fighting and killing as soon as we meet? Is that all right? You want to know where Xue Ling is? Why, you're just a rank 6 dragon tribe. Do you want to eat swan meat? Ning Chi smiled. The Grey Flame dragon was enraged when he heard this. At the same time, he felt extremely humiliated that Ning Chi had exposed his secret. He roared and attacked Ning Chi. Good timing. Ning Chi laughed. The Dragon Slayer's saber appeared in his hand. His Dragon Slayer, Do Chi, exploded, making Ning Chi look like a silver god of war. Horizon Moon Saber. Ning Chi slashed out. This time, not only did he mobilize 70% of his Do Chi, he also used the dragon-slaying saber, a divine grade Do tool. Therefore, Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua could feel the terrifying power of Ning Chi's blade. How did this kid become so strong? When the Ashen Flame dragon sensed the destructive aura coming from the saber, it was startled. However, it was already too late to dodge. Boom! The initially ferocious Grey Flame dragon was sent flying with a single slash, smashing heavily onto the ground and causing dust to fill the air. The Swamp Poison dragon stared at the scene with its mouth agape. The Hill dragon was also stunned. The Ashen Flame dragon, which was more powerful than it, was defeated with a single blow. Impossible. Weren't you merely a peak Doling earlier? Now you're actually a peak Dowang? Even so, how did you defeat Song Yen in one slash? The Hill dragon cried out. So many questions. Which one should I answer first? Ning Chi smiled faintly. You. The Hill dragon's words were stuck in its throat as it looked at Ning Chi and the other two in fear. The Swamp Poison dragon behind it rejoiced. If Ning Chi had used this saber to slash it earlier, it was likely that it would have gone to meet the dragon god. At this moment, the Dragon Palace had also discovered the changes in this place. One by one, the members of the dragon clan flew into the air and surrounded them. Soon, Ning Chi and the other two were surrounded by over 100 huge dragons. Lord Hill, this human dares to cause trouble. Swamp Poison Dragon, don't tell me the wounds on your body were caused by them? They are a disgrace to our dragon clan. They really don't know their place to cause trouble. Who will go and kill them? The members of the dragon clan spoke one after another, treating Ning Chi and the other two as food on their plates. The Swamp Poison Dragon was enraged by the ridicule from the members of the dragon clan, who were its mortal enemies. However, it was unable to retort and could only look at Ning Chi with a venomous gaze. On the ground, the Ashen Flame dragon spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. There was a long saber wound on its stomach. The wound was so deep that its internal organs could be seen. If the physical body of the dragon clan was not innately strong, any other Do Huang would have died under Ning Chi's saber. A trace of anger flashed across the eyes of the Ashen Flame dragon. A glow flashed on its stomach, and a small portion of the wound healed. At the very least, its internal organs would not flow out along with its blood, after which it once again flew into the air and furiously looked at Ning Chi. You are dead. The Ashen Flame dragon growled. Lord Ashen Flame, are you injured? Some of the members of the dragon clan discovered the wound on the Ashen Flame dragon's stomach, and a surprised expression flashed across their eyes. At this moment, the gazes that they used to look at Ning Chi were no longer as relaxed. Instead, they carried a trace of seriousness. Are these members of the dragon clan enough to make the body sculpting pill? Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Chi and asked faintly. Li Feihua had heard the words body sculpting pill many times from the two of them. He quietly guessed that Dongfang Haojie was willing to follow Ning Chi because of the body sculpting pill. However, what kind of medicinal pill was the body sculpting pill? It should be enough. It will be even better if we have the Demon Dragon King. Ning Qi smiled. Ants, you actually want to use us to refine pills? The members of the Dragon Clan were instantly enraged. These filthy humans actually treated them as elixir refining materials in front of the noble Dragon Clan, as if they were nothing? Could it be that the way of the world had changed? Then it's fine. Dongfang Haojie nodded and suddenly attacked. He was a one-star dozong, while the strongest among the members of the Dragon Clan was only a rank 6 giant dragon. In his hands, they were no different from rats. With a single palm strike, all of them were seriously injured and fell to the ground. Ning Qi did not say whether they were alive or dead. He was afraid that the dead members of the Dragon Clan would not be able to refine the body-sculpting pill. Therefore, he did not kill them. In just a single exchange, the members of the Dragon Clan that could still fly in the air were only the Ashen Flame Dragon, Giant Hill Dragon, and Poison Swamp Dragon. The remaining members of the Dragon Clan were lying on the ground at this moment. They were seriously injured and had lost the ability to move. The Ashen Flame Dragon finally reacted. Was Dongfang Haojie actually an expert of the same level as the Demon Dragon King? The Poison Swamp Dragon revealed a horrified expression. It suddenly turned around and fled. In the next moment, Li Feihua appeared in front of it and kicked the Poison Swamp Dragon's stomach. The Poison Swamp Dragon let out a miserable shriek. This kick coincidentally landed on its wound. Its entire body was sent flying into the sky by this huge force. Li Feihua's figure flashed once again and appeared in the sky above the Poison Swamp Dragon. He ruthlessly punched it. The Poison Swamp Dragon once again let out a miserable shriek and heavily fell to the ground. Chapter 383. Watchdog, who is it? How dare you cause trouble in my Demon Dragon Palace? A thunderous roar came from the direction of the Dragon Palace. Then a black shadow broke through the air and appeared in front of everyone in an instant. The Ashen Flame Dragon and the Hill Dragon were pleasantly surprised. Demon Dragon King. With the arrival of the Demon Dragon King, they felt a little more confident. Even if the other party was also a dozong, he would definitely not be a match for the Demon Dragon King. After all, they had personally seen 7 dozong surround and attack the Demon Dragon King, only to be swallowed by the Demon Dragon King. It's you. When the Demon Dragon King saw Ning Qi, his pupils shrank. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted from his body and locked onto Ning Qi. Demon Dragon King, who else is there besides me? Ning Qi smiled faintly. The Demon Dragon King's eyes swept over him, but it was only a single glance, but it made him feel as if he had sunk into an abyss. A chill rose from his body, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. The Demon Dragon King knows him? Song Yan and Shan Qiu looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. You're here too? When the Demon Dragon King saw Li Feihua, he heaved a sigh of relief. With Li Feihua's help, at least facing Dongfang Hao wouldn't be as miserable as before. Thinking of this, he hurriedly explained to Li Feihua, I was going to look for you, but because of this person, I was injured. I've been recuperating in the Dragon Palace. How's your matter going? That thing. Li Feihua's lips curled into a mocking smile. The Red Sun Empire no longer exists. Will no longer exist? Has it become the Red Sun sect? The Demon Dragon King said. Li Feihua shook his head. This is Red Sun City. He's the city lord of Red Sun City. She pointed at Ning Qi. Red Sun City. He became the city lord of Red Sun City? Then you... A trace of shock flashed through the Demon Dragon King's eyes. Yes, I'm his subordinate now. Li Feihua sneered at the Demon Dragon King. The Demon Dragon King's mind raced. Didn't that mean that he would have to face 2 dozongs at the same time? One of them was a terrifyingly powerful existence. Demon Dragon King. Shouldn't you give me some interest from before? Brother Dongfang, Feihua, take it down. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Hearing this, Dongfeng Haojie and Li Feihua moved and attacked the Demon Dragon King. The Demon Dragon King let out a low roar and instantly transformed into his true dragon form. He forcefully withstood the attacks of the two and directly fled into the distance. He had no intention of fighting with the two. Seeing this, the two of them immediately chased after the Demon Dragon King. Not long after, their figures disappeared from Ning Qi's sight. This scene left the Ashen Flame Dragon and the Hill Colossal Dragon speechless in shock. The invincible existence in their hearts was now running away in a sorry state. You don't even care about them? Suddenly, joy appeared in the Ashen Flame Dragon's eyes. Now that only Ning Qi was left, wasn't that even better? If it joined forces with Shan Qiu, would it still be able to defeat Ning Qi? Shan Qiu, take him down first! The Ashen Flame Dragon roared. Hearing this, the Hill Colossal Dragon reacted extremely quickly. It instantly spat out a mouthful of dragon flames that swept towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi originally wanted to kill the two dragons directly, but he suddenly had an idea. He put away the Dragon Slayer saber and directly used his palms to meet the two dragons. 18 subduing dragon palms. The 5 silver dragons roared and bombarded the Ashen Flame Dragon's body. The aura of Extreme Yang was like a thunderstorm, breaking through the dragon scales on the Ashen Flame Dragon's body and instantly reducing its HP by tens of thousands. At this moment, Ning Qi dodged the Hill Colossal Dragon's dragon flames. Both his feet stomped on the back of the Ashen Flame Dragon, and he shot towards the abdomen of the Hill Colossal Dragon like a cannonball. Another palm strike. The two rank 6 colossal dragons could not even retaliate under Ning Qi's hands. When the dragons who were groaning on the ground saw this scene, their eyes were filled with disbelief. This was especially so for the Swamp Poison Dragon. It was extremely afraid. If Ning Qi won, then its fate would be extremely miserable. What kind of palm technique is this? Why is it so terrifying? The Hill Colossal Dragon was hit by another palm strike. It felt as if it was being burned by fire. In just a short period of time, the two of them had more than 100 wounds on their bodies. 1 or 2 wounds did not affect them much. However, over 100 wounds would cause them to bleed to death. Another 10 minutes passed. With a loud bang, the Ashen Flame Dragon and the Hill Colossal Dragon fell to the ground. A few rank 5 dragons were crushed under their bodies and almost died just like that. Ning Qi looked down at them from above and smiled. Are you convinced now? Damned ants! Filthy ants! The Ashen Flame Dragon and the Hill Colossal Dragon cursed at the same time. Oh, you're not convinced, right? Ning Qi smiled faintly. What followed was another round of violent beatings. The other dragons watched with trepidation. They thought, if it were them, would they still be able to survive such a storm-like attack? Obviously, they would not be able to survive. As Ning Qi's fists landed on its body like raindrops and its life force gradually weakened to a terrifying extent, a trace of fear finally appeared in the Ashen Flame Dragon's eyes. Why didn't he kill me? Could it be? At the thought of this, the Ashen Flame Dragon roared, Stop beating me! What do you want? Are you convinced now? Ning Qi smiled. The Ashen Flame Dragon did not speak. With so many dragons present, even if it was convinced, it could not say it easily. Otherwise, it would never be able to wash away the humiliation it suffered today. Not convinced. Killing intent surged in Ning Qi's eyes. Yes. The Ashen Flame Dragon said in humiliation. Ashen Flame? The Hill Colossal Dragon looked at the Ashen Flame Dragon in shock and anger. How can you lower your head to an ant? Ant? You dragons are really arrogant. Now that your lives are in my hands, do you still think I'm an ant? Without another word, Ning Qi proceeded to ravage the Hill Colossal Dragon for the time it took for an incense to burn. The other dragons watched as the Hill Colossal Dragon swayed left and right in Ning Qi's hands. Its entire body was almost destroyed. Fear spread in the hearts of the dragons. Are you convinced now? Ningqi looked at the hill colossal dragon and asked. Yes. The hill colossal dragon nodded with a bloody nose and a swollen face. It had to be convinced. If it continued, it would die. Are you convinced now? Then become my demonic pet. Ningqi smiled and took out 2 demonic pet contracts and slapped them on the 2 dragons. The 2 dragons were stunned and subconsciously wanted to resist. However, when they saw Ningqi's devilish smile, their hearts skipped a beat. In the end, they chose to give up resisting. With a flash of light, the 2 dragons signed a contract with Ningqi and became his demonic pets. Do you know Tianfeng Forest? Fly there and find a place to stay. Remember, you're not allowed to eat people or hurt the innocent. However, if someone goes to the Qin Tang Empire to cause trouble, you must help. Otherwise, I will send you to see the dragon god. Ningqi smiled. He actually wants us to watch over the human race. Chapter 384. Reconstruct the body. What? Disobedient? Ningqi looked at Sangyan and Shanqiu with a faint smile. All right, I'll go. The hill dragon sighed deeply and glanced at the ashen flame dragon. Then it flapped its wings and flew towards the wind forest. Seeing this, the ashen flame dragon hesitantly asked Ningqi before leaving, Is the Empress safe now? It's safe. Take good care of the house. If there's a chance in the future, you'll see her again. Ningqi smiled faintly. Really? The ashen flame dragon's eyes lit up. After getting Ningqi's confirmation, it seemed to not even feel the pain on its body. It happily flew towards the wind forest. As for the dragon clan and the dragon palace, it didn't even spare them a glance. Ningqi smiled at the group of rank 5 dragons. Human, what are you doing? We are also willing to look after your house for you. Let me be your demon pet. Master, please give me a chance. The swamp poison dragon slowly woke up and saw its fellow clansmen wagging their tails and begging Ningqi. Lord Hill and Lord Greyflame had also disappeared. It was so scared that it fainted again. You all want to be my demon pet? What's the use of you stupid dragons? But I can form a team of dragon knights. If he was lucky enough to get rid of all of them, he could probably get several tens of thousands of dragon slayer coins. If he bought demon pet contracts with all of them, he could create a terrifying team of dragon knights in a short period of time. Of course, in the 9 States Empire or even the White Tiger Empire, such a team wouldn't be enough. However, if they were in the Red Sun City or the Qin Tang Empire, they would be a force that no one could ignore. Thinking of this, Ningqi's heart moved. The ashen flame dragon that had flown far away suddenly sensed something and turned around to fly back. Master, what's the matter? The ashen flame dragon said. Bring these guys along. I've counted them. There are a total of 108 of them. Not a single one is missing. Wait for my next order in the wind forest. Ningqi said. The ashen flame dragon had thought that these dragons would die in Ningqi's hands. He didn't expect Ningqi to let them go. This was an unexpected surprise. It nodded and said, Don't worry, Master. I will look after them. After saying that, the ashen flame dragon instantly released the might of the superior dragon tribe. He looked coldly at his fellow tribesmen on the ground and said, Why haven't you thanked Master yet? All of you get up. Thank you, Master. The heavily injured dragons roared in unison. Then they struggled to fly into the air. Soon, other than the swamp poison dragon, the rest of the dragons struggled to fly into the air regardless of their injuries. The black mass of dragons in the sky was a spectacular sight if one looked up from the ground. You, stop pretending to be dead. Ningqi stepped forward and kicked the venom marsh dragon. The swamp poisonous dragon's eyes were still closed, and it did not move at all. Ningqi took out the dragon-slaying saber and slashed at its neck. At this moment, the swamp poison dragon immediately opened its eyes and said in fear, I'm awake! I'm awake! Do you want to live or die? Ningqi sneered. Of course I want to live. The swamp poison dragon nodded frantically. Then why aren't you scramming? Ning Chi sneered. Yes, I'll get out now. The swamp poison dragon flew up in panic. Then, the group of dragons flew towards the direction of Sky Wind Forest under Song Yan's lead. At this point, the number of dragons in the Mountain Sea region was estimated to be less than half. The remaining half should be like the Scarlet Flame Dragon, a small feudal lord in various places. Ning Chi then went to the Dragon Palace. The Draconians guarding the Dragon Palace had already left after seeing the demon Dragon King run away. After Ning Chi went in, he found that the place was empty. He searched around but didn't find anything similar to a treasure trove. The demon Dragon King should have stored all the valuable things in his interspatial ring. Ning Chi waited in the Dragon Palace for half a day before Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua flew back. Where's the demon Dragon King? Ning Chi asked. The two's hands were empty. There was no trace of the demon Dragon King. He escaped, Dongfang Haojie said with an ugly expression. Escaped? Ning Chi considered Dongfang Haojie's face. Although he was a little disappointed, he did not ask much. Dongfang Haojie found that there was no longer any dragon aura here. He frowned and said, Did you get the spiritual materials for the body sculpting pill? Ning Chi nodded. Dongfang Haojie's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Then, when can we start refining the pill? I've already refined it. Ning Chi said with a smile. What? Dongfang Haojie's face revealed a shocked expression. Then he became ecstatic, like a child waiting for an adult to give him candy. He looked at Ning Chi expectantly. Ning Chi flipped his palm and a silver pill appeared. It exuded a faint silver light, giving people a feeling that it was not simple. Li Feihua was secretly shocked. A pill that could make Dongfang Haojie want it so much was definitely not an ordinary pill. Ning Chi had actually managed to refine it in just half a day. Was his alchemy skills really so terrifying? Dongfang Haojie's hands trembled as he received the pill. His eyes instantly turned red. This is the body sculpting pill? He asked Ning Chi in disbelief. It's a low-grade body sculpting pill. Ning Chi nodded with a smile. The next moment, Dongfang Haojie directly swallowed the pill. In the blink of an eye, Li Feihua and Ning Chi were shaken by the aura emitted from his body and took several steps back. Dongfang Haojie's body suddenly ignited with raging flames. His clothes were burned to ashes in an instant. Li Feihua turned around fiercely. Ning Chi also felt that he couldn't look straight at it and turned around with Li Feihua. After about a quarter of an hour, Dongfang Haojie's voice sounded, Ning Chi, thank you. The two turned around and found that Dongfang Haojie had already put on his clothes. Obviously, he had spare clothes in his universe ring. His face was filled with a happy smile, and his eyes were full of gratitude when he looked at Ning Chi. Ning Chi smiled and said success. He understood that Dongfang Haojie knew what he was referring to. Dongfang Haojie nodded heavily. Success. At least I didn't waste my 10,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Ning Chi sighed in his heart. 75,000 Dragon Slayer coins. After deducting the 2 demon pet contracts and the low-grade body sculpting pill, there were only 63,000 Dragon Slayer coins left. He couldn't afford the expensive things, but he could afford the cheap ones. Li Feihua's eyes were sharp. She noticed that Dongfang Haojie's temperament had suddenly changed. Before, she felt that Dongfang Haojie's handsomeness had a trace of femininity, but now there was an inexplicable masculine aura. Could it be that the effect of the body sculpting pill was, at this point, Li Feihua also guessed it? Shock flashed in her eyes. Isn't this kind of pill already lost in the dragon's continent? If he could refine this kind of pill, how many eunuchs would see him as a benefactor? Chapter 385. Jade Dragon Workshop. Since you've succeeded, remember your promise. Ning Chi smiled. Of course. Dongfang Haojie nodded heavily. but Ning Chi found a hint of hesitation in his eyes. What? Any other questions? Ning Chi smiled. I want to go back to the Dongfang clan. Dongfang Haojia's eyes drifted. If you want to go back, take Fei Hua with you. Ning Chi smiled. Dongfang Haojia wasn't here, so he naturally didn't dare to let Li Fei Hua follow him, in case he was tricked by her one day. She's going too? Dongfang Haojia was slightly startled. Me too? Li Fei Hua was startled. Yes, the Dongfang clan, one of the top 9 clans. Why don't you go with brother Dongfang? Ning Chi smiled. Li Fei Hua's eyes flashed with joy as she looked at Dongfang Haojia. Dongfang Haojia didn't want to take Li Fei Hua, but since Ning Chi had spoken, he wouldn't refuse. He nodded and said, Okay, she'll go with me. After Dongfang Haojia and Li Fei Hua left, Ning Chi left the mountain sea region alone. Before leaving, he went to Grey Wolf Village and left some pills for Fang Guhong and the others. There was a market thousands of miles away from the White Tiger Empire. It was called Jade Dragon Workshop. After arriving at the market square, Ning Chi made some inquiries and basically understood the origins and background of this market square. It was controlled by a 7th grade dragon race. However, this dragon basically did not stay in the marketplace. Its whereabouts were erratic. However, if anyone were to cause trouble in the marketplace, a rank 6 dragon under it would appear. Once, a Do Huang who had entered the 3rd life and death test was smashed into mincemeat by a single palm strike from this rank 6 dragon. From then on, people who came to the Jade Dragon Workshop were very obedient and didn't dare to act recklessly. Of course, once they left the Jade Dragon Workshop, they could do whatever they wanted. Ning Chi went straight to the largest grocery store in Jade Dragon District, Jade Dragon Store. Coincidentally, there was a 100 herb hall right next to the store. He didn't expect Lulu to open a branch here. After entering the Jade Dragon shop, a waiter greeted Ning Chi with a smile. Young master, what do you want to buy? Whether it's battle tools, medicinal pills, or spiritual materials, I have everything here. Ning Chi went straight to the point and asked, Is there a demon pet contract? It's a low-grade mystic class. Yes. The waiter nodded. Young master, please follow me. After that, he brought Ning Chi to a counter, which was filled with densely packed demon pet contracts. Before Ning Chi, there were already more than a dozen people surrounding here to choose the contract. Depending on the grade of the demon pet contract, the grade and success rate of the contracted demon beast are also different. Waiter, give me 10 low-grade profound rank demon pet contracts. A middle-aged man said. The people nearby were all shocked. Someone praised, Lu family head, 10 low-grade profound stage demon pet contracts in one go. Have you recently harvested a lot of young demon beasts? Clan head Lu is a 1-star Do Huang. I heard that his daughter has recently married the legitimate son of the Wild Wave Manor. The betrothal gift seems to be 10 rank 5 demonic beast young, right? If they were to be groomed, they would be 10 Do Huangs. We are so envious. Someone flattered. Lu family head smiled slightly and said to the crowd, I dare not, I dare not. The waiter at the counter respectfully took out 10 low-grade, profound stage demon pet contracts and handed them to Lu family head. And he took out a lot of low-grade spirit crystals from his bosom. There were about 100 pieces. Here is also using spirit crystals, a low-grade profound stage demon pet contract, and only 10 low-grade spirit crystals? It's not much different from the price of a top-grade yellow rank spirit cultivation pill. Hey, it's cheap. Ning Chi looked at it, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily rose slightly. But this scene, in the eyes of some people, seemed to be a provocation. A middle-aged man standing not far from Ning Chi frowned at Ning Chi and said, Are you laughing at the Lu family head? Schwa, schwa, schwa. Several gazes, including the Lu family head, all looked at Ning Chi. What's wrong? I can't laugh. Ning Chi's face was muddled. But this muddled appearance in their eyes became a provocative appearance. The Lu family head smiled slightly and said to Ningqi, "Young master, do you have any opinions about me?" "There's no opinion. I laugh at myself." "What does it have to do with you?" "Funny." Ningqi shook his head lightly. "Haha. Jade Dragon Shop doesn't allow trouble, but it's different out of Jade Dragon Shop. You're just a peak dowang, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of falling down when you go out?" Someone sneered. The Lu family head did not speak, quietly looking at Ningqi, as if waiting for Ningqi to apologize. "Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. Let's forget about it." The waiter who brought Ningqi over interrupted. "Here, there's no place for you to speak. The Lu family head bought the demon pet contract here and didn't pay a dime less. What right does he have to laugh at?" The person who spoke was the middle-aged man who first pointed out that Ningqi was laughing at the Lu family head. He seemed to be eager to see the world in chaos. The waiter glanced at him, and his heart itched with hatred. This guy often provoked people in Jade Dragon Shop, and then found an opportunity to go out and rob and kill people, although no one got exact evidence. But as long as one stayed in Jade Dragon Shop for a period of time, they all knew him. The people of Jianghu gave him the nickname Troublemaker Yama. "Ignore them. Go and help me get a low-grade, profound, rank demon pet contract." Ningqi smiled at the waiter and said, "Yes, young master." The waiter nodded and entered the counter. At this time, the Lu family head and the others stood in place, looking at Ningqi coldly. "Apologize, and this matter will be over." The Lu family head said lightly, "Wait until I finish shopping, then talk, okay?" Ningqi glanced at him impatiently. "You. All right, I'll wait until you finish shopping." The Lu family head was so angry that he laughed. "Young master, how many low-grade, profound, rank demon pet contracts do you want?" The waiter suddenly turned around and asked, "How many do you have here?" Ningqi said, although he only needed 108, he might continue to collect more demon pets in the future. It was always right to prepare more. After all, it was cheap. "Ha ha ha, what did he say? How many demon pet contracts are there in Jade Dragon Shop? Where did this country bumpkin come from?" Tisk, Tika, he didn't think that the Lu family head just took out a stone, did he? A guy who doesn't even know spirit crystal is probably from a remote place. Ningqi's voice was neither loud nor soft, and it also attracted the customers who were wandering around the other counters. These people were only afraid of the world being in chaos, and they liked to watch the show, and they all gathered over. Chapter 386. Robbing the Road. Young master, do you want to buy a few low-grade, profound, rank demon pet contracts?" The waiter was stunned for a moment and thought he had heard wrong. "How many do you have here? Bring them all to me. I'll buy them all." Ningqi smiled. What a big tone. Is this kid really so rich? Impossible. Is he here to play tricks on people? If so, he came to the wrong place. Maybe it's to save face in front of us. Later, just find a reason and don't want it. That makes sense. The middle-aged man, who was called Yama, let out a few mocking sneers, looked at Ningqi and said, "If you play with the Jade Dragon Shop, you don't need to wait for you to leave the Jade Dragon Shop. Just wait to be caught and become food for Master Long." The waiter had a good impression of Ningqi, so he gave Ningqi a look and then smiled at the crowd. "Everyone just heard wrong." No, they didn't hear wrong. Ningqi smiled. The waiter's eyes revealed a puzzled look, not understanding why Ningqi wanted to push himself into the fire pit. "You can bring all the low-grade, profound, rank demon pet contracts. There's no lack of money." Ningqi smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and gently swept across the table, and a stack of low-grade spirit crystals appeared on it. There were at least 1,000 of them. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes revealed shock. Many people looked greedily at the spirit crystals and looked at Ningqi's cultivation. quietly calculating in their hearts. It's only 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals. At most, I can buy 100 demon pet contracts. It's nothing. Yama forced a smile. Master Lu's face was very ugly, knowing that he had underestimated Ning Qi, who could take out 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals at once. There was probably a family or sect behind him that could not be underestimated. Although his Lu family had a marriage relationship with the Furious Wave Villa, he still did not dare to offend people, lest he suffered a disaster. Thinking of this, he was about to leave, but Yama deliberately blocked his way. Master Lu, this person has not apologized to you yet. It is not too late for you to leave later. What a busybody. Master Lu cursed in his heart. Hearing his words, everyone fixed their eyes on Patriarch Lu. At this time, he was too embarrassed to leave, lest the Lu family would be laughed at. Young master, there are more than 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals here. Do you want 100 low-grade, profound, ranked demon pet contract? The waiter looked at the spiritual crystal in front of him in surprise. According to the 1 in 1,000 rule, he would get a lower spiritual crystal after completing this transaction. Give me as many as you have. I only want mystic low rank. Ning Qi smiled. This time, no one treated him as a joke. The waiter was taken aback and quickly said, "Please wait a moment, young master." He searched for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. He gathered all the existing low-grade, profound stage demon pet contracts. Then he said to Ning Qi, "There are a total of 380 low-grade, profound stage demon pet contracts. Young master, do you want to give spirit crystals or spirit crystals?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. Then he took out handfuls of lower spiritual crystals from his space bag, dazzling everyone's eyes. This child really took over the low-grade, profound, rank demon pet contract? TSK, he actually has so many low-grade spirit crystals. Even you and I can't take it out, right? This child's background is not simple. For the elders in the family to give this junior so many low-grade spirit crystals, they must have high hopes for him. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and emotion. After putting away the demon pet contract, Ning Qi smiled at the Lu family's head. He gave the troublemaker Yama a deep look before leaving the Jade Dragon workshop. Sure enough, he didn't fly far. About a few 100 kilometers away, there were 7 or 8 one-star Do Huang chasing after him. Among them, there was the troublemaker Yama. "You guys, are you here to rob me?" Ning Qi went straight to the point. Seeing that Ning Qi was so calm, they were slightly startled. Then, a trace of ridicule hung from the corner of their mouths. The troublemaker Yama laughed out loud. He said, "If you know what's good for you, hand over all of the demon pet contract and the low-grade spirit crystals. Today I will spare your life. Otherwise, the blade in my hand, it's not a joke." Finished speaking, a dochi appeared in his hand. Looking at its aura, it was already at the middle-grade Earth stage. From the looks of it, he had definitely robbed quite a bit. "Brat, didn't your elders tell you? Don't show off your wealth outside." Someone laughed sinisterly, looking at their appearance. They definitely didn't intend to let Ning Qi live. Ning Qi smiled slightly. "It seems that your elders didn't tell you either. When you go out, you must wash your eyes clean. Otherwise, you'll treat a dragon like a mouse." "What are you trying to say? You're a dragon? Ha ha ha." The troublemaker Yama looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was filled with ridicule. Don't talk nonsense with him. There are still people in the Jade Dragon workshop who have taken a fancy to this brat. Let's make the first move. Let's settle this matter as soon as possible. Someone roared. He directly attacked Ning Qi. Boom! He flew backward at a speed that was 3 times faster than when he came. As for Ning Qi, he only slashed once. That poor guy fell heavily from the sky and landed on a small hill. He sank deep into the ground for who knew how many feet, and there was no more movement. What happened? Why didn't I see the blade just now? This guy is not simple. Everyone's faces revealed a shocked expression. The troublemaker Yama stopped laughing. The gaze he used to look at Ning Chi carried a trace of fear. A peak Do one can actually defeat a one-star Do Huang. Brat, you are interesting. However, can you block all of us? He paused and laughed sinisterly. Everyone, let's attack together. In an instant, the troublemaker Yama and the others joined forces to attack Ning Chi. Even a two-star Do Huang would have to flee when faced with 7 or 8 one-star Do Huang. Unfortunately, their opponent was Ning Chi. Ning Chi didn't even use the Sky Edge Bright Moon Blade. He kept the Dragon Slayer saber and used his bare hands to beat everyone into a miserable state. Their attacks landed on Ning Chi's body. Ning Chi seemed to be unharmed. Ning Chi's 18 subduing dragon palms was like a huge rock that ruthlessly bombarded their bodies. It was extremely painful. What the hell is this palm technique? A guy shouted as he vomited blood. What a powerful palm technique. We're no match for him. Retreat. A guy turned around and was about to escape. Could this guy be a disciple of a first-rate sect? The troublemaker Yama knew that he had kicked an iron plate. His many years of experience in robbing told him that if he didn't escape now, he would most likely die in Ning Chi's hands. Ning Chi didn't chase the others. However, the troublemaker Yama kept mocking him in Jade Dragon Island. Now that he had brought people to rob him, how could Ning Chi let him escape so easily? Ning Chi smiled and released Little Purple. With its speed, it caught up with the troublemaker Yama in almost 2 blinks of an eye. What is this? Purple Lightning Bird? Chapter 387. Chapter 387. It's a misunderstanding under Ning Chi's signal. Little Z captured the troublemaker Yama in a flash. Little brother, don't kill me. I can explain. I was just curious about your cultivation and background, so I found someone to test you. I didn't expect you to be from a first-rate sect. I admire you. If you come to the Jade Dragon Workshop again, you can ask me to do anything. The troublemaker Yama looked at the eagle claw on his shoulder and smiled at Ning Chi while enduring the pain. Oh, it's just a misunderstanding. Ning Chi smiled. Indeed. The troublemaker Yama nodded with a smile. Boom! Ning Chi appeared in front of the troublemaker Yama in a flash and smashed his dantian with one palm. Chi came out of the troublemaker Yama's 7 orifices. This was a symptom of his Do Chi dissipating. You destroyed my cultivation. The troublemaker Yama's face aged a few decades in an instant. He looked at Ning Chi in shock. At the same time, his eyes revealed an incomparable hatred. He had trained hard for more than 60 years to achieve the achievement of a 1-star Do Huang. Now, all his hard work had gone to waste. I'm sorry, it's all a misunderstanding. Ning Chi smiled at the troublemaker Yama. If you want revenge, come to the Cloud Rising sect to find me. Just tell me my name. I am Ning Chi. Little Z, throw him down. Little Z circled and threw the troublemaker Yama down when he was about 10 meters above the ground. The troublemaker Yama rolled a few times on the ground and almost fell to his death. After all, he didn't have any cultivation now. If his physical strength wasn't much stronger than an ordinary person's, he would have fallen to his death from a height of 10 meters. Cloud Rising sect. Ning Chi. Damn it, he's a disciple of the top Cloud Rising sect. Why is he in the Jade Dragon Workshop? Damn it. The troublemaker Yama looked at Ning Chi's back and roared angrily. At this moment, a few figures appeared beside him. Hey, you're the troublemaker Yama? These people were all king-level experts. One of them looked at the troublemaker Yama in a probing manner. Although he suddenly aged a few decades, his face still showed traces of the past. No, I'm not. A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the troublemaker. Ha ha ha, don't deny it. Look at you. Your cultivation has been crippled, right? Brothers, the famous troublemaker king, Yenlua's cultivation has been crippled. Ha ha ha, he once robbed one of my brothers. Why don't we play with him today? The king of Do, who was the first to recognize the troublemaker, laughed maniacally. The gazes that the few Dowangs used to look at the troublemaker Yenluo were filled with ridicule. Just thinking about being able to toy with a one-star Do Huang who had previously viewed them as ants in the palm of their hands was enough to make them excited. Moreover, no matter how trashy a Do Huang's wealth was, it would not be that trashy, right? Not to mention that this guy was a famous professional robber on the Jade Dragon Market's blacklist. You guys, the troublemaker, Yama, turned around and fled. However, with his current speed, he was no different from an ant in the eyes of the crowd. He was caught in an instant. When the Yama King saw his universe ring being searched, he revealed a look of despair and hatred. Skywind Forest. The annual hunting day was held once again. The host of the hunting day this time was the same as the previous few years. It was still Qiningding. However, the descendants of the nobles who participated in the hunting day had changed. For example, Chao Zheng, Kong Tianqi, and the others did not participate. They were replaced with some unfamiliar faces. There were about 700 to 800 of them. The family that obtains the champion of this hunting day will receive a chance to train in Red Sun City. Qiningding said slowly. There was no practical reward for the champion this time. However, the moment he said that, everyone's faces immediately revealed a shocked expression, following which they were overjoyed. Training in Red Sun City. That meant that they could get close to Ningqi. Everyone knew the benefits of getting close to Ningqi. The Tong family, which was originally a third-rate or even fourth-rate family, had now become the strongest force in Red Sun City, second only to the city, Lord's residence. The head of the Tong family, Tongguan, controlled an army of 1 million soldiers. No family in the capital could compare to him. It was like when a man achieved the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascended to heaven. That's great. Our Chun family must obtain the championship this time. Dream on. Does your Chun family dare to compete with our Shinta family? You know what happened to your Shinta family. Even if you obtain the championship and go to Red Sun City, you won't have a good ending. The people of the Shinto family were furious. They knew that the other party was referring to the scandal between Shinto Yen and Shinto Foam. Everyone, the hunting day officially begins. Come to Fallen Leaf Valley to find me when the time is up. Qiningding was not in the mood to watch them quarrel. His voice instantly spread throughout the area with the help of Battle Qi. When everyone heard this, they were just about to set off when the sky suddenly darkened. What's that? Dragon race? Everyone looked up and saw a dense horde of dragons appearing in the sky. The auras of the 2 dragons at the front were especially terrifying. Even Qiningding turned pale with fright. Why are there so many dragons here? Everyone silence. Qiningding immediately reacted and bellowed. At this moment, the dragons in the sky looked down one after another. Their innate dragon aura almost suffocated everyone. When they thought they were about to face the attack of the dragons, they didn't expect the dragons to just glance at them indifferently and continue to move forward. In the corner, Ning Yen stood behind a middle-aged man. The 2 of them also looked up at the dragons. Master, why are there so many dragons in Tianfeng Forest? Are they the Black Water Dragon race who are here to attack the Qin Tang Empire? Ning Yen whispered. If Ningqi was present, he would definitely recognize the person he called master. It was none other than Zhu Dazhuang's master, Zhu Rong, the first stage Do Huang who was seriously injured by Ningqi's Iron Dragon cannon and escaped. I don't know, but it seems that they are just passing by. Don't worry about them. When the hunting day begins, we will kill all these guys and leave Ningqi's name. Ha ha ha. So what if others don't believe it? Hundreds of noble children dying in the hunting day will at least create an estrangement between them and Ningqi. Then our next goal will be easier to achieve. Zhu Rong sneered. Yes, master. Ning Yan's mouth curled into a sneer. In the 3 days since the start of the hunting day, some people had already noticed that something was wrong. The guy they had just met was already a corpse when they saw him again the next moment. On the corpse, there were 2 words written in blood, Ning Qi. Chapter 388. Chapter 388. Eternal Blood, Oathfallen Leaf Valley. Qin Yingding's face was ashen as he looked at the remaining 200 people. What exactly happened? It's only been 3 days. How did so many people die? Qin Yingding gritted his teeth. Hundreds of people had died during the hunt. He would be impeached by all parties when he returned to the capital. 9th Prince. After they died, they all had the name Ning Qi on their bodies. This matter must have something to do with him. This time, I'm the only one left from the Qin clan. 9th Prince, you must seek justice for us. A young man said angrily. Qin Yingding's face darkened. Someone framed the dragon slayer marquis. Even if it's a trap, it's because of him that we lost so many people. That's right. Why should we bear the brunt of the enemies he made? All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's return to the capital first. Qin Yingding said in a low voice. Go back? Wishful thinking. A cold voice was heard. Everyone looked up at Qin Yingding in shock. That was where the voice came from. A middle-aged man stood in the air above Qin Yingding's head, looking at them with a sinister smile. How dare you? The 4 one-star Do Huang guards beside Qin Yingding let out a loud cry and directly attacked that person. Puff, 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 puff. In the end, they fell from the sky and landed heavily beside Qin Yingding's feet. Blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. They had been seriously injured. Who are you? Why did you kill the nobles of the Qin Tang Empire? A trace of fear flashed in Qin Ying's heart. However, as the 9th Prince, he had to show a bearing befitting of his status. He spoke calmly. It's Zhu Rong. Someone recognized Zhu Rong's appearance before the man could reply. They had been there when Zhu Rong attacked the dragon slayer Marquis' mansion. Zhu Rong, the Emperor Realm expert at the first stage of life and death. Fear flashed across Qin Yingding's eyes. 9th Prince, quick, run. The eyes of the 4 Dowang guards revealed a horrified expression when they heard the 2 words, Zhu Rong. They panically roared at Qin Yingding. Ha ha ha, run? Where can he run to? Zhu Rong landed on the ground and laughed maniacally. Hidden in the fallen leaves valley, Ning Yan felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure when he saw the panic on the faces of this group of people. Zhu Rong, our Qin Tang Empire has no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill us? Qin Yingding said coldly. Today he knew that he would definitely die, so he could not lose the dignity of the royal family. No enmity? Back then, that brat Ning Qi almost killed me. You call that no enmity? If you want to blame someone in hell, blame Ning Qi. Zhu Rong smiled cruelly. The grudge between you and the dragon-slaying marquis cannot be resolved even if you kill us. Now that the dragon-slaying marquis has 2 strong dozongs by his side, it is likely that you will not be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Qin Yingding sneered. A trace of fury flashed across Zhu Rong's eyes. He knew that Qin Ying was right. If those 2 Dozong class experts continued to follow Ning Qi, he would indeed not have the chance to take revenge. But so what if he couldn't kill Ning Qi? As long as he massacred all the nobles in the capital, he would be able to bring trouble to Ning Qi. That would be enough. Zhu Rong sneered. If everyone knows that they will die in my hands because of Ning Qi, do you think Ning Qi can still be the dragon-slaying marquis? You want to use us to expel the dragon-slaying marquis. Qin Yingding came to a sudden realization. He wanted Ning Qi to be deserted by everyone. So go to hell. Zhu Rong laughed wildly and was about to make his move. But at this moment, a dragon roar was heard. The hill dragon and the gray flame dragon flew over with 108 rank 5 dragons. What do you mean by this? Zhu Rong looked at the group of dragons above his head in fear and said to the hill dragon and the ashen flame dragon. Although his cultivation was higher than the 2 dragons, and it did not take much effort to kill them, they were dragons after all. Zhu Rong knew the consequences of slaying a dragon. The ashen flame dragon glanced at Zhu Rong coldly and growled, "We will protect the people of the Qin Tang Empire. You ant, leave now." "You want to protect the people of the Qin Tang Empire?" A trace of surprise flashed in Zhu Rong's eyes. Since when did the Qin Tang Empire befriend such a large group of dragons? Qiningding and the others were also puzzled. Although they had brushed shoulders with this group of dragons before, they did not have any interaction with them. Why would they protect them? Although they did not understand the reason, they still sighed in relief. With such a large group of dragons around, it seemed that Zhu Rong would not be able to get what he wanted. "Ant, why are you still here?" The hill dragon looked at Zhu Rong coldly. Its body was a few times larger than an ordinary dragon, and it gave Zhu Rong the most powerful dragon aura. "Today, I will not be afraid even if you want to protect them. Judging from your auras, you're only equivalent to 3 or 4-star Do Huangs. Do you really think that you are a match for me?" Zhu Rong shouted. A terrifying aura erupted from his body and swept toward the huge dragons in the sky. The first stage of life and death. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the hill dragon and the ashen flame dragon. But it was only fear. After all, they were proud dragons, and the other party was not even a dozong. Even if he could defeat them, he would not be able to kill them. The bodies of the dragons were very strong. They could not all be as abnormal as Ningqi. "Ant, today I will let you have a taste of the anger of the dragons." The group of dragons had been suppressing a wave of evil fire in their hearts, and now they planned to vent all of it on Zhu Rong. Qin Ying and the others had cleverly escaped from this place, leaving Zhu Rong alone to face over 100 dragons. Boom! 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 Colorful attacks smashed toward Zhu Rong as if they were free. "Break! Break! Break!" Zhu Rong roared and directly broke the attacks. The next moment he appeared in midair, and after slapping away 2 rank 5 dragons, he flew toward the ashen flame dragon and the hill dragon. This battle lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. It was very intense. The entire Fallen Leaves Valley was almost destroyed. The nearby mountains were all crushed into pieces. Finally, a tired expression appeared on Zhu Rong's face, and many wounds appeared on his body. The hill dragon and the ashen flame dragon did not have it easy either. This group of rank 5 dragons had already been beaten by Donfang Haojia, and now that they were beaten by Zhu Rong, many of them fell into a state of near death. "Go and die." Zhu Rong laughed sinisterly. His hands formed a seal, and a red lightning shot out from his seal, striking toward the ashen flame dragon. This attack was the ultimate killing blow that he had prepared for a long time. Eternal Blood Oath. After he was seriously injured by the Iron Dragon Cannon, he found an ancient martial skill in a relic. Its rank was unknown, but it was extremely powerful. Chapter 389. Chapter 389. Zhu Rong runs. What martial technique is that? It's so powerful. Ning Qi, who was standing on Little Purple's back, appeared in front of the 2 dragons and slashed at the red lightning. Sky Edge Bright Moon Saber. Surging Dragon Slayer Do Qi gushed out along the Dragon Slayer saber and formed a bright moon in the air. Boom! The Eternal Blood Oath and the world's edge bright moon blade collided in an instant. Everyone could see with the naked eye that a very violent explosion occurred in midair. The violent airflow even forced people 100 feet away to take dozens of steps back. As for the Ashen Flame Dragon and the others, they only managed to stabilize themselves after rolling a dozen times. "Who is it?" Zhu Rong revealed a shocked expression. "Master." The Ashen Flame Dragon looked at Ning Qi in shock. He didn't expect Ning Qi to be this strong. Zhu Rong, what are you doing here? Ning Qi frowned. It's you. Zhu Rong was shocked when he saw Ning Qi. When he realized that Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua were not beside Ning Qi, he revealed an ecstatic expression and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! You could have taken the path to heaven, but you didn't. No one can save you today. It's the Dragon Slayer Marquis. The Dragon Slayer Marquis is so strong that he can take an attack from an expert like Zhu Rong. Those dragons seem to know the Dragon Slayer Marquis. No way. Could it be that the Dragon Slayer Marquis sent them? The crowd of nobles revealed shocked expressions. Qi Ningding looked at Ning Qi in shock. So strong, so strong. Ning Qi was clearly a peak King Do, but the strength he displayed far surpassed any Do Huang he had seen. A desolate expression flashed across Qi Ningding's face. A few years ago, he could still look down on Ning Qi. At that time, Ning Qi was just an interesting fellow in his eyes. In just a few years, Ning Qi had grown to such a terrifying level. He probably didn't even have the qualifications to look up to Ning Qi. In a hidden place in Fallen Leaf Valley, Ning Yan was first shocked when he saw Ning Qi appear. Then he revealed a vicious smile. Great Ning Qi, with Master here today, you're dead. As long as I kill you, the Champion Marquis residence will be mine. Red Sun City will also be mine. The corners of Ning Yan's mouth rose slightly. Ning Qi smiled, looked at Zhu Rong and said, Last time it was you who fled, wasn't it? Zhu Rong's expression froze as he shouted, Last time you tricked me. This time, when I'm prepared, can your dragon-slaying cannon still hit me? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Rong shot up from the ground like a cannonball and slapped Ning Qi with his palm. Then I won't use the dragon-slaying cannon this time. Let's see if I can beat you into submission. Ning Qi sneered. Little Violet instantly disappeared and returned to the demon pet space. As for him, he slashed toward Zhu Rong. One was an ancient martial technique of unknown rank, the Eternal Blood Oath. The other was a heaven-ranked inferior grade saber technique, the world's bright moon saber. One was a Do Huang who had entered the first stage of life and death, while the other was a peak Do Huang. But in this instant, the battle had actually become a tie. After more than 100 moves, Zhu Rong's expression became more and more shocked. Ning Qi, on the other hand, had an idea in his heart. Although he was slightly weaker than Zhu Rong, with the advantage of his HP, he might not necessarily be Zhu Rong's opponent. Too scary. Looking at the lightning-fast battle between Zhu Rong and Ning Qi, the shock on the faces of Qi Ningding and the others became even more intense. They looked at Ning Qi in a daze. They knew that Ning Qi was very strong, but they did not know that Ning Qi was already strong to this extent. He was only a peak Do Huang, but he was able to fight with an expert of Zhu Rong's level for more than 100 moves without being at a disadvantage. The one who was the most emotional should be the Hill Dragon. In its mind, it recalled the first time it saw Ning Qi in Grey Wolf Village. Ning Qi's respectful and cautious appearance. Looking at the high-spirited Ning Qi, who was like a god of war, it was as if they were two different people. No wonder. Even the Demon Dragon King was tricked by him. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Ning Yan clenched his fists tightly and looked at Ning Qi with a face full of jealousy. The deep-rooted hatred in his eyes made him want to turn into a blade and tear Ning Qi into pieces. He had thought that after taking the demonic transformation pill, it wouldn't take long for him to catch up to Ning Qi and take his revenge with his own hands. But now, it seemed that this day was still very far away. Zhu Rong, is this all you have? After another move, the two of them instantly separated and faced each other in the empty space hundreds of feet away. Ning Qi's face revealed a mocking smile as he looked at Zhu Rong. You, what kind of blade technique is this? Zhu Rong said solemnly. Not only was there a problem with the blade technique, but he also felt that the strength of the treasure blade was extraordinary. As a Do Huang who had passed the first test of life and death, He had Do Qi to protect his body during battle. An ordinary Do weapon would not be able to break through it, much less when his opponent was only a peak Do Wang. However, every blade from his opponent could break through his protective Do Qi. This caused him to be incomparably shocked. This blade technique is called Sky Edge Bright Moon Blade. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Sky Edge Bright Moon Blade? A trace of doubt flashed across Zhu Rong's eyes. He had never heard of such a blade technique. Shouldn't such a powerful blade technique be famous in the continent? His aura is very stable. He has been hit by me so many times, but his body doesn't seem to be injured at all. If this goes on and those dragons come back to their senses, I might be surrounded and killed. Damn it, this is such a good opportunity, but I can't kill him. When she thought up to this point, Zhu Rong stared coldly at Ning Qi and said, I'll spare your worthless life for now, but just you wait. One day, I'll personally take your head and offer it to my disciple's soul in heaven. Zhu Dazhuang is such a stupid disciple. What's the point of offering it to him? It's good that he's dead. Find another one. Ning Qi sneered. Zhu Rong was so angry that his blood almost flowed in the opposite direction. He suddenly turned around and flew towards the horizon. Ning Qi did not give chase. He knew that even if he did, he would not be able to stop Zhu Rong at this moment. After Zhu Rong left, Ning Yan also quietly left Fallen Leaves Valley. His fist was dripping blood because his nails had penetrated deep into his flesh. Ninth Prince, I have startled you. Ning Qi landed on the ground from the sky and smiled at Qi Ningding. Not at all. If it weren't for the Dragon Slayer Marquis's timely arrival, we would have already died under Zhu Rong's hands. However, do you know this group of dragons? Qi Ningding smiled at Ning Qi and then looked at the Ashen Flame Dragon and the others curiously. They can be considered to know each other. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Then, in a flash, he appeared in front of the dragons. He took out a low-grade, profound stage demon pet contract from his space bag and slapped it towards the dragons who had not yet formed contract. They did not dare to resist, so the success rate was very high. After a series of flashes of light, Ning Qi had another 108 demon pets. Of course, these were at most cannon fodder. That's a demon pet contract? The Dragon Slayer Marquis accepted so many dragon demon pets at once. Chapter 390. Chapter 390. Dragon Knights, how many dragons are there? I think there are 110 of them. That's terrifying. That's over 100 king fighters and 2 emperor fighters. Furthermore, the dragons are naturally stronger than humans. The Dragon Slayer Marquis's strength has surpassed all the clans in the capital. Even the Shimu public house is no match for them. The nobles in the capital of the Qin Tang Empire looked at Ning Qi with shock in their eyes. I wonder if the day of hunting will continue, someone muttered to himself. Only then did everyone remember this matter. One by one, they looked at Qi Ningding, their eyes filled with anticipation. Previously, it was because of Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua beside Ning Qi that they wanted to obtain this opportunity to train in Red Sun City. But now it was all because of Ning Qi. The saber skill that Ning Qi used to defeat Zhu Rong was like a fleeting shadow that still lingered in their hearts. Ninth Prince, will the day of hunting continue? One of the nobles mustered up the courage to ask Qi Ningding. The day of hunting will continue. Qi Ningding thought about it and made a decision. As soon as he finished speaking, almost everyone ran out of the Fallen Leaves Valley. They wanted to take advantage of the remaining time to kill as many demonic beasts as possible. After they left, Ning Qi came to Qi Ningding. Dragon Slayer Marquis. Qi Ningding cupped his hands together and hesitated. Ning Qi knew what Qi Ningding was worried about. He smiled and said, Ninth Prince, you don't have to worry about Zhu Rong. I will go to the 100 Herb sect and let Bai Caozi take care of it. At least, Zhu Rong will not cause trouble in the Qin Tang Empire. That's great. Qi Ningding's face revealed a hint of joy. I plan to assign a knight to each of these rank 5 dragons as long as their cultivation is above the Doling realm. Can I trouble the 9th prince to help me find the candidates? Ningqi smiled. What? Qin Ingding looked at Ningqi in surprise. Dragon Slayer Marquis, you want me to help you find candidates? Yes. Ningqi nodded. After receiving Ningqi's confirmation, Qin Ingding's face lit up with wild joy. He could not help but sweep his gaze across the members of the dragon clan. When the dragons heard that they were going to become someone else's mount, they were not very happy. However, they had already signed the demon pet contract with Ningqi, so there was no way to go back on it. Are there any requirements for the candidates? Could the royal family do it? Like me? Qi Ning said firmly. Ningqi glanced at him and said with a smile, if the 9th prince is willing to be controlled by others, I don't mind. The one leading this group will be Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Qi Ningding sighed. As the 9th prince, he was naturally unwilling to be controlled by ordinary people. Although it was rare for a dragon to sign a demonic pet contract with a human, it was only a rank 5 demonic beast. It was not worth it for him to give up his current position. All right, I will help you with this matter. Qi Ning nodded. Then I'll go to the 100 Herbs sect now. It's better if the dragon clan doesn't enter the capital city to avoid causing panic. After you've chosen someone, inform Zhanglong and Zhao Hu to come to the Sky Wind Forest together. Ningqi said, N. The 100 Herbs sect. Ningqi sat on Little Violet's back and appeared in front of the 100 Herbs sect like a bolt of lightning. The disciples guarding the gate were shocked when they saw him. Who are you? The disciple mustered up his courage and asked. After all, the aura emitted from Little Violet gave him a very frightening feeling. Tell 100 Herbs to come out and see me. Ningqi said calmly. The sect leader. The disciples looked at each other and suddenly shouted at Ningqi. How dare you? Do you think you can see the sect leader whenever you want? Ningqi glanced at them indifferently, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. I don't need you to judge whether I'm brave or not. When the disciple was about to scold Ningqi again, Ningqi had already said in a clear voice, 100 Herbs. His voice was amplified by battle energy and instantly spread throughout the entire 100 Herb sect. The elders and disciples of the 100 Herbs sect all raised their heads in shock and looked in the direction of the mountain gate. Not long after, many elders and disciples of the 100 Herbs sect gathered in front of the mountain gate. They all looked at Ningqi and Little Violet with fearful eyes. Who are you? An elder stood up and asked Ningqi. Ningqi ignored him. The elder was infuriated and was about to explode. Just then, a figure dashed over and appeared in front of everyone. Sect leader. The crowd bowed in unison. Bai Caozi nodded and looked at Ningqi with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He said in a low voice, Dragon Slayer Marquis, what brings you here? Dragon Slayer Marquis? It's him. The crowd was shocked. Recently, the 100 Herb sect had issued an inexplicable order to restrain the elders and disciples of the sect from offending the Dragon Slayer Marquis of the Qintang Empire. As for the reason, it was not explained. At this time, Duan Linshu and his master, Hisong, also quietly arrived at the mountain gate. Seeing Ningqi sitting on the back of a terrifying demonic beast, Duan Linshu's eyes were filled with jealousy. Because he had lost to Ningqi in an alchemy duel, he subconsciously collected information about Ningqi. Every time he was shocked, Ningqi's speed of growth was inhuman. Zhu Rong, do you know? Ningqi said lightly. Yes, I know. Bai Caozi nodded. The crowd realized that their sect leader's attitude towards Ningqi was indeed different. Ningqi had so rudely shouted his name, but he did not respond and obediently answered Ningqi's question. This discovery made their hearts skip a beat. When I'm not in the Qintang Empire, help me keep an eye on this person. If you can kill or capture him, that would be the best. If not, protect the Qintang Empire from being harassed by him. Ning Chi said, "This." Bai Caozi hesitated for a moment. Then the faces of Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua appeared in his mind, causing him to nod and agree. "Okay, I understand." Ning Chi smiled slightly, and little Z turned into a purple lightning and disappeared into the sky with him. Bai Caozi glanced at the elders and disciples of his sect, ignoring their puzzled and shocked gazes, and flew towards the north with a gloomy face. He knew where Zhu Rong was staying. Qin Zheng was very shocked when he learned that Ning Chi had accepted many dragon demonic pets and was preparing to form a team of dragon knights. However, Ning Chi asked his 9th son, Qi Ningding, to look for people, which made him feel a little gratified. Therefore, when Li Shaojing suggested to him that Qi Ningding should place a few shadow guards in the team, Qin Zheng rejected the idea. A month later, the candidates were preliminarily decided. 110 Douling level experts appeared in the Sky Wind Forest under the leadership of Qi Ningding. Chapter 391. Chapter 391. Dragon Ranking Master Ning. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu stepped forward and greeted Ning Chi. At the same time, they glanced at the Ashen Flame Dragon and the Hill Dragon. They were shocked and delighted at the same time. Ning Chi nodded at them. Qi Ningding stepped forward and said, "Dragon Slayer Marquis, I helped you find these people. Take a look and see if they are suitable." Ning Chi looked at the 108 Douling behind Qi Ningding. Their average age seemed to be between 30 to 40 years old. Among them, there were a few familiar faces. They were also members of the royal family. When Ning Chi looked over, they subconsciously puffed out their chests, as if they were accepting the inspection of their superior. Yes, Ning Chi nodded. Since these people had been selected by Qi Ningding, they naturally had their strengths. Even if some of them had ulterior motives, they wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, these dragons had signed a contract with him. Zhang Long, this Ashen Flame Dragon will be your mount from now on, Ning Chi said. Zhang Long revealed an ecstatic expression and nodded at Ning Chi solemnly. "Thank you, Master Ning." Zhao, who looked at Ning Chi with anticipation. His eyes would occasionally glance at the Hill Dragon. In his eyes, the Hill Dragon was 2 to 3 times bigger than the Ashen Flame Dragon. It was definitely the strongest existence. Since the Ashen Flame Dragon was given to Zhao Hu, then the Hill Dragon should be his. As expected, Ning Chi continued, "Zhao Hu, this Hill Dragon will be your mount." "Thank you, Master Ning," Zhao Hu said happily. Song Yan and Shan Qiu glanced at the two of them and sighed in their hearts. They had no choice but to accept Ning Chi's arrangement. If it was in the past, they wouldn't even look at these Douling-level fellows. But now they had to become Ning Chi's mount. Fortunately, this was only temporary. After all, their master was still Ning Chi in name. Ning Chi glanced at them. Song Yan and Shan Qiu took the initiative to extend their tails in front of them. The two of them followed their tails and walked onto their backs. This feeling is so good, feeling the terrifying power of the huge creature under his feet. Zhao Hu's heart surged. The rest of the people looked at the two of them enviously. They had obtained the strongest mount, a rank 6 dragon. This made them one of the top experts in the Qin Tang Empire. Fortunately, we also have a rank 5 dragon. After becoming a dragon knight, an ordinary Dao Wang would no longer be a match for me. While they were envious of Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, they also felt that they were very lucky and looked forward to the distribution of the dragon clan. Ning Chi glanced at the swamp poisonous dragon. It was hiding at the back of the other dragons. After all, it had offended Ning Chi before and was afraid that Ning Chi would punish it. Realizing that Ning Chi was looking at it, the swamp poisonous dragon had a bad feeling. "You come here," Ning Chi shouted in a low voice. The poisonous swamp dragon flew in front of Ning Chi unsteadily. It lowered its head and said, "Obediently, Master." This dragon looks so domineering, but it looks too hideous. There's also a stench coming from its body. I guess it's an expert in poison techniques. Ah, please don't assign it to me. Otherwise, wouldn't I have to buy a few antidote pills every day to prevent myself from getting poisoned? Everyone secretly calculated in their hearts. Finally, they came to a conclusion that the poisonous swamp dragon was not suitable to be their mount. They secretly prayed that Ning Chi would not assign it to them. Yes, you. Come out. In the future, this poisonous swamp dragon will be your mount. If it is disobedient, you can beat it as you like. If it dares to resist, you can look for Zhonglong and Zhao Hu. Ning Chi pointed at a middle-aged man at the back of the group and said, this middle-aged man was the oldest among the battle spirits present and had the lowest cultivation. He was only a 1-star battle spirit. His aura was not very stable, and it seemed that he had just broken through. Seeing that Ning Chi was pointing at him, he laughed bitterly in his heart and walked out. He cupped his hands toward Ning Chi and said, thank you, Dragon Slayer Marquis. Poisonous swamp dragon, you are vicious and cunning by nature. You are not well liked in the dragon clan. You have to be reformed here in the future. I have many eyes watching you. Ning Chi looked at the poisonous swamp dragon and laughed coldly. The poisonous swamp dragon hurriedly nodded. I understand. The following distribution was basically random. Some people were happy while others were sad. However, the overall result was that everyone was happy. Ning Chi told Zhonglong and Zhao Hu to lead the group of dragon knights in Tianfeng Forest and not to enter the Qin Tang Empire easily to avoid causing panic. After that, he flew in the direction of the Cloud Rising sect. He remembered that there was someone selling the dragon ranking list in the mission hall of the Cloud Rising sect. He was prepared to buy a copy and challenge according to the ranking on it until the Bai Shao clan ranked him in the top 100 in the next dragon ranking list. Cloud Rising sect. Mission hall. When Ning Chi appeared inside, countless pairs of eyes turned to look at him. After all, the matter of Manjulu creating havoc in the Cloud Rising sect and making Elder Nu Tao lose face had been publicized by Duan Yingjun. Everyone knew that Ning Chi's background was rather terrifying and involved the 9 States Empire's divine mystery institution. Senior Ning. A few outer sect disciples came forward and bowed respectfully. Ning Chi had some impression of them. They had been promoted to the Cloud Rising sect's outer sect disciples at the same time as him. They were later accepted as disciples by Elder Wu, who and lived diagonally opposite Shinta Yuanba. Is Duan Yingjun in the sect? Ning Chi asked casually. The faces of the few people suddenly turned a little ugly. Ning Chi's heart skipped a beat and he asked, what happened to him? Senior Ning went back to the family some time ago. Later, I heard that he wanted to rape his big brother's wife and was suppressed by the family elders. One of them said in a low voice, he wouldn't do such a thing. What about Elder Xiaobing? Did she go to sea? Ning Chi frowned and asked. Elder Xiaobing went, but the other party had conclusive evidence. Because it would be too embarrassing if this matter were to spread. The sect didn't plan to do anything about it. Oh, I see. Thank you. Ning Chi nodded faintly. Everyone looked at him and didn't know if he was going to give up on Duan Yingjun or if he didn't care about it at all. Ning Chi walked straight to the front of a mission counter. It was basically a mission to find strange things, and it also sold some common things. An ordinary elder stood inside. After seeing Ning Chi, he smiled and said, Brother Ning, what mission do you want to take? The way he addressed Ning Chi meant that he had already treated Ning Chi as someone of the same generation. After all, Ning Chi was currently at the peak of the Dohuang realm. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the Dohuang realm. When he became an inner sect disciple, his status would be much higher than that of an ordinary elder. Elder, please give me a list of the dragon ranking. I only want the top 100. Ning Chi smiled and said, Dragon ranking? Could it be that Senior Ning wants to enter the dragon ranking? This person is a little too arrogant. The top 100 of the dragon ranking are all peak Dohuangs. Even the worst of them have entered the first life and death stage. Him. Chapter 392. To train in seclusion, Ning Qi handed over the 20 lower spiritual crystals and opened the dragon list to take a look. He found that there were 100 pages in total, and every page had a name. Some are very detailed and even had their family and skills recorded. Some only had a name and a few simple descriptions. First on the dragon ranking, Huangguli, the 37th son of the tribe leader of the ancient desolate dragon tribe. He is 13 years old and is at the peak of the Do Huang class, the 9th life and death barrier. He has not been defeated in his 3 years of existence. Second on the dragon ranking, Huang Gushao, the 26th son of the clan head of the ancient desolate dragon tribe, 18 years old. Peak of the Do Huang stage, 9th life and death barrier. The top 30 of the dragon rankings were basically occupied by the 3 great dragon clans, other than the desolate ancient dragon clan. There were also the giant ancient dragon clan and the ancient heaven dragon clan. Although Ning Qi was arrogant, he also knew that he was far from being a match for a strong person of this level. Unless he stepped into the peak of the Do Huang class, he might have the ability to fight. Fortunately, the system's advancement mission only required him to enter the top 100. The 100th on the dragon ranking, Fong Mo. He is the grandson of the first elder of the Fong clan, one of the 9 top clans. He is 15 years old and has passed the first life and death test at the peak of the Do Huang class. His cultivation is about the same as Zhurong's. However, as someone on the dragon ranking, his actual fighting strength should be enough to crush Zhurong. I estimate that he is equivalent to a Do Huang at the 3rd or 4th stage of the life and death test. My cultivation seems to be a little lacking. Looks like I need to enter the training grounds during this period of time and increase the familiarity of my 18 dragon, subduing palms, and skyline bright moonblade. Ning Qi pondered for a moment before leaving the mission hall. When he returned to the courtyard, Shinta Yuanba seemed to have gone out to do a mission again. In the huge courtyard, there was only Ning Qi. Just as he bought the low-level cultivation training ground and was about to enter to cultivate, someone knocked on the door. Ning Qi opened the door and was a little surprised. Duan Feifei? Duan Feifei was standing at the door. When she saw Ning Qi, she was pleasantly surprised. Then she said anxiously, Duan Ingjun was framed. I know. Ning Qi nodded. You know. Duan Feifei's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt before she anxiously said, Senior Brother Ning, can you use your relationship with the Heavenly Secret Institute to help rescue Duan Ingjun? He was framed because of me. Oh, what's the situation? Come in and tell me. Ning Qi stepped aside. Duan Feifei hesitated for a moment before entering the courtyard. After the door was closed, Duan Tenning appeared not far away, his eyes fixed in this direction. That time, he almost died in the mouth of a demonic beast. If he hadn't broken through his acupuncture point at the critical moment and escaped, he would have become a pile of feces by now. Ning Qi is back. There's all the evidence. I'm going to take Duan Ingjuan's SH*T. No matter what you do, you won't be able to save him. Instead, you'll get yourself into trouble. That's good too. Duan Tenning sneered inwardly and turned to leave. Tell me what happened. Ning Qi and Duan Feifei arrived at the stone pavilion in the courtyard. It's like this. Duan Feifei recounted the sequence of events to him. It turned out that the Divine Dragon Marquis Palace had sent a message a while ago, asking Duan Feifei to go back and help the family complete a mission. In the end, Duan Feifei had just accepted a mission from the Cloud Rising sect and had to complete it within a certain amount of time. Otherwise, it would be considered a failure and he wouldn't have the time to go back. So Duan Ingjun went back. This mission was very simple. It was a competition between a dozen or so clans. However, the disciples who participated in the competition had to be people who joined the various sections. At that time, the 2 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Marquis Mansion, Shimin Jing and Shimin He, also received the news and returned to the 9 States Empire to participate in the competition. Originally, this kind of competition was only held when the elders of the clan were in the mood. There wouldn't be any danger, and that was the truth. In the end, Duan Ingjun even obtained a rather high ranking for the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion. At this time, he should have returned to the Cloud Rising sect. However, not long after, Duan Feifei received the news that Duan Ingjun had been suppressed. The one who suppressed him was an elder of the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, and the reason was that he had raped his big brother's wife. That's what happened. If Duan Ingjun hadn't gone back in my place, this wouldn't have happened. I know his personality. He definitely doesn't have the guts. Duan Feifei said, I understand. Fatty's life isn't in danger right now. I still have something to do. After I finish this, I'll go to the 9 States Empire to take a look. As Ningqi spoke, he stood up, obviously intending to send his guest off. Seeing this, Duan Feifei looked at Ningqi in surprise. Then, a trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes, and her tone became a little calmer. Then I'll disturb Senior Brother Ning. With that, she turned around and left. I didn't expect him to be such a person. To think that Duan Ingjun treated him as a close friend. He's really blind. Duan Feifei thought to herself. From her point of view, what Ningqi had said just now was just polite words. He had already tactfully rejected her request. Ningqi had also discovered something from Duan Feifei's expression just now. However, he did not say it out loud. Duan Ingjun was only suppressed, and his life was not in danger. Ningqi naturally planned to wait until he completed the advancement mission and became a Do King. At that time, he would go to the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion to see if he could fish Duan Ingjun out. Back in the house, enter the low-level training ground. Ningqi muttered in his heart. This time, he spent a total of 2,000 dragon-slaying coins to buy 20 days of time. He planned to raise the 18 dragon subduing palms by another level in one go and reach the 6th level. After staying inside for nearly 2 years, Ningqi took a look at his own attributes. Host Ningqi. Level Peak Do Wang. Experience points 0/12000000. Stored experience points 1850000. Cultivation method Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique Level 4 28654/100000. Martial Skill 18 Dragon Subduing Palms Level 5 723100/10000000. Top Grade Profound Rank 5 Tiger Breaking Gate Blade Level 4 7700/100000. Low Grade Heaven Rank Martial Skill Sky Edge Bright Moon Blade Level 1 76 out of 100. Health Points 213450. Alchemy Rank 4 Alchemist Proficiency Points 345000/10000000. Dragon Slaying Coins 70,000. The proficiency of the 18 dragon subduing palms is still a bit lacking. I still have to practice it. There's also the Sky Edge Bright Moon Blade. Ningqi muttered to himself. He gritted his teeth and bought another 20 days of low-level training ground. He once again disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, the aura on his body had changed slightly. This time he had already raised the proficiency of the 18 dragon subduing palms to the 6th level. The power had increased by 3 to 4 times. There was also the Sky Edge Bright Moon Blade level, which he had trained to the same level as the 5 Tiger Breaking Gate Blade Level 4. Chapter 393. Towards the Sacred Square, Palace Creek. The door opened slowly. Duan Feifei saw Ningqi walk out. She stared at Ningqi without blinking, as if she wanted to make him feel ashamed. Ningqi smiled at her and didn't say anything. He rose into the air and flew out of the sect. Feifei, don't tell me you still want to save that beast, Duan Ingjun? He even dared to touch his sister-in-law. Duan Tunning had appeared beside Duan Feifei, out of nowhere with a mocking smile on his face. Duan Feifei looked at him with disgust. What I do is none of your business. Duan Ingjun is not that kind of person. He was wronged. Wronged? What a joke. So many people saw him rape his sister-in-law like a madman. There were even elders present. Do you think the elders are blind? Moreover, they investigated and found out that Duan Ingjun was not poisoned. Tell me, if this kind of person is not a beast, then what is he? Duan Tianning said angrily. In short, he was wronged. Duan Feifei said coldly and turned to leave. At this moment, Duan Tianning grabbed Duan Feifei's arm and said in a low voice, Feifei, you and I are childhood friends. Do we really have to go this far? Last time, I did not know that Li Dongshui would do that to you. However, you were not injured, were you? Li Dongshui's cultivation was also destroyed. Now he is like a cripple and has become a servant disciple. If you want to vent your anger, I can take you to him every day. You let go. Duan Feifei's eyes became extremely cold. Duan Tunning wanted to say more, but suddenly an arm was placed on his shoulder. He immediately felt a piercing pain and almost knelt down. Senior Sister Taibing, Duan Feifei, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at the person who came. Taibing nodded and looked at Duan Tunning. You want to bully a female disciple in the outer sect in broad daylight? No, I wouldn't dare. Duan Tunning put on a fake smile and stood up to leave while enduring the pain. The moment he turned around, his eyes revealed a bone-piercing coldness. If he gives you trouble in the future, just come and tell me. Taibing calmly said to Duan Feifei. Duan Feifei said, Thank you, Senior Sister Taibing, Fong Saint Palace. Ning Qi sat on Little Purple's back. It took them more than half a month to reach the outskirts of the sacred palace. Looking at the huge, towering walls in the distance, he couldn't help but sigh. What a magnificent city! Brother, you think so too, right? The Fong clan is indeed one of the top 9 clans. Even if ordinary dragons were to pass by this Fong Saint Palace, they would have to take a detour. A young man walked to Ning Qi's side and said with a smile. Ning Qi was currently in a small town near the sacred Fong Palace. There were many people coming and going. Along the way, he saw countless Dowangs and Dohuangs. All of them wanted to enter the sacred Fong Palace. You are. Ning Qi looked at the young man with a faint smile on his face. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xia Linjiaqiang. Xia Lin is the surname of my parents. I am a wandering swordsman. I came here just like you. I want to see if I can get a job in the sacred Fong Palace. If I can learn a move or two, it will be worth it. Xia Linjiaqiang said with a smile. Brother Xia Lin, my name is Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Xia Linjiaqiang didn't know why, but he seemed to have endless things to say. He pulled Ning Qi and kept talking about what he had seen in the past 3 or 4 months. For example, someone had a duel with someone and was hacked to death with a single slash. Someone had been chosen by the Fong clan in the sacred Fong Palace and taken away as a guard. In the end, when he realized that Ning Qi had been smiling without saying anything, a flash of embarrassment appeared on his face. He said, Sorry, did I disturb you? No. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, he continued, Brother Xia Lin, if you want to enter the sacred Fong Palace so badly, why don't you go in yourself? Wouldn't you have a better chance? Xia Linjiaqiang looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Brother Ning, you don't know? Know what? Ning Qi frowned. Without a special invitation, people like us don't have the right to enter the sacred Fong Palace. Only fighting grandmasters can enter after paying 100 middle spiritual crystals. If an ordinary person wants to enter, they have to pay 1,000 middle spiritual crystals, which is equivalent to 100,000 lower spiritual crystals. How can people like you and I have so many spiritual crystals? Therefore, there are some people who kill people like you who have just arrived in order to collect enough spiritual crystals. Xia Linjiaqiang said, I see. Thank you, Brother Lin, for answering my question. Ningqi smiled. At the same time, he couldn't help but think that the Fong clan was really robbing people. Fighting grandmasters had to pay 100 middle spiritual crystals, which was a huge amount for fighting grandmasters. Those below fighting grandmasters had to pay 10 times the amount. Even the inner sanctum disciples of the Cloud Rising clan couldn't take out so many spiritual crystals, let alone a rogue cultivator like Xia Linjiaqiang. At this time, a few people nearby glanced at Ningqi and Xia Linjiaqiang before turning to leave. Ningqi could clearly feel Xia Linjiaqiang heave a sigh of relief. Brother Ning, you were just targeted by someone. Xia Linjiaqiang smiled bitterly. He then explained in a low voice. It turned out that he had purposely chatted with Ningqi and pretended to be familiar with him so that the people who were targeting Ningqi would give up on the idea of robbing him. Ningqi couldn't help but look at Xia Linjiaqiang and smiled. If that's the case, thank you, Brother Lin. You're welcome. I just found you pleasing to the eye. Xia Linjiaqiang smiled. He then reminded Ningqi about the rules of this place and was about to leave. Just as he turned around and took 3 steps, Ningqi's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Brother Xia Linjiaqiang, do you want to go to the Holy Palace with me? Xia Linjiaqiang's movements paused. He slowly turned around and looked at Ningqi in surprise. Brother Ning, what did you just say? Do you want to go to the Holy Palace with me? Ningqi smiled at him. Do you have an invitation? Xia Linjiaqiang's face was filled with joy. However, he then said with disappointment, even if you have an invitation, you can only go in alone. Let's go. Just follow me. Ningqi didn't explain much and walked past Xia Linjiaqiang with a smile. Xia Linjiaqiang looked at Ningqi's back, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Was he teasing him? Impossible. I just saved him once. Chapter 394. Enlistment. The two of them came to the front of the Holy Palace. Ningqi looked up and still could not see the end of the city wall. In front of them, there was a huge city gate. The gate was wide open. Occasionally, there would be people walking out from the inside and in from the outside. When these people walked past Ningqi and Xia Linjiaqiang, they all looked at them with disdain. There were countless small towns nearby. The nearest town was only 200 feet away from the city gate. When the people in the town saw people coming out, they were excited and looked at them expectantly. When they saw people going in, they were envious and wished that they were that person. Beside the city gate stood 2 expressionless soldiers. Their eyes were looking straight ahead, and their bodies were motionless like statues. However, the aura they gave off was terrifying. Using a fighting grandmaster to guard the gate. How extravagant, Ningqi sighed in his heart. Then Ningqi walked towards the city gate. Xia Linjiaqiang saw this and was stunned. He gritted his teeth and followed. Who are those 2 fellows? I think I've seen one of them before. He's been here for a few months. He's a lone cultivator. What do they want? To enter the Holy Palace? Could it be that they can't help but want to plead with the 2 seniors guarding the city? What's so strange about this? Isn't it like this every time new people come? In the nearby town, everyone looked at Ningqi and Xia Linjiaqiang gloatingly. Stop! The soldiers guarding the city looked at Ningqi and Xia Linjiaqiang coldly. We want to enter the city. Ningqi smiled faintly. Enter the city? One of the soldiers had a mocking expression on his face as he scanned Ningqi from head to toe. Whose invitation do you have? I don't have one. Ningqi smiled. Xia Linjiaqiang's expression changed, and he laughed bitterly. Why did he follow Ningqi here? Thinking of this, he whispered, Brother Ning, let's go. Ningqi ignored him. He looked at the soldier and said, 1,000 middle spiritual crystals, and you can enter the city, right? Yes. A sliver of suspicion flashed through the eyes of the 2 soldiers when they heard this. Could it be that Ning Chi was from some great clan? What? Does Brother Ning actually intend to enter the city like this? Does he really have so many spirit crystals? A trace of shock flashed across Xia Linjiaqiang's eyes. If he had so many spiritual crystals, what was the point of going to the Holy Palace? It was better to just buy cultivation resources. Even if he entered the Fong Saint Palace, he might not be able to gain the favor of the Fong clan. He was deeply puzzled. If you have 1,000 middle spiritual crystals, you can indeed enter the city. Just put the spiritual crystals on it. One of the soldiers pointed at a stone statue next to the city wall. This stone statue was of a lion with a disc on its head. Seeing this, Ning Chi smiled and walked to the side of the lion statue. Then he took out handfuls of medium spiritual crystals from the space bag. Each handful contained exactly 100 pieces. After taking out 20 handfuls, Ning Chi smiled at the two and said, "Do you want to count them?" The two soldiers looked at each other. One of them walked to the side of the round plate and counted it. Sure enough, there were middle spiritual crystals, and the amount was exactly 2,000. Just in time. The two of you can enter the city now. He looked at Ning Chi, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He was secretly guessing Ning Chi's background. Even he might not be able to take out so many middle spiritual crystals at once. Xia Linjiaqiang looked at the spiritual crystals and took a deep breath. He looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. He only reacted when Ning Chi called out to him. He quickly followed Ning Chi into the Holy Palace in ecstasy. At this time, the people in the nearby towns who had wanted to laugh at the two of them were dumbfounded. 3 of them had regretful expressions on their faces. Damn it, he actually has so many spiritual crystals. If I had known, I would have done it earlier. It's all Xia Linjiaqiang's fault. We thought it was his friend, so we gave up on this fat sheep. I don't know how long we'll have to wait to meet such a fat sheep with such a low cultivation. We've been here for more than a year, and we've only managed to collect 700 to 800 middle spiritual crystals. It's not even enough for one person to enter the city. As the 3 of them spoke, they sighed heavily. After entering the city, Xia Linjiaqiang looked around curiously. He was excited as if he was dreaming. He never thought that he would be able to follow Ning Chi into the real Holy Palace so easily. Brother Xia Linjiaqiang, what do you plan to do next? Ning Chi smiled. Well, I don't know what I plan to do at the moment. I want to go to the Fong family and ask them if they accept people. Brother Ning, do you want to come with me? The Fong family? Ning Chi smiled and nodded. He said, "All right, I'll go with you." The Holy Palace was divided into the outer city and the inner city. Most of the people living in the outer city were from the Fong family. There were an estimated 300,000 to 400,000 people, and 10,000 to 20,000 of them were outsiders. The inner city was where the true elites of the Fong family resided. Usually, the top family, the Fong family, referred to the inner city of the Holy Palace. There were no obstacles in entering the inner city. However, there was a rule. When the sky turned dark, one had to return to the outer city. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the Holy Palace. For the time being, no one dared to break this rule. On the way from the outer city to the inner city, Ning Chi finally understood why people from the outside wanted to enter the inner city. Any elixir here was several times more expensive than the outside world. On the other hand, it also meant that the salary here was high. For example, if a peddler sold the same elixir, he could only earn 300 to 400 lower spiritual crystals. However, in the Holy Palace, he could earn more than 1,500 and sometimes even 2,000. The people in the inner city of the Fong family were even more generous. One tip from them was a spiritual crystal that an ordinary person would not be able to earn in a few years outside. In the inner city, Brother Ning, that should be the Fong family. Xia Linjiaqiang pointed to a magnificent house not far away and said excitedly. At the door of the house, there seemed to be a recruitment drive. There was a long queue of about 300 to 400 people. Xie Linjiaqiang quickly pulled Ning Qi and ran over to the queue. Ning Qi did not say anything and joined the queue with him. There were people in front who left dejectedly, while there were people who entered the house happily. There were people who came to join the queue. Just like that, when it was Xie Linjiaqiang and Ning Qi's turn, an old man who seemed to be an elder of the Fang family looked at them calmly. "What are you applying for?" "Servants, to challenge Fang Mo." Chapter 395. Chapter 395. The Devil's Palm, Brother Ning, you. Xie Linjiaqiang looked at Ning Qi in shock and instinctively took a few steps back, distancing himself from Ning Qi. The guys at the back of the line all gasped in shock. Where did this lunatic come from? He wanted to challenge Fang Mo. Fang Mo was ranked 100th on the Dragon Roll. When he broke through to the Grandmaster Do, he would probably enter the ranking of young masters. In the Fang family, Fang Mo's status was not low. Among his peers, there were few who were stronger than him. Even if their cultivation was higher than his, their aptitude was weaker than his, and they did not even enter the Dragon Roll. This guy, who was only at the peak of the King Do, wanted to challenge a peak Do Huang who had entered the first stage of life and death. This was unheard of. If he wanted to die, wouldn't it be faster to challenge a member of the dragon race? In an instant, everyone distanced themselves from Ning Qi. Some were shocked, some were amused, and some were mocking him. Fang Ku was the most insignificant elder in the Fang family. He was a servant elder. As his name suggested, he was in charge of the servants who entered the Fang family to work. However, he was also a 4-star Do Huang, so he could see through Ning Qi's cultivation at a glance. Fang Ku looked at Ning Qi and said, "I didn't hear what you just said. Say it again." "No, don't say it." Xie Linjiaqiang looked at Ning Qi and prayed in his heart. He winked at Ning Qi. "I want to challenge Fang Mo." Ning Qi smiled. He still said it. Xie Linjiaqiang's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. Only now did he realize that Ning Qi was a lunatic. Yes, if he is not a lunatic, why would he help me pay 1,000 medium spiritual crystals? To put it bluntly, he is not my father. Even my father wouldn't give me such a huge inheritance. Xie Linjiaqiang smiled bitterly in his heart. This guy is dead. He wants to challenge Fang Mo. I think Elder Fang Ku will kill him directly. The people in the queue thought to themselves and looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Only a few people had a trace of pity in their eyes. Yet another guy who has gone crazy for fame. Pitiful, too pitiful. They sighed inwardly. Fang Ku looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped Ning Qi's head with the force of 1,000 caddies. Clearly, he intended to kill Ning Qi on the spot. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth lifted slightly. 18 dragons subduing palms. 6 silver dragons burst out of his body, roaring as they charged towards Fang Ku. Boom! Fang Ku only felt a huge force pass through his palm. In an instant, he seemed to hear the sound of his own bones breaking. Then he flew backwards and landed heavily on the ground. At this time, the huge force had not dissipated, causing him to roll a few more times on the ground until he hit a pair of feet. Only then did he stop. What happened? A big question mark rose above everyone's head as they stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Where was Elder Fang Ku? At this moment, the slow-witted crowd finally reacted, and their faces were filled with horror. He had sent Elder Fang Ku flying with a single palm strike. That was a 4-star Do Huang, the errand service elder of the Fang clan. In the outside world, fighting a 5-star or 6-star Do Huang would be child's play. How could this be? Just who was this kid? So strong. Why is he so strong? Is he not crazy when he said he wanted to challenge Fang Mo? Xie Linjiaqiang stared at Ning Qi in shock, unable to control himself for a long time. What happened? A young man looked down at Fang Ku with a trace of doubt in his eyes. No one would dare to cause trouble in the Fang clan. So how did Fang Ku become like this? Fang, Ku hurriedly flipped himself up from the ground. Only then did he realize that the bones in his arms had pierced through his flesh, but he still endured the intense pain and said in a low voice, "Young Master Bai, someone wants to challenge young Master Fong Mo. Challenge my brother?" A trace of surprise flashed across Fong Bai's face. He looked towards the main door and saw Ning Chi smiling at him from afar. A trace of coldness appeared in Fong Bai's eyes. He ignored Fong Ku and strode towards the main door. When he arrived in front of Ning Chi, he said in an indifferent voice, "Was it you who injured my elder?" "Should be." Ning Chi smiled and nodded. "Break both your arms, and I will spare your life." Fong Bai said indifferently. His tone was indifferent, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Ning Chi glanced at Fong Bai and looked at his attributes. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Fong Clan, Fong Bai level, Peak Emperor Realm Martial Arts. Lower Heaven level Vairo Kana Secret Martial Arts. Lower Heaven level Buddha's Palm Health Points. 395000. Both martial arts and martial arts were lower heaven level. This was the first time Ning Chi had seen someone like this. Even the saint concubine of Cold Sky and Dongfang, Hao Jie, only had upper earth level martial arts and martial arts. It was obvious that this person's status in the Fong clan was much higher than hers. "That's young Master Fong Bai. I've seen him before. He's young Master Fong Mo's younger brother. This guy is dead meat. Even if he can defeat Elder Fong Ku, how can he be a match for young Master Fong Bai? He's in the top 200 of the dragon ranking." The people in the queue looked at Ning Chi with pity after the initial shock. This time, however, their impression of Ning Chi had improved. To be able to defeat a 4-star Emperor Fong Ku with the cultivation of a King Realm fighter, he should be able to enter the top 1,000 of the dragon ranking. With such talent, it was a pity that he chose to come out and play instead of hiding and developing. "Brother Ning, break both of your arms. Quick!" Xie Linjia roared in his heart as he glared at Ning Chi. He did not even dare to send a telepathic message, afraid that someone would hear him and label him as Ning Chi's accomplice. If that happened, he would not be able to enter the Fong clan as a servant. It would be a light punishment for him to be banished from the sacred Fong Palace. "Break both of my arms?" The corner of Ning Chi's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at Fong Bai and smiled. "I'm here to challenge Fong Mo, not to break both of my arms. Are you saying that the Fong clan, one of the top 9 clans in Dongxian, is afraid of being challenged? You don't have the right." Fong Bai said calmly. He did not seem to be angered by Ning Chi. However, Ning Chi knew that Fong Bai must be very angry. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Bai's body emitted a thick, killing intent that locked onto him. It seemed that if he wanted to challenge Fong Mo, he would have to first defeat this fellow in front of him. Thinking of this, Ning Chi smiled. "You don't have the right to judge whether I have the right or not. If you want to fight, then come. If I defeat you, you will ask Fong Mo to come see me, right? Arrogant." Fong Bai growled and slammed his palm toward Ning Chi. Behind him, there seemed to be a faint golden Buddha. The Buddha's palm slowly covered Ning Chi, and at that moment, it merged with Fong Bai's palm. "Run." The group of people who came to the Fong clan to be hired as servants were already more than 100 feet away from Ning Chi. When they saw Fong Bai's attack, they immediately retreated more than 100 feet, afraid that they would be implicated by Ning Chi. Just in time. "Let's see if your lower heaven level Buddha's palm is stronger, or my 18 dragon subduing palms." Ning Chi laughed coldly and slammed his palm forward. Chapter 396. A fierce battle boom. Their palms collided. One emitted a faint golden light, while the other emitted a faint silver light. After a breath, the light became more intense. With their palms as the center, the light spread in all directions. The terrifying airwaves knocked everyone off their feet. Even Fong Ku, who had just gotten up to watch the fight, couldn't help but take a few steps back. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. So powerful. What a terrifying aftershock. If I faced it head-on, I would have turned to ashes by now. Ningqi and Fang Bai took 6 or 7 steps back at the same time. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground. Fang Bai's HP had been reduced by 50 to 60,000. Ningqi, on the other hand, had only lost about 20,000. It was clear who was stronger. Which sect are you from? What palm technique is that? Fang Bai looked at Ningqi in shock. His Buddha's palm was taught to him by Fang Mo. It was one of the 3 heaven-class martial techniques of the Fang family. Although it was ranked last, it was extremely powerful. Even a peak emperor would not be able to withstand his palm, let alone a peak king realm fighter. But Ningqi not only withstood it, but also forced him to take a few steps back. At the same time, he suffered some minor injuries. His qi and blood surged. It was unbelievable. Ningqi of the Cloud Rising sect. Ningqi smiled faintly. His goal was to enter the top 100 on the dragon leaderboard, so he didn't need to use a fake name. Cloud Rising sect. Brother Ning, you're a disciple of a top sect. You must be a true disciple. Xie Lin Jiaqiang suddenly understood. Which lampholder elder of the Cloud Rising sect are you a true disciple of? Why have I never seen you before? Fang Bai frowned slightly. Haha, I'm an outer disciple. Ningqi smiled. Outer disciple. Fang Bai's face showed a hint of anger. Since you don't want to tell me where you're from, don't leave the Fang family today. With that, he attacked Ningqi again. How could an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect be so powerful? He was obviously playing with him. Ningqi let out a wild laugh and fearlessly went up to meet him. Since he was going to challenge Fang Mo, he might as well use this guy in front of him as a warm-up. If he couldn't even beat him, there was no need to go looking for Fang Mo to humiliate himself. He could just turn around and leave. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 100 moves. This time, Fang Bai had learned his lesson. Instead of clashing head-on with Ningqi, he used his movement technique to find Ningqi's flaws. However, the more he fought, the more apprehensive he became. He had clearly struck Ningqi's chest a few times. Logically speaking, even if he was a Do Huang, he would at least be seriously injured, if not dead. But Ningqi acted as if nothing had happened. Who the hell is this guy? Even young Master Fang Bai couldn't defeat him. Fang Ku watched the battle in shock. Because of the huge commotion, members of the Fang clan walked over to the main gate one by one. Standing with Fang Ku, they watched the battle with curiosity. On the streets, there were many disciples of the Fang clan's side branches. At first, there were only a few hundred people watching, but after a while, there were already thousands of people watching. Who is this kid? Why is he fighting with Cousin Fang Bai? Could it be Cousin Fang Bai's enemy? He, who would dare to come to our Fang clan to seek revenge. Does he want to die? A few disciples of the Fang clan were curious. This guy is only a peak king do? What? He really is. Hiss! Everyone took a deep breath. Fang Bai was a peak king do Huang. Even though he hadn't entered the 9 stages of life and death, he was talented and ranked in the top 200 of the dragon ranking. He could easily defeat an ordinary 1st or 2nd stage king Do Huang. But now he was on par with a peak king Do Huang? What the hell was going on? Even though they were experienced and knowledgeable, they were still confused and couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. Fang Ku, you were the first one here. Do you know what's going on? Why is Fang Bai's cousin fighting with him? What is his background? Is he from another clan? A woman asked with a frown. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Fang Ku, waiting for his reply. Fang Ku said with a serious face, Young masters, I'm not sure either. But this kid just said that he's an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. I just don't know if it's true. An outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? Is he joking? Someone laughed coldly. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. If the outer disciples of the cloud-rising sect were this strong, they wouldn't be the 9 great clans, but the 10 great clans. Yes, he can't be an outer disciple of the cloud-rising sect. Is he a prodigy that some other clan has been secretly training? Is he preparing to make a name for himself? Could he be from the Ding clan? The Ding clan has always kept a low profile. In the past, there have been disciples who have amazed the world. It's very possible. What happened here? Suddenly a faint voice was heard. Hearing this, everyone from the Fong clan was shocked. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. Fong Mo. Everyone's expression immediately became solemn. One by one, they moved to the side and created a path for Fong Mo, indifferently walked to the front. He frowned slightly when he saw Fong by fighting with a peak Do Wong. Young Master Fong Mo, it's actually like this. Fong Ku explained the situation. When he finally said that Ning Chi was really here to challenge Fong Mo, the shock in everyone's eyes deepened. They all looked at Fong Mo to see his reaction. Challenge me? Fong Mo's expression turned cold. Cousin Fong Mo, you must teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Otherwise, any Tom, Dick, or Harry will come to challenge you. You won't even have time to train. Yes, but from the looks of it, he won't be able to last long against Cousin Fong Bai. The Do Chi of a Peak King Do and a Peak Do Huang are too far apart. Even if he can tie with Cousin Fong Bai for a while, he won't be able to last long. These Fong clan disciples who are older than Fong Mo by 5 or 6 years, 7 or 8 years, or even more than 10 years, were all flattering Fong Mo with ingratiating smiles on their faces. Fong Mo did not say anything. He quietly watched the battle between Fong Bai and Ning Chi. At this moment, Fong Bai and Ning Chi exchanged a few more blows. The battle was extremely intense. They fought directly into the center of the Fong clan's courtyard. They were only a few hundred feet away from Fong Mo and the others. Big brother is here? Fong Bai turned around and happened to see Fong Mo looking at him. His heart trembled. No, I have to finish this battle quickly. I can't let them laugh at me. I can't embarrass Big Brother. As a Peak King Do Huang, he was a little impatient after fighting with Ning Chi for so long. Die. Chapter 397. Chapter 397. A punch. Is it starting to explode? Ning Chi thought to himself. Ning Chi noticed that Fong Bai's attacks had increased tremendously. Fong Bai seemed to have given up on defense and wanted to kill him with one blow. Ning Chi's lips curled into a faint smile. In his eyes, Fong Bai's HP had already fallen to 70,000. This was a relatively dangerous amount. As for Ning Chi, he had stuffed a few Earth high-grade spring recovery pills into his mouth. His current HP was still very good, above 200,000. Uft. Fong Bai's palm hit Ning Chi's chest, and Ning Chi's palm hit Fong Bai's shoulder. Both sides were sent flying by the force of the other's palm. But Fong Mo was quick to react. He gently reached out and caught Fong Bai. Ning Chi, on the other hand, crashed through the wall and fell on the street in a sorry state, his body covered with gravel. On the street, the crowd looked at Ning Chi curiously. He should be dead, right? He's dead for sure. After all, he's only a king fighter at the peak of the king fighter realm, not a member of the Dragon Clan. How could he have withstood young Master Fong Bai's attack? Looks like Fong Bai is slightly better. Sigh, Xia Linjiaqiang sighed to himself. He felt sorry for Ning Chi. Why did he come to the sacred Fong Palace to seek death? In time, he would be able to make a name for himself in the outside world. He really didn't understand what Ning Chi was thinking. Was fame really that important? Did I win? Fong Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. With Fong Mo's support, he managed to stand. He looked at the pile of gravel through the hole in the wall, feeling a little uneasy. He had used 130% of his strength in that attack. It should be enough to kill Ning Chi, right? After a few breaths, a hand suddenly reached out from the pile of gravel. Then, Ningqi climbed out and dusted himself off. He smiled at Fong Bai. "You're really strong, but it's not enough. Why can't I kill this guy? His body is so strong. Could he be a disciple of the Tuoba family? Has he cultivated the indestructible golden body?" Gasp. If he's from the Tuoba clan, then there's going to be a good show to watch. The Tuoba clan and the Fong clan have been mortal enemies for thousands of years. Yes, that is indeed the case. The two clans once fought over a mysterious tree in the Black Sea Dragon region, and each of them lost 3 doshengs. Even the Do Di was seriously injured. This grudge has lasted for thousands of years and has yet to be resolved. When the disciples of the two clans meet, it is basically a life and death battle. Brother, you seem to know a lot. It's recorded in the Dongxian annals of the Baishao family. It costs 20 lower spiritual crystals a copy. Do you want it? The onlookers whispered to each other. Among them, there was no lack of knowledgeable fellows who were narrating their own speculations. Is he okay? How could this be? Fong Bai stared at Ning Qi in horror as if a huge wave had been set off in his heart. Interesting. While the Fong clan disciples were shocked, they were also deeply curious about Ning Qi. How could a peak Do Wang do this? Could it be that Fong Bai's strength had deteriorated? A few disciples of the Fong clan who were not on good terms with Fong Bai had gloating looks in their eyes. Fong Emo gently patted Fong Bai's shoulder and said, "You heal yourself first." Yes. Fong Bai lowered his head in humiliation. Then Fong Emo walked toward Ningqi. He only stopped when he was about 3 meters away from Ningqi. He looked at Ningqi and said with a faint smile, "You're from the Tuoba clan, right? Did you come to the sacred palace today to challenge me?" "I've already said that I'm an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising clan. Are you Fong Emo?" "I'm here to challenge Fong Emo today. If you're not, please step aside." Ningqi smiled. He glanced at Fong Bai's attributes. Apart from his life points and rank, his cultivation and martial arts techniques were all the same. An outer disciple of the Cloud Rising clan, Fong Emo looked Ningqi up and down. Seeing that Ningqi did not look like he was joking, Fong Emo was a little confused. However, he still smiled calmly and said, "Yes, I'm Fong Emo. You're quite strong, but you still have a long way to go before you can challenge me. You were able to fight my brother to a draw. Based on your cultivation level, you should be in the top 150 of the dragon leaderboard." There was a hint of arrogance in his tone, as if he was an elder lecturing a junior. However, everyone knew that Fong Emo was only 15 years old. Is Big Brother trying to befriend him? Fong Bai's eyes were filled with shock and indignation. Ning Qi had humiliated him in public. If he did not kill Ning Qi, this matter would follow him like a stain for the next few years. Looks like this kid's strength has caught Fong Mo's attention. Otherwise, he would not be so polite. Yes, that makes sense. Brother Ning is going to make a meteoric rise. Even if he can't defeat Fong Mo, as long as he doesn't die today, he will definitely be in the top 150 of the dragon leaderboard, just like Fong Mo said. That's already equivalent to a first-rate disciple of the top 9 clans. Xie Linjiaqiang looked at Ning Qi with envy. But then, Fong Mo's tone changed, and an incomparably violent killing intent emanated from his body, instantly locking onto Ning Qi. Everyone could feel the temperature of the air drop by more than 10 degrees, and they couldn't help but shiver. What a strong killing intent. How many people has Fong Mo killed? When the disciples of the Fong clan are not cultivating, they train everywhere and go to all sorts of forbidden lands. I bet that countless humans, dragons, and monsters have died at his hands. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated such a terrifying killing intent? Everyone was secretly shocked. Fong Mo looked coldly at Ning Qi. However, every year I run into 8 or 10 people like you. You always want to defeat me, then take my place and steal my reputation. Some of them are already dead, and some are still locked up in the Fong clan's prisons. However, for the sake of the Cloud Rising sect, I'll give you a chance. Mend the walls of the Fong clan and work as a servant for another year. Then I'll let you walk out of here alive. Fong Mo's eyes were cold as ice. You want me to be your servant? Ning Chi smiled faintly. Today, I'm going to use you to climb to the top. Enough with the nonsense. Fong Mo, either you kill me, or you admit that you're no match for me, and give up your position. If I become one of the top 100 on the dragon leaderboard, I'll turn around and leave. Otherwise, let's see who's stronger. If that's the case, then it's fine. Fong Mo nodded. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared in Ning Chi's eyes. Fong Mo's figure disappeared like a shadow, and the next moment he saw that Fong Mo was less than a fist away from him. Boom! Fong Mo's fist landed on Ning Chi's stomach, and Ning Chi was instantly sent flying into the air. His HP dropped by more than 100,000, and then he fell heavily to the ground. So fast! I couldn't even react in time. The difference between him and Fong Bai is so great. Is this the strength of the 100 on the dragon leaderboard? Chapter 398. He didn't die. Did you see Cousin Fong Mo's actions clearly? A Fong clan member who was around 20 years old and was already a 1-star Do Huang said in a daze. The Fong family members looked at each other and shook their heads silently. Cousin Fong Mo is really strong. With his talent, I think he can enter the top 50 of the dragon ranking in 3 or 4 years. If that's the case, he even has the opportunity to be personally taught by Grandpa Xian. Someone said enviously. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned solemn. The Grandpa Xian he mentioned was a 1-star Do Huang of the Fong family. If Fong Mo could be personally taught by a Do Huang, he would at least be a Do Sheng in the future. Fong Bai looked at Fong Mo's back with a face full of admiration. Big brother is really strong. Give me a few more years, and I can also become an existence like him. With one punch, Ning Chi, who had been evenly matched with Fong Bai, was sent flying. The faces of the onlookers showed excitement and shock. They were excited that they could see Fong Mo fight today. They were shocked that Fong Mo's strength was as strong as the rumors said. Dad, one day, I want to be as strong as young Master Fong. A 7 or 8-year-old youth held his father's hand and said seriously, Good. As long as you have 1/10 of young Master Fong Mo, I will be very happy. The middle-aged man was happy for his son's ambition and patted his head. Brother Ning is in trouble this time. Xia Linjiaqiang looked at Ning Chi and then at Fong Mo, shaking his head in his heart. He can still stand up? Fong Mo frowned slightly. With that, his figure once again turned into an afterimage. Again, Ning Chi said in his heart. In an instant, Fong Mo appeared in front of Ning Chi and punched him again. Boom! Ning Chi flew out like a cannonball. I don't believe this. After landing, Ning Chi threw an upper earth rejuvenation pill into his mouth and looked at Fong Mo with a serious face. You are really not from the Tuoba family? Fong Mo frowned and looked at Ning Chi. 18 dragon subduing palms. Ning Chi directly slapped his palm forward. At this time, Fong Mo was still more than 100 feet away from him. Logically speaking, it was impossible to hit him. He was beaten silly by young Master Fong Mo. It's possible. He probably gave up on himself. If I were him, I'd rather kneel down and beg for mercy. With his talent, the Fong clan would definitely take him in as a servant. He might even live a better life than before. If he's lucky, the Fong clan is prepared to put in a lot of effort to nurture him, and then he'll soar to the heavens in one go. Perhaps the thoughts of geniuses are different from ours. Some people sighed because of Ning Chi's craziness. Some people were jealous of Ning Chi's talent, but he didn't know how to cherish it. However, there were even more people who hoped to see Ning Chi's miserable end. This made them very happy. Some people in the Fong clan came to their senses and looked at Ning Qi in astonishment, their eyes shining with admiration. Looking at Feng Mo's shadow that was not far away, Ning Qi's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Die. Sure enough, Feng Mo appeared in front of him again. This time, Ning Qi had predicted Feng Mo's move, so when Feng Mo appeared, he had no choice but to meet Ning Qi's palm. Boom! Ning Qi retreated more than 10 steps. Feng Mo retreated 7 or 8 steps. The palm wind from the exchange between the two spread in all directions. It was several times stronger than the palm technique that Feng Mo had used against Feng Bai. The crowd only felt a strong gust of wind hit them in the face, and they almost couldn't open their eyes. Seeing this scene, the crowd finally came to their senses. Ning Qi was not crazy. He can meet young Master Feng Mo's palm attack head-on. This guy is a little too strong. He can't be at the peak of the king of fighters, right? He must be faking it, right? This battle seems to be getting interesting. What a strong battle consciousness, Xia Lin Jiacheng said in shock. As expected, the Feng clan members said in their hearts. They had guessed at the moment Ning Qi made his move. However, they were also very shocked. No one present could meet Feng Mo's palm attack head-on, but Ning Qi did it. This meant that he was already stronger than all of them. No wonder Feng Bai was no match for him. The crowd involuntarily glanced at Feng Bai. At this moment, he was also in shock. Feng Mo's expression was a little ugly. Very good. He looked at Ning Qi and said indifferently. His body turned into a shadow. The battle began again. Although Ning Qi could occasionally predict and counterattack, he was suppressed by Feng Mo most of the time. If he had not prepared enough upper Earth-class rejuvenation pills, he would have died many times over. More and more Feng clan members rushed over. Third sister, there's actually a peak king of fighters who can fight with Feng Mo like this. That guy looks so familiar. Wait. Feng Jing's expression suddenly changed. Look, doesn't he look like the outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, Ning Qi? It really does look like him. Feng Jing's 2 brothers said in shock. This guy is so strong. Feng Jing's face was filled with disbelief. Although she was no match for Ning Qi, she thought that Ning Qi was only slightly stronger than her. But now it seemed that Ning Qi was not just a little stronger than her. At this moment, boom! Ning Qi was smacked down from the air by Feng Mo's palm attack. Coincidentally, he landed in front of the Feng clan members. The onlookers outside gathered their courage and squeezed to the door to see if Ning Qi was dead. Is he still alive? Feng Ku tentatively stretched his neck and looked at the deep pit in front of him. To be able to exchange so many blows with cousin Feng Mo before losing. He's not simple. Yes, indeed. If he really is an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, with such talent, if he doesn't die, he'll probably be accepted by the Lampholder Elder. But it's a pity that he dared to challenge cousin Feng Mo. He won't have that chance. Someone laughed coldly. Feng Mo landed on the ground from the air. His body floated like an immortal without a speck of dust. When he fought with Ning Qi, he always had one hand behind his back. Feng Ku, collect his body and send it to the Cloud Rising sect. Feng Mo said indifferently. Then he turned and left. Yes, young Master Feng Mo. Feng Ku hurriedly responded and walked toward the deep pit, preparing to drag Ning Qi's body out. The onlookers sighed one after another. They didn't sigh for Ning Qi, but for the fact that the battle had ended so quickly. They hadn't even seen it. If there was anyone who was worried about Ning Qi, it was probably Xia Linjiaqiang. Feng Ku walked to the side of the deep pit and suddenly froze. Feng Ku, what are you waiting for? Feng Bai's injuries were temporarily stabilized. He stood up from the ground and frowned at Feng Ku. Feng Ku looked at Ning Qi in shock as he climbed out of the deep pit. Although he was in a sorry state, he was full of energy. He's not dead. Chapter 399. Buddha's voice. Feng Mo's footsteps paused slightly. He turned around abruptly and saw Ning Chi grinning at him. His face gradually darkened. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Could it be a zombie? Or is he still alive? A middle-aged man beside Xia Lin Jiaqing mumbled to himself. You're not seeing things. I saw it too. Another man said in a trembling voice. Xia Lin Jiaqing swallowed his saliva. His mouth was parched because he had not closed it for a long time. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Could he be a member of the Dragon Clan? Someone from the Fong family said doubtfully. Dragon Clan. This speculation made everyone's expression change. Although Ning Chi didn't show any signs of being a member of the Dragon Clan, the fact that he was able to withstand so many attacks from Fong Mo without dying was enough to make everyone suspicious. Fong Jing and her two brothers looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They were glad that they hadn't made Ning Chi their enemy. Otherwise, they might not have been able to leave the Dragon Clan's cemetery. Fong Mo, the battle has just begun. Are you trying to escape? Ning Chi smiled at Fong Mo, and a long saber appeared in his hand. The Dragon Slayer saber. As soon as it appeared, an extremely sharp aura was emitted, causing everyone to look at it involuntarily. What kind of fighting weapon is that? An Earth-grade one? No, an Earth-grade fighting weapon can't make my heart palpitate. Someone looked at the Dragon Slayer saber in Ning Chi's hand with a pale face. When it appeared, he almost couldn't breathe. Fong Mo's expression was no longer as calm as before. After all, he was only 15 years old. No matter how well he pretended to be, he still had the restlessness of a young man. Seeing Ning Chi repeatedly climb up from the ground, a sense of shame and anger rose in Fong Mo's heart. He didn't answer Ning Chi's question. Instead, he made his move. The hand that had been on his back was already unsheathed. Fong Mo appeared above Ning Chi's head in an instant. A giant golden Buddha appeared behind him. Then he slapped both his palms at Ning Chi. Everyone felt a buzzing sound in their ears, as if they could hear the sound of Buddha lingering in their ears. In Ning Chi's eyes, Fong Mo disappeared between heaven and earth. In front of him, there was only a golden Buddha that had condensed from the void. Cousin Fong Mo's Buddha's palm has actually reached the realm of Buddhist voice of salvation. At this moment, a few more Do Huangs rushed over. The strength of these Do Huangs were between the first and third stage of the 9 life and death trials. From the looks of it, they weren't very old. It was obvious that they were the genius disciples of the Fong clan who were weaker than Fong Mo by 1 or 2 levels. The young man at the very front, who was about 23 years old, revealed an expression of shock. The Buddha's palm had a total of 9 forms. The Buddha voice purification was already the 7th form. In the Fong clan, those who could practice the Buddha's palm to this level were all ancestors of the Doshin class, or a few geniuses who were even more abnormal than Fong Mo. However, the youngest among them was only 7 or 8 years older than Fong Mo. They were not considered to be of the same generation. Hence, Fong Mo was likely the first person in his generation. This was the real Fong Mo. He had finally revealed his true strength. Big brother, it turns out that you are already this strong. Fong Bai muttered to himself. There was envy in his eyes as well as a thread of jealousy. Since he was young, he had treated Fong Mo as his benchmark. He had also been working hard to catch up. When Fong Mo was a 1-star Do Huang, he was a peak Do Huang. When Fong Mo was a 2-star Do Huang, he was a 1-star Do Huang. Until now, he had been closely following Fong Mo's footsteps. However, from the looks of it now, it was just a joke. The gap between him and Fong Mo now seemed to be no different from a chasm. Buddha voice purification. This is the legendary 7th form of the Buddha's palm. Buddha voice purification. Among the onlookers outside, there were disciples from the Fong clan's side branches. When they saw the large Buddha and heard the Buddha voice, their eyes immediately became wet. Once upon a time, there had been such a prodigy among their ancestors. However, for hundreds of years, due to various reasons, they did not inherit the glory of their ancestors. Instead, they were reduced to the side branches of the Fong clan. Hence, when they saw Fong Imo once again use the Buddha voice purification, it immediately evoked the beautiful memories of the past. This brat is going to die, right? Yes, he will not survive. Even I would be seriously injured if I were to face this move. What? Senior, you are a 3-star dozong. You don't have the confidence to block this move? Are the top 100 on the dragon ranking really that strong? You've never believed in the ranking board of Wandering Whimpers because you've never fought against them. I once fought against a person ranked 138th on the dragon rank, and in the end, I won by a hair's breadth. If we fought to the death, the results would be unknown. Hiss, among this group of onlookers, there were a few people who looked similar to ordinary people. However, they were all dozong existences. Originally, they wanted to come to the Fong clan to see if they could become the disciple of one of the elders. However, they coincidentally saw the scene of Ning Chi and Fong Mo exchanging blows. Ding! The host is facing a fatal attack. Please spend 50,000 dragon slaying coins. The system will help the host teleport to a safe location. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Ning Chi's mind. The system's voice, which had always been cold, seemed to be a little anxious at this moment. However, Ning Chi's mind was completely immersed in Fong Mo's Buddha's universal salvation. He did not hear the system's voice. Otherwise, he would definitely have some doubts about the system. Heavens! Horizon! Ning Chi's lips moved slightly. What is he saying? I can't hear clearly. Is he saying his last words? Everyone saw Ning Chi's lips move slightly, but Ning Chi's voice was very soft. Ming. Ning Chi suddenly raised his head and slashed at the Buddha in front of him. Moon. A destructive aura surged out from the dragon's slaying saber. The snow dragon pearl on the saber suddenly released a dazzling light. Creak, what happened? Everyone looked at the ground in shock. They saw that the ground was rapidly freezing, making crunching sounds. They hurriedly flew into the air. Not long after, the area within a radius of thousands of feet had become a piece of ice. Regardless of whether it was the walls or the trees at this moment, everything was covered in cold ice. Roar! An ancient ice dragon that was completely different from before broke out of the dragon slayer saber. Its body was slender, but when it flew halfway, it exploded with a bang and turned into ice crystals that filled the sky. The sunlight shone on these ice crystals, reflecting a dazzling 7-colored light. Saber,